Twinstar, Rico, an official corporate sponsor of Texas Athletics. Your South Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Do dip with Hellman's and do no wrong. Now, here's the voice of the Longhorns, Craig Way.
The numbers show 77 wins for Texas, 37 for Texas A&M, and 5 ties along the way. Nevertheless, as they get ready to meet for the 120th time, Texas and Texas A&M mean so much to one another, to the rivalry, to the state of Texas, and of late, the Southeastern Conference and college football overall. Good evening, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving weekend to you from Darrell K. Royal Texas Memorial Stadium. Tonight, Texas takes on Texas A&M in the Cotton Holdings Lone Star Showdown Rivalry Series. The Longhorns are 8-3, 5-2 in SEC play, and they're ranked 16th in the country. Texas A&M comes in 11-0, and they are 7-0 in SEC competition. They are ranked 3rd in the nation and in the college football playoff rankings. I'm Craig Way alongside Roger Wallace and Will Matthews, and any way you slice it, this game has always meant something. This year, maybe it means a little bit more.
No doubt when you look at what the Aggies are trying to accomplish and what the Longhorns are trying to hang in there to potentially accomplish. Either way, a chance to be the 3rd top 10 team, but I felt it. I was on campus early, and some 7 hours before the game, this place was buzzing. Student section as big as I've seen it in the stadium more than 2 hours before the game. Yeah, you can feel this one's a little bit different.
Will Matthews, I asked you, what the feeling was like for that Texas OU game in the Cotton Bowl, and it's certainly one of a kind. And whenever you play Arkansas, there's that seething hatred that comes up from the Arkansas fans. And so this thing is really kind of backyard brawlish, brother versus brother, a lot of that stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And I'm biased. When I played them from 2000 to 04, we didn't lose the game. And so I today got my football out and rubbed that football just a little bit to hopefully send a little bit of good juju Texas's way. But these are the kinds of games that rivalries are built on. I mean, after Thanksgiving, right before the holidays get going, every fan base focuses up, and right now they're focused on this game. Texas fans all across the world, Aggie fans across the world today are stopping to watch this game. It just means a whole lot more.
Yeah, the stakes are as follows, at least an abbreviated version of them. Texas A&M is 11-0. They are 7-0 in SEC play, but believe it or not, they have not yet mathematically clinched a spot in the SEC championship game. And in order to get there, they, in all probability, have to win this game. If they don't, they, in all probability, won't get into the SEC championship. Now, that doesn't mean anything necessarily in terms of getting into the college football playoff. The Aggies pretty much have locked up a spot there, but a win tonight would help them secure a first-round bye, perhaps, and certainly would lock them into their first-ever SEC title game. For the Longhorns, well, it's a bit murkier. Texas absolutely has to win, and they're going to have to get help from some other teams in terms of losses that are right around them that are also college football playoff hopefuls. And we'll have more on that breakdown coming up here on the Corona pregame show. But mainly, first and foremost, Texas needs to find a way to beat Texas A&M. If they do, the Longhorns will have 3 wins against top 10 ranked opponents. That has not happened in college football in 6 years. The last team to do it, Joe Burrow's LSU Tigers, who went on to win the national title. So the Longhorns know that would be something special. And yes, there'd still be an outside shot at landing a spot in the college football playoff, but other things would have to happen. We'll get into all of that. And coming up on the Corona pregame show, we'll take a closer look at Texas A&M. We'll hear from Aggies head coach Mike Elco. Just a few minutes ago, I had my pregame conversation on the field with Longhorns head coach Steve Sarkeesian. We'll bring you that. But up next, Mike Coulter in our Longhorn Radio Network studios from Learfield will have our look around the SEC presented by DirecTV. Texas against Texas A&M tonight here in Austin. And Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Hey, Longhorns Longhorns fans. This season, it's not just about showing up, it's about showing out. And as proud sponsor of Texas Athletics, Kendra Scott wants to help you make game day personal. Shop exclusive game day jewelry or customize your own look at the Color Bar for the ultimate style touchdown. Shop your local Kendra Scott store or kendrascott.com today.
Grilling is a year-round tradition in Texas, and HEB has everything you need to become the master of the grill. So get everything to satisfy your cravings, from HEB Prime 1 Dino ribs and brisket steak burgers to traditional cuts like beef inside skirt steak, available in premium grades like HEB Wagyu and HEB Grass-Fed. Now you know. Come to HEB to fire up your grill to enjoy a delicious barbecue with friends and family. HEB. Here, everything's better.
Meet, stay, and dine at the AT&T Hotel and Conference Center. Located on the University of Texas campus, this is where real fans stay for game day. Relax in luxurious rooms with tower views and enjoy happy hour at Gabriel's Cafe with your fellow Longhorns. Book your wedding, graduation celebration, or conference today. Make your next memories on campus. Learn more about hotel packages at meetattexas.com.
Texas is full of adventures. From hill country to piney woods, Gulf Coast to the valley, there's a Ford SUV to get you there in style, in comfort, and with the capability to help you make the most of it. Ford Escape, Explorer, Bronco, Bronco Sport, and the all-new Ford Expedition. For adventures of every size, there's a Ford SUV that fits. Test drive one today at your Texas Ford dealer, and you'll see why. Ford is the best in Texas.
Want to get in on the action at Moody Center? Texas Farm Bureau Insurance is proud to offer its members 2 free tickets to select Longhorns men's or women's basketball home games this season. Visit TexasLonghorns.com/Texas Farm Bureau for complete details on how members can request tickets. That's TexasLonghorns.com/Texas Farm Bureau for your free tickets to see the Horns on their home court. Brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance.
Texas takes on Texas A&M tonight here in Austin in the Cotton Holdings Lone Star Showdown Rivalry Series matchup. Craig Way, Roger Wallace, and Will Matthews with you from DKR Texas Memorial Stadium. In our Longhorn Radio Network studios from Learfield is Mike Coulter, who's standing by to bring you the look around the SEC presented by DirecTV. Good evening, Mike.
Good evening, Craig. A very important final weekend in college football's final weekend of the regular season, not just for bragging rights in all these rivalry games, but also with conference championship stakes on the line as well, which includes our game tonight, as with a win, Texas A&M, of course, will play in next weekend's SEC championship game in Atlanta. So Texas looking to play spoiler to the Aggies' efforts tonight and for the second straight season. Both the Aggies and Alabama enter the weekend in control of their respective fates. Win, and you're in. Shall one of those teams lose, Georgia will get the chance to repeat as SEC champions. If both lose, that's where things get real interesting, as Ole Miss could then factor in. Speaking of the Georgia Bulldogs, though, they've already wrapped up conference play at 7-1 and currently are engaged in another edition of what's called clean, old-fashioned hate against their in-state rival, the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Last year, this game went to 8 overtimes before Georgia prevailed in Athens 44-42. This year, the game's in Atlanta, but not at the Yellow Jackets' home field, Bobby Dodd Stadium. Georgia Tech was paid well to have the game moved over to Mercedes-Benz Stadium, home of the Atlanta Falcons, ironically, where the SEC championship game will be played next weekend. So Georgia could be playing there in back-to-back weeks. This is the first time this matchup has been played off campus dating back to 1913. Georgia has won the last 7 meetings. As we all expected or did not expect, it's been a defensive battle to this point between those two in Atlanta, as Georgia scored the first touchdown in this game, and it came in the first half.
Snap back to Gunner. He'll throw it. Caught by Branch. He twists. He pivoted in and scrambles into the end zone for the 4-yard touchdown after he caught the ball.
Made it 10-3. Scott Howard on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. Georgia currently in front, 16-9. Yellow Jackets threatening with 2 minutes to go in the ball game. They're at the 2-minute timeout, if you will. 2 minutes to go. Number 4 Georgia leads their rival, number 23 Georgia Tech, 16-9. Also, earlier today, we had a the 120th edition of the Egg Bowl, as Lane Kiffin's status still loomed large over the Rebels, but in the early going, that did not seem to play a factor for his team.
Three-man front for Mississippi State here. There's the snap. And a handoff to Lacey, running left, gets a block, gets to the edge. He's to the 25, the 20, down the sidelines to the 10, to the 5. He's in the end zone. Ole Miss strikes first in the 20-25 Egg Bowl as Lacey takes it in from 32 yards out.
For Lacey, his 20th rushing touchdown on the season, just the 12th player in SEC history to ever do that. David Kellum from Learfield with the call. As this game was back and forth on the early going in the first quarter, as the teams would combine for touchdowns on their first 3 possessions, but then 6 straight combined punts would ensue following that. Trinidad Chambliss had an excellent game behind center for the Rebels as they were able to pull away for a 38-19 win. Ole Miss has now won 3 straight over the Bulldogs and improved to 11-1, sit at 7-1 in SEC play. Need some help to make next weekend's SEC championship game, as Trinidad Chambliss was outstanding yet again. The former Division II transfer, 359 yards passing and 4 touchdowns. Lacey finished with 143 more on the ground and that rushing touchdown. Mississippi State started a young freshman QB in Kamario Taylor, who did impress, passed for 178 yards, did have 1 interception, but did run for 173 more on the ground and responsible for both Bulldog touchdowns running the football. When pressed post-game, Lane Kiffin responded, "I still don't know on my future with the Rebels." So we'll see what happens with them as Ole Miss wins 11 regular season games for the first time in their program's history. Got a full slate of games on tap tomorrow beginning at 11 a.m. The Palmetto State Showdown between the South Carolina Gamecocks and the Clemson Tigers. Both teams' seasons did not go according to plan, as both were ranked very highly in the preseason. The Gamecocks now 4-7. Clemson comes in at 6-5. South Carolina has won back-to-back road games at Clemson, but this game takes place at Williams-Brice. Should be interesting tomorrow in that game in Columbia. Also tomorrow, an early start in Louisville at L&N Federal Credit Union Stadium. Louisville hosting Kentucky. The Wildcats a win away from bowl eligibility, sitting at 5-6. The Cardinals come in at 7-4. Also tomorrow afternoon, a 2:30 start in Memorial Stadium in Norman. Number 8 Oklahoma. The Sooners 9-2 this season, 5-2 in the SEC, taking on the LSU Tigers. LSU 7-4 on the year, 3-4 in conference play. First time ever that the Sooners will host LSU. Big matchup in Neyland Stadium tomorrow between ranked teams. Number 19 Tennessee hosting number 14 Vanderbilt. Tennessee's won the last 6 meetings between these two. Commodores head coach Clark Lee was extended today to a 6-year extension with the Commodores as they released that information, and he is certainly focused on what's going on with Vanderbilt football heading into this game.
This is still a throw-to-score, run-to-win team, and so, are we patient enough in that run game to create opportunities for explosives? Because when we can play that way, we also limit the number of possessions they can have offensively too. Obviously, Tennessee with Coach Heupel has been among the best offenses in the country every year. So that starts the identity for them. We have to limit the number of opportunities they get to get that offense on the field. That has to also be a responsibility, not just for our defense, but all 3 phases.
I'd expect a lot of points between Tennessee and Vanderbilt tomorrow. Again, kickoff at 2:30 from Neyland Stadium in Knoxville. The Battle Line rivalry takes place tomorrow between Arkansas and Missouri. Razorbacks having a difficult season at 2-9. Mizzou comes in at 7-4, looking to make it an even 500 in conference play. With a win, they'd be 4-4 in conference play. The Sunshine State Showdown also tomorrow, another ACC-SEC matchup. The Florida Gators 3-8 on the season, hosting the Florida State Seminoles, who are win away from bowl eligibility. Who would have thought that after Florida State knocked off Alabama to start the season? Gators have won 4 of the last 6 meetings. Kickoff in that one at 3:30 from the Swamp. The Iron Bowl again takes place tomorrow. Number 10 Alabama, 9-2 on the year, 6-1 in the SEC, needing a win to attain their appearance in the upcoming SEC championship game. They take on Auburn, of course, as part of that Iron Bowl. It's taking place at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Auburn 5-6 this season, 1-6 in conference play. Alabama has won the last 5 meetings. Well, Texas women's basketball in action yesterday had a big matchup for the 5th time in the last 10 months against the South Carolina Gamecocks in the Players Era Championship. Texas trailed 50-42 in the third following an 11-0 Gamecock run, but Texas responded with an 8-0 run themselves from the end of the third into the fourth. It was tight throughout, and then Texas trying to put it away late.
Here comes Rory. Longhorns want to play for the win right here. Harmon across the timeline. 9 seconds to go. Harmon, 7 seconds to go. Rory, 5 seconds to go. Harmon now, 3 seconds to go. Rory, fadeaway jumper. Good! It's good! 0.7 seconds to go, and the Longhorns take the lead. Rory Harmon, a baseline jumper. Nothing but net. Here we go. Raven Johnson, 0.1. Johnson at the rim. It's going to be caught by Carlton, and the Texas Longhorns win it. The first ever Players Area Championship for women, and Texas comes in, and they beat number 3 and number 2, 66-64, the final score.
Here's Vic Schaefer after the game.
I didn't see my kids being tired today, and I told them at the 5-minute mark, I told them, I thought, you know what, I think they look maybe like they might be, and I thought we were just hitting our stride. So, again, I was really proud of our kids and just how they fought today. I mean, to go back-to-back number 3, number 2 with 7 kids, I've never seen it.
Congratulations to Texas women's basketball as they get the 66-64 win over number 2 South Carolina, beat 2 top 3 teams in back-to-back days. In the process, Rory Harmon broke the Texas career assist record, but it was her jumper, of course, with 1 second to go in a tie game to lift Texas to the victory. Jordan Lee led the Longhorns with 19 points. Madison Booker added 16 more, 9 rebounds and 5 steals. Justice Carlton, a big spark for the second day in a row. She finished with 13 points and 8 rebounds. Harmon, Lee, and Booker all played the entire 40 minutes of the game. Harmon was named MVP of the event, so congratulations to them. That was Roger Wallace on 1300 The Zone with the call of the game-winning shot and defensive stand. Up next, the Longhorns will host Penn on Sunday at 1 p.m. Central Time. I'm Mike Coulter, and that was today's Look Around the SEC, presented by DirecTV, a proud sponsor of Texas Athletics. Stream the Texas Longhorns satellite-free on DirecTV. The Longhorns wrap the regular season up tonight against Texas A&M. Up next on the Corona Pregame Show, I'll get you up to date on top 25 scores and more. That's after this timeout on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
Adoption of teens from foster care is a topic not enough people know about, and we're here to change that. I'm April Dinwiddie, host of the new podcast, Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Each episode brings you compelling real-life adoption stories told by the families that live them with commentary from experts. Visit adoptuskids.org/podcast or subscribe to Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Children and Families and the Ad Council.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Man, I love my kids so much. I once sat for 3 hours in the cold rain to watch her soccer team lose by 18 goals.
I love my kids so much, I once used a tube to suck snot out of her stuffed nose at 3 a.m.
You win.
Love your kids? Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat. From toddlers to tweens, visit nhtsa.gov/the-right seat to find the right seat for their age and size. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Longhorn Network is the exclusive outlet for Texas Athletics original content. Produced by Learfield and Texas Studios, LHN features highlights, exclusive access and interviews, a 24/7 channel, and replays of the greatest games at ESPN's Longhorn Network archive. Watch press conferences and coaches shows with new original content dropping each week. Download the LHN app today or watch on longhornnetwork.com.
Mike Coulter back inside the Learfield Network studios as we welcome you back to the Corona pregame show. Texas getting set to take on Texas A&M inside DKR Texas Memorial Stadium. Time now again for this WinStar Studio Report. Trying to give you an update on Georgia Tech and Georgia. That game being played in Atlanta. Looks like the Yellow Jackets, with 1 second to go, will have a chance at a Hail Mary from about midfield, trailing 16-9. So we'll see what happens on that play. I'll update you momentarily. In the SEC on the hardwood today, obviously a busy day in college basketball this Black Friday. Texas A&M right now taking on Florida State. Under 8 minutes to go in the second half. The Aggies in front of the Seminoles, 77-52. 2 games on tap later tonight at 6 p.m. Mississippi State welcomes SMU to Humphrey Coliseum in Starkville. At 8:30, LSU carries their 5-0 record on the road to take on Drake. That game's actually being played in Destin, Florida. Drake 4-2 on the season. That is part of the Emerald Coast Classic. Finals earlier today. Number 10 Florida beats Providence 90-78. 24th ranked Vanderbilt now 8-0 on the season as they beat St. Mary's 96-71. Duke Miles, another outstanding game for him, of 25 points and 3 steals. Missouri knocks off Cleveland State 86-59. Oklahoma now 5-2. They beat Marquette 75-74. And South Carolina a winner over Charleston Southern inside Colonial Life Arena 74-62. Gamecocks a perfect 5-0 at home on the season, 5-2 overall. Top 25 on the hardwood. Top-ranked Purdue dispatched Eastern Illinois 109-62. Big matchup earlier today. Number 5 UConn beats number 13 Illinois 74-61. And in college football, one final from the top 25. Number 13 Utah defeats Kansas by 10, 31-21. The Utes now 10-2 on the season. They went 7-2 in the Big 12. Couple of important games tonight at 6:30. Number 2 Indiana visits Purdue in that rivalry matchup in the Big 10 as Indiana looks to cap a perfect season in the regular season by beating Purdue. And tonight at 8 p.m., number 20 Arizona State hosting number 25 Arizona. Arizona State 6-2 in Big 12 action. Arizona coming in at 5-3. Well, Georgia Tech's final heave at the end zone was incomplete, and Georgia beats Georgia Tech 16-9. The Dogs have now won the last 8 meetings between those two. Georgia finishes the regular season at 11-1. Georgia Tech falls to 9-3. Again, it's Texas and Texas A&M tonight in Austin. We'll take a timeout. Got more pregame coverage coming for you right here on the Corona pregame show. That comes your way after this timeout as Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Capital Farm Credit understands that there's something about the outdoors that pulls you in. Could be the fresh air, the colors, the smells, the animals, the freedom. It's all just a part of who you are. And with our recreational land loans, you can purchase land for whatever outdoor pursuit you please. That way, the outdoors won't just be in your soul, it'll also be in your name. To learn more, visit CapitalFarmCredit.com. Together, we're better.
Kohl's Black Friday deals are here. Grab your coffee and put on your sneakers because it's go time. Through Saturday, save up to 50% on everything from toys to beauty faves, winter styles, and more. Plus, earn $15 Kohl's Cash for every $50 spent. Yep, that's extra Kohl's Cash. So run, don't walk. Just hold on tight to that coffee. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. Offers end November 29th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Dulce Vida Blanco Tequila will give you a winning taste in every sip. Made with 100% organic Blue Weber agave, harvested in Los Altos, Mexico. Crafted without any hidden ingredients to create a quality tequila perfect for sipping or enjoying in a delicious margarita. Dulce Vida fruit-infused tequila is low in calories and made with real fruit. Whether it's spicy pineapple jalapeno, refreshing grapefruit, or mouth-watering lime, Dulce Vida is a hit every time. Dulce Vida Tequila, pure and simple. 40% alcohol by volume. Imported by Dulce Vida Spirits, Austin, Texas.
Texas Athletics continues to make strides in its sustainability initiatives on game days with the Bleed Orange, Live Green program. Longhorn fans can help by placing their waste inside the proper recycling and landfill bins around DKR Texas Memorial Stadium. Texas Disposal Systems is the sustainability services provider for the program, with additional support by Coca-Cola. The program was established in 1996 and has been recognized locally, regionally, and nationally. Bleed Orange, Live Green, Longhorn fans.
It's a moment when I show up, God, I'm saying wow.
Welcome to the world of WinStar, where the thrills are bigger than ever. Get lost in our 2-story luxury spa. Savor a world of dining experiences. Rest in one of our vast hotel towers and catch the biggest names in music and comedy at the spectacular Lucas Oil Live, all just 1 hour north of DFW. So come live in the wow at the world of WinStar.
God, I'm saying wow.
Bevo 15 is settled into his corral down in the southwest corner of the field, brought in by the Silver Spurs Ford Truck and Trailer earlier today. Texas Farm Bureau Insurance is proud to be the auto insurance provider for Bevo 15. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Live from the capital of the great state of Texas, you're listening to Texas Longhorns football from Learfield. We continue on the Corona pregame show. Craig Way, Roger Wallace, Will Matthews with you. Will, going into today, the way the SEC student athlete availability report appeared was that Anthony Hill would be a game time decision. Of course, he's been banged up as well. Longhorns are in some initial warm-ups. You able to detect anything early on?
No, not really. I'm out here looking for him, trying to see how he's moving and what he's going to do and see if they're going to make that decision to have him play tonight. But at the moment, we'll see.
Yeah, I don't think that's a great sign because I don't see him either out there as well. So obviously that's a huge loss. And then you compound that with the fact that Ty Anthony Smith has to sit the first half because of the targeting call in the second half of the Arkansas game. And all of a sudden, potentially, Will, you've got a defense against a very explosive offense, a very dynamic quarterback, a little bit shorthanded.
You're very right. And I just ran into Anthony Hill right now, standing in street clothes with his jersey on, with the linebackers at the moment. Not exactly sure if that will change come game time, but from my experience, that usually doesn't change if somebody comes out in pregame and doesn't have their pads on. But just what you said, this team has got to find a way to be the difference on the defensive side. They've given up a lot of points. They haven't been able to close out late in the game, and without Anthony Hill, that story becomes a little bit more difficult. The guys are going to have to step up today.
Well, what it's made it more difficult, obviously, Will, is it's made it more difficult on the secondary. And with a guy like Marcel Reed, who, and we'll hear Sark talk about this coming up when I visited with him just a little bit ago, his numbers are almost identical to Arch Manning's. Of course, one of the reasons why he's being mentioned, certainly in the conversation, to wind up in New York at the Heisman dinner, is that his team is 11-0. And when you're winning, obviously it's going to draw more attention to it. But the way he uses his backs, the way he uses his receivers, when you don't have an Anthony Hill on the field, even though you've got other good guys, capable players, it does make it more challenging when you're going up against so many different targets. What do you have to do, Will, to try to be able to limit what we can do with those receivers and backs?
Well, with Anthony Hill, what you lose is not only the athletic ability. Like, if you look at a Texas, you've got the dudes to get it done, but you miss the experience. A guy like that understands what the RPO game looks like and what he can bring to it. When you're a younger guy and you have to be able to be focused on your keys, especially in a game like this, that can be very difficult. And with Ty Anthony being on the sidelines until the second half, that's really going to put the onus on Leonga Fowl and Trey Moore to really be focused in. And when you've got a guy like Marcel Reed who can beat you in the air as well on his feet, you have got to be focused in to a different level. These guys are going to need to have one of their best games, and they're going to have to show up, especially with Anthony Hill not being here.
Coming up, we'll take a look at the matchup of the Texas offense against the Aggie defense when we continue on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
When you're high, you feel different.
You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. Being a veteran, it's interwoven into your DNA. It's really the absence of the connection and the purpose that can really drive a lot of veterans to some negative thoughts. For those who are in a suicidal crisis, the window of time to save somebody's life is very short. Our duty is to protect ourselves and protect our families. And one way you can do that is store your weapons safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
This message is for Karina, our mom who finished her high school diploma at age 28. Hi Mom, it's Emmettith and Nicholas. Congratulations on getting your diploma. You worked so hard and have taught us so much. We love you.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never, ever become a minivan mom. So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, know it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were family.
They showcased a sense of love that I never had before. I mean, he's not only my parent, he's like my best friend.
At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt U.S. Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Want to remind you to tune in next week to Longhorn Weekly with Coach Sean Miller. The new show airs each week on most of these Longhorn Radio Network affiliates and on the Longhorn Network app throughout the season. Longhorn men's basketball coming off taking 2 out of 3 of the Maui Invitational. Their next game is next Wednesday night in the ACC-SEC Challenge as they'll host the Virginia Cavaliers. We continue on the Corona pregame show prior to this matchup between Texas and Texas A&M in the Cotton Holdings Lone Star Showdown Rivalry Series. Will Matthews, what really catches your attention about this Texas A&M defense?
You know what really catches my attention about the Texas A&M defense is their ability to rush the passer once they have stopped the run. They are a very, very aggressive, pin your ears back type of team, and they'll get after it. They've got defensive ends, both sides, one of them's got over 11 and a half sacks, and they will get after the quarterback. That kind of thing, what it does is it stays in the back of a quarterback's mind, waiting and waiting for that rush. Archie's going to need to step up and make a clear strike, and definitely those wide receivers are going to need to catch the ball. Today is a day where you can't have the oops and drop that pass. You've got to secure that thing and keep it to the ground.
It's interesting, Will, when you look at it, they gave up 40 to Notre Dame, 42 to Arkansas, 30 in the first half to South Carolina. Clearly they are vulnerable in some spaces, but they do make a lot of plays. They have a lot of TFLs. They have a lot of sacks, so it seems like it's kind of, at times, a all-or-nothing defense that maybe Texas can exploit.
Yeah, you're right there. If Texas is going to be able to overutilize the tight end, they've underutilized injuries throughout the season till now. This is a great day to test those safeties in the middle of the field. Also, the mesh concept can be very difficult, especially if your guys are catching the ball on the run and able to do something with the ball once they got it. Texas has got their work cut out for it, but against Oklahoma, what Texas did that was so great is they were able to get the running backs the ball in the flats, create some sort of pseudo running game with that quick hit on the outside, getting it to guys like Mosley. getting to the ball really quickly, like more. Let those guys work in space and do their thing. Today is the day where every time somebody touches the ball, they've got to find a way to do something with it.
Hey, Will, is there any reason for any of us to believe that Sark won't go to Ryan Wingo on that quick hitch outside to the sideline to open things on offense?
Hey, there's no reason not to do that. It has worked every single time that they have done it, starting off as Wingo walks by. You know, I can see that guy, them finding a way to motion him across, get him the ball early on. Even if that ball, if it doesn't work, what that'll do is it'll cause the defense to come up, and maybe they fake that and go deep. We'll see what happens.
That's Will Matthews down on the sidelines. Coming up, we'll hear the game week comments from Mike Elco, the head coach at Texas A&M, when Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey, Jan from Toyota here, reminding you Toyota-thon is on. Make your holiday wishes come true with a new Camry, RAV4, Tacoma, and more. All right, let's sing it together this time. Toyota-thon, Toyota.
Dealer inventory may vary. Current offers on these vehicles end December 1st. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyota-thon, which ends on January 5th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
Horns Up! The University of Texas Club is the perfect place to experience Texas hospitality and burnt orange excitement all year long. Located inside Darrell K. Royal Texas Memorial Stadium, the UT Club is your home for exclusive dining, member events, and unbeatable game day experiences. Elevate your Longhorn pride at universityoftexasclub.com for more information or to join today. The University of Texas Club. Texas lives here all year.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those? Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
At St. David's Healthcare, we talk a lot about being the best. It's not just talk. We show it through innovation, hard work, heart, and of course, victories. St. David's Healthcare is proud to be an official healthcare provider of Texas athletics. And as UT Athletic Director Chris Del Conte would say,
the best is here, and together we are changing the world. Hook 'em.
Equipment Share, proud partner of Texas Longhorns. We understand that when you rent construction and industrial equipment, you need reliable machines and dependable service. From dozers and aerial work platforms to pumps, power, and climate control, we've got you covered. All rentals are powered by T3, the easy-to-use fleet management tool that lets you monitor your equipment from your phone or laptop. Visit equipmentshare.com for your rental today. Equipment Share, built by contractors for contractors.
The Corona pregame show continues from Darrell K. Royal Texas Memorial Stadium here in Austin as the Longhorns and Aggies prepare to face off in the Cotton Holdings Lone Star Showdown Rivalry Series. It's been a meteoric rise for Mike Elco as a collegiate head coach, especially at Texas A&M. Following 2 successful seasons as the head coach at Duke, Elco returned to College Station where he had previously served as defensive coordinator. And following an initial 8-4 campaign last season, the Aggies have been perfect so far in 2025. An 11-0 record, a number 3 national ranking, practically a shoe-in for the college football playoff next month. Oddly enough, however, the Aggies have not yet clinched a spot in the SEC championship game, even at 11-0 overall and 7-0 in SEC play. Yet Elco says that is merely a byproduct of the weekly grind of this conference.
I think obviously the way things broke this year with our schedule inhibited some of our tiebreaker abilities, and so it's going to force us to go 8-0 to get to Atlanta, and it is what it is. I think in another year, certainly last year it wouldn't have taken the same, but that's just how this conference goes, and so you got a lot of teams playing each other, battling it out, and we're just fortunate to still be in it going into the last weekend of the year again.
One thing that is also obvious, the Aggies have been great on the road offensively, which Elco says gives your team a chance to be successful on the larger stage.
Obviously, I think we have an ability to be explosive. That helps, not being locked into having to always put together 13, 14, 15 play drives. I think those are the things that become a lot more challenging when you go on the road with the environment and the crowd and the defense playing with a little bit more energy. Sometimes it's hard to execute 15 straight plays. So I think some of our explosiveness has really been important for us. I think you've seen that in each of our road games, and that's been important and certainly will be important Friday night.
And about playing on Friday night, it's one day less of preparation. But Elco wasn't too concerned about that affecting his team's preparedness for Texas.
Obviously, with the magnitude of this game, it certainly isn't the first time we're diving into watching them, and so that helps. It's not like sometimes you throw these short weeks into the middle of the season against an opponent you don't play very much, and that makes it a little bit harder from a preparation standpoint. I'm quite certain that they do. I know we do spend time on each other in the off season, and so it's not like when you turn the film on, it's the first time you've seen the schemes that you're going against. And so from a preparation standpoint, I think you're in a little bit better situation just because of who you're playing. For the players, you're just trying to balance the ability to get them the reps and the mental reps that they need to prepare and get ready for the game. Also understanding that physically you're one day closer to the game than you normally are. And so today, for example, is a Monday preparation day, but a Tuesday on the calendar in relation to when the game is. And so I just think you try to balance both of those things to make sure that you get them ready physically and mentally to go out Friday and be ready to play.
When it came to discussing Texas, Coach Elco didn't have a lot to say about the Longhorns, but what he did say was certainly complimentary.
Yeah, certainly they were playing a lot of young guys and a lot of new starters, and I think as they've gone through the season, you've seen a lot of growth. You would anticipate that. They do a really good job developing their guys, and it's a good football team.
Finally, there's this rivalry thing. It burns hot for fans on both sides and for the players as well. Elco was asked for the proper way to balance the emotion of the rivalry with the proper logistical planning and game plan preparation for this matchup.
I think that's the biggest challenge in this game and it's rivalry games in general. I don't know that it's necessarily even specific to this one. It's, the emotions are going to be high. The energy is going to be high. Through all of that, you've got to find a laser focus to do the things that you have to do to go out and be successful, play in and play out. Sometimes you can want something so bad it almost blinds you. You got to be really careful of that, and I think that's always the thing that comes up in these rivalry games when you talk about how bad each team wants to be successful. It's the team that can really kind of rise above the moment a little bit and maintain that focus and maintain the composure that they need to go out and be successful.
The thoughts of Mike Elco, head coach of the Aggies of Texas A&M. Up next, we bring you this evening's starting lineups for tonight's Lone Star Showdown, Texas versus Texas A&M, after these local messages on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
This message is for Shauna, my mom, who just finished her high school diploma. I wanted to say I'm so proud of you for finishing school. You told me it's never too late to achieve your dreams. I hope to make you as proud as you have made me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Don't act like that. Don't wear that. Don't think that. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know that you can be vulnerable and powerful. That taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love and who loves you. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
How serious is youth vaping? Irreversible lung damage serious. 1 in 10 kids vape serious, which warrants a serious conversation from a serious parental figure like yourself. Not the seriously know-it-all sports dad or the seriously smart podcaster. It requires a serious conversation that is best had by you. No, seriously, the best person to talk to your child about vaping is you. To start the conversation, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Download the free Texas Longhorns app to engage with the Longhorns all season long. The official Texas Longhorns app has a brand new layout with exciting features for fans and is available on Apple and Android devices. If you already have the app, please make sure to download the latest update to access all the features and to manage game tickets for all regular season home events. Activate push notifications for important game day messaging customized by sport or event.
We continue on the Corona pregame show leading up to kickoff of the Cotton Holdings Lone Star Showdown Rivalry Series matchup between Texas and Texas A&M. Here are tonight's starting lineups. First of all, for the visiting Aggies, 11-0 overall, 7-0 in SEC play, ranked number 3 across the board, and coached by Mike Elco, his second season at Texas A&M, his 4th season overall as a collegiate head coach, a career coaching mark of 35 wins against 14 losses. The mark at A&M is 19-5. Across the front, the left tackle is Trey Zune III. He's a 319-pound grad student out of Keller Fossil Ridge in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Chase Bisontis is a 315-pound junior from Ramsey, New Jersey. The center is Mark Naboo Jr. He's a 322-pound sophomore from Linwood, Washington. Armaj Reed Adams, the right guard, 325-pound grad student from DeSoto, Texas, and started off at Kansas. The right tackle, Demetrius Crownover, 336-pound grad student from Grandview in up on the Hill-Johnson County line there in north central Texas. Tight ends, Theo Mellon Orstrom, 6'6", 257-pound junior from Stockholm, Sweden. Nate Borkircher is a 6'4", 250-pound grad transfer from Aurora, Nebraska, transferred in from Nebraska. Wide receivers, KC Concepcion, 5'11", 190-pound junior transfer from Charlotte, North Carolina, transferred in from NC State. On the opposite side, Mario Craver, 5'9", 165-pound sophomore transfer from Birmingham, Alabama, transferred in from Mississippi State. Also, Terry Bussey will see action there, 5'10", 195-pound sophomore from Timpson. In the slot, Ashton Bethel Roman is a 6', 185-pound redshirt freshman from Fort Bend Ridge Point. Running backs, Reuben Owens II, 5'11", 215-pound sophomore from El Campo. Le'Veon Moss, 5'11", 210-pound senior from Walker, Louisiana. And Amari Daniels, 5'8", 197-pound senior from Miami, Florida. Could also see Jamarian Morrow, a 5'9", 205-pound freshman from Memphis, Tennessee. The quarterback, Marcel Reed, 6'1", 185-pound sophomore from Nashville, Tennessee. The Longhorn defensive front, the down lineman off the edge, Colin Simmons on one side, 240-pound sophomore from Duncanville. Also Colton Vosig, 250-pound sophomore from Westlake High in the Austin area. And Justice Terry's got more snaps of late, 268-pound freshman from Manchester, Georgia on the opposite side. Ethan Burke, 259-pound senior from Westlake at that jack in position. Lance Jackson will rotate in there as well, 254-pound freshman from Pleasant Grove High in the Texarkana area. Nose tackle, Cole Brevard, 346-pound senior transfer from Carmel, Indiana, transferred in from Purdue. Travis Shaw will rotate in there, 342-pound senior transfer from Greensboro, North Carolina, transferred in from North Carolina. Murad Watson at defensive tackle, 327-pound sophomore transfer from Irvington, New Jersey, transferred in from Syracuse. At the other tackle spot, Hero Canoe, 299-pound senior transfer from Geltendorf, Germany, transferred in from Ohio State. He'll rotate with Alex January, the 308-pound sophomore from Duncanville. Strong side linebacker Trey Moore, 249-pound senior from Smithson Valley, started off at UTSA. On the weak side, Leonga Lafau, 6'1", 227-pound junior from Laie, Hawaii. The star back, Grayson Littleton, 6', 180-pound freshman. He is from Tampa, Florida. The corners, Malik Muhammad, 188-pound junior out of South Oak Cliff in Dallas. Jalen Gilbo, 183-pound senior from Port Arthur Memorial. Boundary safety, Jelani McDonald, 199-pound junior from Waco Conley. We'll also see Xavier Filsamy in there, 194-pound sophomore from McKinney. On the opposite side of the field, safety Michael Taff, 189-pound senior out of Westlake. We'll turn it around and match up the Longhorn offense against the Texas A&M defense when Longhorn football continues in a moment.
It's been said, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Not with Ford Trucks. We're leading the change with innovative technology like Ford Blue Cruise hands-free highway driving, raising the bar on capability with features like Ford Pro Power on board. Leadership in a world of change. That's what makes Ford F-Series America's best-selling trucks. Visit your Texas Ford dealer today and you'll see why.
Ford is the best in Texas.
Time for a refill. Get your watch party restocked at Twin Liquors. Bourbon, tequila, Tito's. We have it all. Pick up a twin deal and save 10% on identical bottles. Or find a new favorite with our deals of the week. Order online for curbside or delivery. TwinLiquors.com. Please drink responsibly.
Favorite jeans, favorite shirt. Got Connecticut sausage and I'm firing it up. Yeah, everybody knows it's how I get my grill on. You can smell that flavor up and down the road. It's a little taste of heaven, and everybody knows it's how I get my grill on. Connecticut sausage. It's just a little taste of heaven.
Equipment Share, proud partner of Texas Longhorns. We understand that when you rent construction and industrial equipment, you need reliable machines and dependable service. From dozers and aerial work platforms to pumps, power, and climate control, we've got you covered. All rentals are powered by T3, the easy-to-use fleet management tool that lets you monitor your equipment from your phone or laptop. Visit equipmentshare.com for your rental today. Equipment Share, built by contractors for contractors.
Mike Coulter back inside the Learfield Network studios as we welcome you back to the Corona pregame show. We'll get the rest of the starting lineups here momentarily, but first this WinStar studio report. 2 SEC games having already taken place today. Georgia just wrapped up their 8th straight win against their rival, the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Georgia wins it 16-9 the final. Zachariah Branch, the Southern Cal transfer, responsible for the game's only touchdown. The first meeting between those two teams off campus since 1913. Georgia now 11-1 on the season. Earlier today to kick off the college football action, number 7 Ole Miss did battle with Mississippi State, the 120th edition of the Egg Bowl. The game in doubt early in the fourth quarter. Ole Miss was ahead by 12, 31-19 before they really stepped on the gas.
Two receivers to the right, one of those is Lee and the other Stribling. Stribling goes in motion the other way. The fake to Lacey down the field. He's got a receiver caught at the 35, the 40, breaking free to the 45, to the 40 is Alexander. He could go. He does. Touchdown, Ole Miss.
Yes, sir. What a weapon. We finally get it out there.
David Kellum from Learfield made it 38-19. That's how the game would end, as Ole Miss has won 3 straight over their rivals, Mississippi State. Jeff Lebby's team wraps up their season right now at 5-7. We have seen 5-7 teams make bowl games in the past, including Mississippi State. SEC basketball action, Mississippi State hosting SMU, 23-all. Midway through the first half, just under 9 minutes to go in the first half of that ball game. They did just wrap up in Tampa. Texas A&M beats Florida State 95-59 on the hardwood. Well, that was another WinStar studio report as Texas gets ready to take on Texas A&M tonight in Austin. Up next on the Corona pregame show, Craig's got the Longhorn offensive starting lineups against the A&M defense as Longhorn football continues in a moment.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong. You are fearless. You are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
In the game of business, information is your playbook. It's the thing that keeps everyone on the same page so that each player has the knowledge they need to perform their role, work together, and give your team a competitive advantage. The trick, of course, is executing that playbook. And that's where Rico comes in. We're a proud sponsor and business technology provider of Texas Athletics, and we're ready to play for your team whenever you want an edge. We love TMI. Hook 'em horns, Rico. Imagine change.
Y'all listen up. Let me tell you something about group meals from Rudy's Barbecue. It's got all you need for all the folks you gotta feed, smoked meat, sides, and more. There's everything down to the tablecloth, just like the one that you see at the store. At a bridal shower, it's better than flowers. And a long business meeting, it'll pass the hours. It'll feed all the cousins at a family function. It's better than potluck at a church luncheon. Next time you need to feed 10 or more, call and order a Rudy's group meal.
Next in line.
Rooted in orange, Texas Disposal Systems is proud to have been doing business in Austin since 1977. As the preferred sustainability services provider of Texas Athletics, Texas Disposal Systems provides recycling, solid waste, and composting services for Texas Athletics games as well as the Central Texas area and beyond. TDS's commitment to environmental sustainability fuels its desire to partner with others for a more sustainable future. Visit TexasDisposal.com to learn more. Texas Disposal Systems, noticeably different, noticeably better. We continue our look at the starting lineups. Texas A&M will send out this defense against the Longhorn offense. Defensively for the Aggies, Deion Hayes, a defensive end, a 264-pound grad transfer from Pittsburgh, transferred in from Colorado. Cassius Howell, the jack end, 248-pound senior from Kansas City, began his collegiate career at Bowling Green. DJ Hicks, 295-pound junior from Katy Paetow at a tackle spot. Tyler Needham is a 295-pound grad transfer from Richmond Foster, transferred in from Iowa State. Albert Regis, 317-pound grad student from LaPorte, is the nose tackle. Linebacker Scooby Williams, 230-pound senior from Birmingham, Alabama, transferred in from Florida. Torian York, 227-pound junior from Temple. The nickelback Tyreek Chappell, 180-pound senior from Philadelphia. The corners, Will Lee the third, 189-pound senior from St. Louis, transferred in from Kansas State. Des Ricks, 188-pound sophomore from Norfolk, Virginia, transferred in from Alabama. The safeties, Miles Davis, 196-pound sophomore from Converse Judson, and Dalton Brooks, 193-pound junior from Shiner. Texas Longhorns, coached by Steve Sarkeesian. His 5th season as the head coach at Texas, his 12th season overall as a collegiate head coach, a career coaching mark of 92 wins against 55 losses. The mark at UT is 46-20. Across the front, the left tackle, Trevor Gooseby, 312-pound sophomore from Melissa. Left guard, Cole Hudson, 308-pound senior from Frisco. The center, Connor Robertson, 312-pound junior out of Westlake County, Austin area. DJ Campbell, 321-pound senior from Arlington Bowie at right guard. The right tackle, Brandon Baker, 308-pound sophomore from Ontario, California. Tight ends, Jack Hendry, 6'4", 236-pound junior transfer from Danville, California, transferred in from Cal. Jordan Washington, 6'4", 264-pound redshirt freshman from Langham Creek. Spencer Shannon, 6'7", 252-pound sophomore from San Clemente, California. Nick Townsend, 6'3", 241-pound freshman from Dekaney in the greater Houston area. And Amari Winston, 6'1", 237-pound freshman from Calhoun, Georgia. Wide receivers, Ryan Wingo at one spot, 6'2", 214-pound sophomore from St. Louis. And also Ryan Nibble will rotate in there and at other spots, as well as punt and kickoff return, 5'10", 187-pound sophomore from Aldine Eisenhower. On the opposite side, Emmett Mosley, the 5th, 6'2", 210-pound sophomore transfer from Chicago, transferred in from Stanford. Parker Livingston rotates in there as well. 6'4", 191-pound redshirt freshman out Lucas Lovejoy in North Central Texas. In the slot, DeAndre Moore, 6 foot, 192-pound junior from Anaheim, California. We'll see Dalen McCutcheon rotate in there as well. 5'11", 178-pound freshman from Lucas Lovejoy. The running backs, Quintravian Weisner, 6 foot, 194-pound junior from DeSoto. C.J. Baxter, 6'1", 227-pound sophomore from Orlando, Florida. And Christian Clark, 6 foot, 212-pound redshirt freshman from Phoenix, Arizona. The quarterback, Arch Manning, 6'4", 219-pound sophomore from New Orleans. Coming up, we'll have the pregame conversation with Coach Sark when Longhorn football continues in a moment.
And here's Heather with the weather.
Well, it's beautiful out there, sunny and 75, almost a little chilly in the shade. Now, let's get a read on the inside of your car. It is hot. You've only been parked a short time and it's already 99 degrees in there. Let's not leave children in the back seat while running errands. It only takes a few minutes for their body temperatures to rise, and that could be fatal.
Cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. Never leave a child in a car. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
In sitcoms, when someone has a problem, they just blurt it out and move on.
Well, I lost my job and my parakeet is missing. How was your day?
But the real world is different. Managing life's challenges can be overwhelming. So, what do? We get support. The Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council have mental health resources available for you at loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. See how much further you can go when you take care of your mental health.
Snakes, zombies, sharks, heights, speaking in public. The list of fears is endless. But while you're clutching your blanket in the dark, wondering if that sound in the hall was actually a footstep, the real danger is in your hand, when you're behind the wheel. And while you might think a great white shark is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
My name is Ariel. I moved to the U.S. at 19. I spoke no English and I struggled finding job opportunities. Everything I have, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and getting my high school diploma at age 22.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Mike Coulter back in studio. Before we hear from Longhorns head coach Steve Sarkeesian, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Texas Longhorns football from Learfield.
Back on the Corona pregame show, time for our pregame conversation with Coach Sark. How would you describe this week for your guys and how it interfaced with the staff on making sure, keeping the main thing, but it is a senior night and obviously it's a pretty good football team and a rivalry and all that kind of stuff rolled into tonight?
Yeah, I think one thing that our guys have learned through successes in our rivalry games is focusing on us. I think so many times in a rivalry game you can get caught up in consuming yourself with the other team, the other opponent, or the things surrounding the game. And I think that we found a pretty good rhythm and formula for success about focusing on what we need to do, keeping the attention on us. And that's what our guys did this week. This week was, outside of it being a short week, it was business as usual. And again, I think the attentiveness to detail, the focus, the physicality, the energy was all right. I love where we're at mentally. Now it's time to go play.
And you've always said about play with emotion, but not emotional. Does that even go for senior night? Is it a little bit more challenging of what these guys mean to you?
Definitely. I've been talking about that all week to the guys, and most notably last night. The best thing, the best memory they're going to have from tonight is winning the game. And how do you win the game? You play well. How do you play well? You have great poise, great composure. You play with emotion, but you don't get emotional, because emotional is when you get out of sorts, the selfish acts, things of that nature. So I think our guys really understand it. Like, we've got a level of maturity in that locker room that I'm very comfortable with.
We've talked in the past about making it more about yourself and less about the opponent, but you've always said there's a balance within the game preparation, especially for a good opponent coming in, and yet keeping it with your guys and what they need to be to be better each week.
Yeah, I think the opponent, what they do is supply us with the information, right? With the schemes, the talent, strengths, weaknesses, deficiencies, so on and so forth. And then we have to take all that information, we have to apply it to us, all right? And then what's going to put us in the best position to be successful. And, I think our players understand the plan for tonight and how we want to attack in all three phases, where they might be vulnerable, and we can take advantage of it, and things that we need to look out for where they can hurt us.
In looking at this Texas A&M offense, obviously it's difficult to find vulnerabilities, but when you look at them, what are the things that really strike you the most about the things that have to be prevented by your defense from happening?
Well, I think the explosive plays first and foremost. The two receivers are electric players. The quarterback can use his legs and hurt you. So minimizing the explosive plays, I think, is one of the key components. Winning on first and second down and forcing them into more third and long situations where we can get the quarterback a little uncomfortable in the pocket, maybe force some errant throws. I think first, second down wins, eliminating explosive plays, and then ultimately creating turnovers.
I know you always are really good at crunching the numbers. I was kind of amazed when I was looking to see how Arch's numbers are almost identical to Marcel Reed's numbers. In fact, they're even a little bit better as well, and I know that's been on that gradual incline for him this season.
Well, I think that's the beauty of where Arch is at. I think once all the hoopla kind of quieted down there in September, he just stayed to the grind. He stayed at working at his craft. He kept doing the things that he needed to do to try to improve. And to his credit, he has. But I also think we've improved around him. And that's a credit to his teammates. I think the receiving core has improved. I think the offensive line has improved. I think that we're finding a groove offensively of what we're good at and calling things that he can execute at a high level. So all in all, it's been collective improvement. And we're gonna need a good ball game out of everybody tonight.
The last couple of weeks, you've talked about the importance of getting some sort of ground game going, and you had some last week better against Arkansas. Obviously crucial tonight.
Yeah, I think it's going to be big tonight. A&M is definitely there's times and games where they're a big split safety team, and they almost dare you to run it, and we're going to have to be effective in running that ball there. With that being said, we need to remain aggressive too. We got to find completions for Arch. We got to find our shot plays down the field. We got to run our offense.
Final thing here, and it's about this whole environment in the rivalry. You mentioned in the press conference on Monday how you used to watch this game when you were a young man. So how about the meaning for you walking out on the field with your guys tonight in this?
Man, it's so special. It was just special right now on Bevo Walk. Bevo Boulevard's buzzing. You can feel the passion, the energy in our fan base. And now the key to the drill is that the play matches that so we can keep the energy and DKR going tonight.
Appreciate the time. Best of luck.
Thanks, Craig. Hook 'em, buddy.
Hook 'em. All right, that's Longhorns head coach Steve Sarkeesian. Coming up, we have the kickoff of tonight's Cotton Holdings Lone Star Showdown Rivalry Series matchup. The Texas Longhorns against the Texas A&M Aggies when Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Want to get in on the action at Moody Center? Texas Farm Bureau Insurance is proud to offer its members 2 free tickets to select Longhorns men's or women's basketball home games this season. Visit TexasLonghorns.com/Texas Farm Bureau for complete details on how members can request tickets. That's TexasLonghorns.com/Texas Farm Bureau for your free tickets to see the Horns on their home court. Brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong. You are fearless. You are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
At St. David's Healthcare, we talk a lot about being the best. It's not just talk. We show it through innovation, hard work, heart, and of course, victories. St. David's Healthcare is proud to be an official healthcare provider of Texas Athletics. And as UT Athletic Director Chris Del Conte would say,
the best is here, and together we are changing the world. Hook 'em.
When faced with a disaster, the Cotton companies never drop the ball. As the trusted recovery partner of global businesses, Cotton is proud to provide property restoration, construction, roofing, temporary housing, culinary, and environmental support services. We're also back to battle for the long-standing Texas Rivalry as official sponsor of Texas Athletics and the official sponsor of the Lone Star Showdown. One call, one team. Total recovery. Learn more at cottoncompanies.com.
Longhorn football is brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Cotton, one call, one team. Total recovery. By SeatGeek. Buy and sell tickets to Longhorn games on SeatGeek, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Texas Longhorns. St. David's, an official healthcare provider of Texas athletics. Now, here's the voice of the Longhorns, Craig Way.
From Darrell K. Royal, Texas Memorial Stadium in Austin, it's the Texas Longhorns against the Texas A&M Aggies in the Cotton Holdings Lone Star Showdown. Right now, let's go down for the toss of the coin. The referee of this SEC crew is Steve Marlowe.
You make the call. Tails. What do you call? Tails. That drive the winner again. Let's fucking go. Before the second half. That's where you want to go. Come around this way. Come around this way. Texas A&M has won the toss. They've elected to defer.
All right, so the Aggies win the toss, and they have deferred the option to the second half. Good evening, everybody. I'm Craig Way alongside Roger Wallace, Will Matthews, and our Longhorn Radio Network broadcast crew from Learfield. Our engineer, Greg Klingensmith, our spotter, Andy Way, our statistician, Steve Leach, Jason Way with production assistants down on the sidelines with a parabolic microphone, and Mike Coulter, our broadcast coordinator and studio anchor in the Longhorn Radio Network studios from Learfield. Longhorns 8-3, 5-2 in SEC play. Texas A&M number 3 in the country. They are 11-0 and 7-0 in SEC play. Let's talk about keys to the game. Will Matthews, your key?
The key to the game for Texas is the offense has got to start off quick and stay out of those third and longs. Texas A&M is number 1. They're 21.9%, number 1 in the SEC, and keeping their opponent from getting the first down. Texas has got to manage the clock by running the ball, stay out of those third and longs.
Marcel Reed, one of the best dual threats. Longhorns have to bother him. They have to make him uncomfortable, try to turn him over, but most of all, just not let him really go off like we've seen him do this year.
And you just heard Sark talk about it, managing the emotions of the enormity of this game. Yeah, A&M is as good as they've ever been coming into Austin, but the Longhorns have to dial in and do what they have to do. A reminder to listen to all things college sports, including live games and talk on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84, and streaming on the SiriusXM app. We're happy to have you listening on SiriusXM Channel 84 tonight nationwide, as well as all across the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield. Longhorns will get the ball, move left to right, north to south, as you picture in your mind's eye across your radio dial. A&M will kick off from the south end zone. And Randy Bond, the grad student from Plano West, will bring tonight's kickoff, which is brought to you by Lucchese, the official boot of the Texas Longhorns. Hope you're enjoying your Thanksgiving weekend. We're underway, and this kickoff will be unreturnable. It'll come out to the 25-yard line. Arch Manning, 6'4", 219-pound sophomore out of Isidore Newman in New Orleans, has completed 213 of 341 passes for 2,763 yards and 23 touchdowns, completing 63% of his passes with 7 interceptions. Leading ground gainer, Quintravian Wisner, Trey, 442 yards, averaging nearly 4 yards per carry and 3 touchdowns. And the leading pass catcher for Texas is DeAndre Moore, 37 receptions for 528 yards. Longhorns will scrimmage from the left hash mark, moving left to right here on 1st down and 10. Wisner offset to the right side of Manning, and on 1st down, it's a backward pass. They go, and then looking to throw downfield. That's going to be incomplete. Well, they went backwards in to Ryan Wingo, tried to connect with Emmett Mosley, but he had to turn his body and threw it, and it was incomplete short high.
A&M stayed home, and that blew everything up. Wingo had no chance. He had to retreat, and fortunately underthrew it, or might have been picked off.
2nd down and 10 from the Texas 25-yard line. Manning out of the gun, sends the tight end Jack Hendries in motion, has it, turns, hands off. Quintravian Wisner hit at the line of scrimmage and pushes forward for a couple to the 27, Torian York, the tackle. Longhorns are traditional home attire The white helmet, burnt orange Longhorn on the side. Burnt orange jersey tops with Texas emblazoned in white block print cap lettering across the front. A white numeral beneath it. Players' names spelled out in white block print cap lettering on the back of those burnt orange jerseys. And a large white numeral on the back of the burnt orange jersey tops. White trousers, white socks, white shoes, and the white helmets. 3rd down and 8 for Texas from the Longhorn 27-yard line. Manning out of the shotgun. Wisner off set to his right. 2 receivers out wide right, 2 on the short side split left. Blitz coming from the Aggies. Pass thrown to the left. It is caught by Emmett Mosley. 1st down for Texas. He caught it at the 36-yard line. Just kind of out-jumped Des Ricks for the catch and a gain of 9 yards and a move of the chain.
Boy, what a strong throw. Opposite hash. Blitz coming. Aggies 22% on 3rd down defense. That's a huge conversion.
1st down and 10 Texas. The ball at the Longhorn 36-yard line off the right hash. Emmett Mosley on the short side of the field, split right, and a slot on that short side of the right is DeAndre Moore. Wide left, Ryan Wingo. And now Quintravian Wisner shifts out as well, creating an empty set. Shotgun snap to Manning. Looks right, throws right off the hands. Trying to come back to the football to make the catch was DeAndre Moore, and it's incomplete. Aggies attired in maroon helmets with the white block T-A-M on the side of the helmet. They have white jersey tops. And they have maroon pants, maroon numerals and lettering on the front that says Texas A&M with the player's name spelled out on the back. 2nd down and 10 from the right hash of the Texas 36-yard line. Manning from the gun. Wisner offset to his right. Arch back, sends a receiver screen that's going to lose a yard as he tried to go right across the middle to Ryan Wingo. Aggies responded quickly. Torian York on the tackle for a loss of a yard back to the 35.
Well, here you go again. You converted on 3rd down and 8. Now you got to do 3rd and 11 here to keep this drive alive. And again, we'll see if the Aggies bring pressure.
Emmett Mosley's on the short side of the field, split to the right with DeAndre Moore in a slot on that short side of the right. Wide left is Ryan Wingo in a slot left, the tight end Jack Endries. Trey Wisner, the running back, offset to the left side of Arch Manning on 3rd down. Aggies show blitz, and they do bring it back to throw. Manning under pressure, throws over the middle, incomplete. As Moore trying to come across to make the catch, could not do it, and it'll bring up 4th down.
Yeah, the blitz was coming, but Arch made a good, strong throw there, and DeAndre Moore just needed to help his quarterback out and come up with a really good catch. Probably was going to be a little bit short, but still would have at least had Sark make a decision about 4th down.
Well, and you're right, he did make a nice step. I think he would have had the 1st down if he'd held it, unable to hold on to it. So Jack Bomeister, one of the seniors honored tonight, a transfer from Utah, from Bendigo, Australia. 6'3", 209 pounds, averaging 44 yards per kick, will punt. It's a line drive kick, but he kicks away from KC Concepcion, takes a nice Texas bounce inside the 10, and Warren Roberson is there to down it inside the 10. It'll be down at the 7-yard line, so that's a heck of a punt. 58 yards on the kick. Texas A&M quarterback by Marcel Reed. 6'1", 185-pound sophomore from Nashville. He's completed 189 of 306 passes for 2,752 yards and 25 touchdowns, completing 62% of his passes with 8 interceptions. Leading ground gainer is Reuben Owens. First time he touches it tonight will be his 100th carry. He's rushed for 570 yards, averaging nearly 6 yards per catch with 5 touchdowns. And KC Concepcion, 52 catches this year for 829 yards and 9 scores. Owen starts in the backfield, offset to the right side of Marcel Reed. And on 1st down, Reed looks to throw out of his own end zone. With some time now, scrambles, under pressure, and he's dropped. It'll be a short gain. Ethan Burke wraps it up. It's a 2-yard carry as Reed is quick up the middle there to avoid the sack, but the Longhorns responded well.
Yeah, that's so important once he gets out of the pocket to limit the damage on his scrambles.
2nd down and 8. The ball at the Texas A&M 9-yard line. Owens offset to the right side of Reed. 2 receivers out wide left, one on the short side of the field, split right. On 2nd down and 9, Reed will shift KC Concepcion in motion. Play action, quick swing pass out to the left side and break it outside to the 15, and a 1st down on the catch and run as Mario Craver. Looked like the Longhorns had him bottled up for a moment, but he was able to get outside and pick up 10 yards before Malik Muhammad could bring him down.
Had him bottled up to the inside, but as you said, he was able to reverse and find some space headed to the sideline.
Defensive substitutions along the front now for Texas. 1st down and 10, Aggies. Ball on the Texas A&M 19-yard line. Early moments of the football game, Longhorns picked up 1 first down before having to punt. Aggies now have recorded their first down of the game. On 1st down and 10, Reed out of the shotgun, has the snap, looks, rifles it across the middle, and a grab there by Casey Concepcion, immediately wrapped up by Leonga Lafau, but still it's a gain of 6 yards out to the 25.
Well, you said it. That was a dart he threw there. Longhorns, again, no Ty Anthony Smith, no Anthony Hill. Right now just going with the 2 linebackers and Trey Moore and Leonga Lafau.
Second down and 4, the ball at the Texas A&M 25-yard line. They'll put 3 receivers in a triangle close to the formation on the right side. Jamarian Morrow is the running back for A&M, and he'll draw the carry of pulling it back in his read, and he's knocked down right at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. Ethan Burke and Jelani McDonald respond quickly. No gain on the play, and it'll bring up 3rd down. So 3rd down and 4 for the Aggies. Longhorns make substitutions. Alex January back on the field. It's Colin Simmons and Ethan Burke on the edge. January and Hero Canoe at the tackle spots. 3rd down and 4 for Texas A&M from the Aggie 25-yard line. Reed out of the shotgun. And on 3rd down, with Morrow in the running backfield, shotgun snap back to Reed. Over the middle, pass off the hands of Craven, incomplete. And it brings up 4th down. So each team picks up a 1st down, and each team forced into a punting situation.
Oh, that time a little hot. Craven couldn't handle it. That was fortunate for the Aggies. There's 4 orange jerseys behind him, but nobody could get that quick tip drill pick.
Ready to punt it is Jared Zirkle from Kerrville, Tavia, grad transfer, transferred in from Georgia, Tyler White from South Lake Carroll, the punter, averaging nearly 45 yards per punt. Zirkle is the man who handles the kickoffs. White, the punter. Sophomore from South Lake Carroll. Good snap. Left footer's kick is away. It's not a real especially deep kick, and it bounces inside the 40. Takes a little bit of an Aggie roll down to the 36-yard line. That's a punt of 39 yards without a return. So each team has had the ball once. Each team has picked up 1 first down. Each team has punted 1 time. 10-12 remaining in the first quarter. Scoreless here in Austin, Texas, and Texas A&M in the Cotton Holdings Lone Star Showdown on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
From foster care is a topic not enough people know about, and we're here to change that. I'm April Dinwiddie, host of the new podcast, Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Each episode brings you compelling real-life adoption stories told by the families that live them with commentary from experts. Visit adoptuskids.org/podcast or subscribe to Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Children and Families and the Ad Council.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Man, I love my kids so much. I once sat for 3 hours in the cold rain to watch her soccer team lose by 18 goals.
I love my kids so much, I once used a tube to suck snot out of her stuffed nose at 3 a.m.
You win.
Love your kids? Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat. From toddlers to tweens, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat to find the right seat for their age and size. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Longhorn football is brought to you in part by St. David's Healthcare, an official healthcare provider of Texas Athletics. The best is here. Craig Wayne, Roger Wallace up in the broadcast booth. Will Matthews down on the sidelines. What about your early impressions?
You know, both teams are just kind of feeling each other out on the offensive side, trying to see what works. We talked about that earlier. Get the ball to Wingo and see what happens. I know Sark knew that, and there they tried to throw it. It didn't go anywhere, but you can tell they're trying to feel each other out and to see where they can find a little bit of success. Right now, just a little bit of rain, though, as we can kind of feel just a bit of rain. 12 miles per hour, and 27 gusts. So it's a little windy down here, and it's getting a little rainy. So we'll see how it goes as the game goes along.
Yeah, quickly, Will. That White punt looked like it was knocked down. Looked like the wind certainly affects going from south to north.
So the Longhorns will start from their own 36-yard line. Parker Livingston will shift wide left and a slot left is Ryan Wingo. The tight end Jack Hendries tight to the formation on the short side of the field to the right. The lineup in the pistol with Quintravian Weisner, the running back, directly behind Arch Manning. Again, Longhorns moving left to right, north to south. So what breeze there is at their back here in the opening quarter. Now, Endries and Spencer Shannon, two tight ends, shift over to the open side of the formation to the left. On first down and 10, Manning, play action off the shotgun snap, steps up, fires deep toward Livingston, in and out of his hands. Boy, he was set up, but Des Ricks got there in time to knock the ball away.
That was good recovery by Ricks. You're right, Livingston was there, but ball hung up there just long enough for Ricks to make a play.
Second down and 10, the ball on the right hash at the Texas 36-yard line. And the Longhorns break the huddle with, again, Livingston wide left, Ryan Wingo in a slot left. Again, the tight ends, Endries and Shannon, line up tight to the formation on the short side to the right. On second down, Livingston shifts in motion. It's a handoff. Weisner coming to the right, looking for a hole, turns the corner. That's some tough yardage to try to grind out there with Torian York, wrapping him up along with TJ Searcy, a junior transfer from Thomaston, Georgia. Transferred him from Florida. The gain is 2 yards out to the 38, and it brings up third down and 8 for Texas.
Yeah, third time they've been in a third and long here as Longhorns having trouble on early downs, completing passes, and then getting a solid run game going.
On third down and 8, 3 receivers out wide left, 1 on the short side, split right. Manning from the shotgun. Arch now looks to the sideline for the updated play call. 10 seconds on the play clock. Now Arch back into the gun, ready for the snap. On third down, snap back to Manning, looks, he's going deep down the right sideline looking for Wingo. He's grabbed, hold, clutched, and no flag. My goodness, Will Lee had a hold of the shoulder pad, it looked like, certainly with the shoulder on the jersey. It's incomplete, and it brings up fourth down.
Yeah, it just looked like they were locked up for 10 steps or so there on that play, and one indication to me, Sark's not really made a big deal about it.
Fans certainly make a deal out of it as they watch the replay. All right, Bo Meester, who had a 55-yard punt his first time out, ready to kick it again. Back deep to receive it, KC Concepcion. Here's the punt. Sky high. Concepcion settles under, signals for a fair catch, and makes that fair catch at the 15-yard line. So the punt travels 47 yards without a return. Aggies second possession coming up after the timeout with 9:11 to go here in the first quarter. No score, Texas and Texas A&M. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on fourth down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those? Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong. You are fearless. You are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
As an SEC fan, you know what extra is about. You see it every time your team leaves everything they've got out on the field. That's what a Regions Greenprint planning session with your banker feels like. Extra support, extra belief in you, and strategies that bring you extra financial confidence. We believe extra changes everything. And at Regions, extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
Texas and Texas A&M scoreless. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Live from Austin, Texas, you're listening to Texas Longhorns football from Learfield.
On the go and want to stay connected to live college sports anywhere in the country? Download the free Varsity Network app, available on Apple and Android with new features this season. It's easier than ever to listen live and keep up with your favorite teams. Don't miss a moment. Get the Varsity Network app now. Longhorns 2 possessions, 2 punts, 9:11 to go, and Texas A&M has it. Boy, Texas really wants to take advantage of this wind and the field position. They pinned the Aggies back after their first possession. A&M won first down and punted away. Now you got them inside the 15. I think the reason there was no call on that pass play to Wingo kind of initiated things when he grabbed the jersey of Will Lee, and then Lee had his hand on Wingo's arm, and so I guess they just called it a draw.
Aggies will scrimmage from their own 15-yard line off the left hash, moving right to left, south to north here in quarter number 1. First down and 10 for Texas A&M. Aggies will have Ruben Owens in the backfield. He's offset to the left side of the quarterback, Marcel Reed. Tight formation for the Aggies. They line up multiple tight ends tight to the formation off the left hash. First down and 10 for Texas A&M. With one man, Mario Craver, going in motion from left to right. It's a handoff. Owens sweeping to the right side, and he drives forward and takes it across the 20. Mark him at the 20. So it's call it a 5-yard game. Michael Taff and Ethan Burke on the tackle for Texas.
Looks like they wanted to take advantage at least there. Longhorns, again, a little lighter in the box with the nickel situation in that secondary.
On second down and 5, 2 receivers on the short side of the field, split to the right, 2 more wide left for Texas A&M. Ball is on the right hash of the Aggie 20. From the gun, Reed to take the snap, shifts one tight end to an H-back mode, and now on second down and 5, Reed has the snap, looks to throw with some time, a lot of time, still looking, then dumps it, and it is incomplete, and Ethan Burke was right around that football. It's incomplete, and it brings up third down.
Yeah, I don't know if he bothered it or not, but Longhorns rush 3, they drop 8 into coverage there, so now force Texas A&M into a third down.
Longhorns bring Alex January back onto the field. Bringing Brad Spence, the 241-pound junior transfer from Klein Forest, transferred him from Arkansas in as linebacker. 2 receivers wide left for the Aggies, 2 on the short side of the field, split to the right. Ball is on the right hash mark at the Texas A&M 20-yard line. On third down and 5, Marcel Reed out of the shotgun with Ruben Owens, the running back, offset to his left. Snap back to Reed, looking to throw on third and 5, has a lot of time, sends it over the middle, and incomplete. Trying to come back to the football was Ashton Bethel-Roman, diving for it, but that throw was a little bit short of the mark needed, and it's incomplete. It brings up fourth down.
Lance Jackson got pressure right in the face of Marcel Reed, and that might have forced the throw to be just a little bit off.
The first punt from Tyler White carried 39 yards. Again, this is a guy who averages just under 45 per kick. Ryan Niblett standing back around the Texas 41-yard line, awaiting an opportunity.
Hadn't had many lately.
No. Not since Starkville. Here's the snap. The kick is away, and that's a good kick. And backpedaling. Niblett fields it at his own 31-yard line. Turns outside to the 40. There's immediately a flag down 45, and they may wind up getting, could be Jonah Williams there for a block in the back. We'll see. As Steve Marlowe, our referee, consults with his crew, and now he'll give us the call.
During the return, illegal block in the back, receiving team number 11. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down.
That one's going to be on Cade Phillips. Steve Marlowe, our referee, the umpire, Rodney Lowry. The head line judge is Ralph Green. The line judge, Chris Conway. The field judge, Alan Nicholson. The side judge is Justin LaRue. The center judge, Mark Curlis. The back judge is Wayne Gautney. The replay official is John Allman. First down and 10. Texas, the ball at the Longhorn 27-yard line. The walk-off after a punt translates to 49 yards of field position change, and so now the ball is back at the 27 of Texas. Longhorns will line up 2 receivers in single file formation out to the right. The lineup in the pistol, C.J. Baxter out there for the first time. A fake to Baxter. Manning over the middle, ball caught by injuries, and that's it's just shy of the first down. Well, it depends on the spot. It might indeed be enough. Cassius Howe wrapped him up. It is. It's 10 yards. It's enough to move the chains. First down, Texas. Call an 11-yard gain. It's out to the 38. First down and 10 for the Longhorns. Goes for 11 yards on the pass. On first and 10 for the Longhorn 38-yard line. Again, lining up in the pistol. Manning has it, turns, and hands it to Baxter. In some trouble immediately. Grabbed from behind and dropped for a loss of a couple Damian Sanford, a junior from Katy Pato, on the tackle for Texas A&M.
Well, that's 3 rushes, and it's been a struggle, and Sark will stick with it for a while, but he's told us he's going to do what he needs to do, and if it means Arch has to throw it 40 times, that's what they're going to do tonight, but so far, not much in that run game. Back
at the Longhorn 36, 3 receivers and an arrowhead out to the triangle on the left side. Now breaking out of that is the tight end Andrews on second down. They hand it to Baxter again. He has a little more success this time, pushes forward upfield to the 39-yard line, so that'll be a gain of 3. But it's still going to bring up 3rd down and 9. Albert Regis, grad student out of LaPorte in the Houston area on the tackle. So 3rd down and 9 from the Texas 39-yard line. Clock moving, 6:45 and counting in a scoreless 3rd quarter. So on 3rd and 9 from the Texas 39. Shotgun snap, back to Manning. Looks to throw with some time. He's going deep. Downfield, looking for Wingo down there. He's in a battle, and that one's broken up. And again, no flag. Des Ricks on the coverage. Dalton Brooks back there as well. It brings up 4th down.
Yeah, Wingo had his step, but they did have the safety over the top. That time, though, there was enough contact where I think Texas has a reason to be upset. You can certainly hear the crowd.
Yeah, and this time Sark is pretty upset about it. Didn't say anything the first time. He did that time. But the Longhorns will have to punt it away. So they'll bring up 4th down. So Bo Meester to punt. Has the snap. Here's Jack's kick. It's more of a line drive kick. Kicks away from Concepcion. Bounces inside the 10, and he fields it on the 4-yard line to the 10, and he's wrapped up and dropped right around the 12 or 13-yard line. They'll mark him down at the 13. He fielded it on the 4, a 57-yard punt with a 9-yard return. 6:21 remaining in the first quarter. No score here in Austin on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Longhorn Network is the exclusive outlet for Texas Athletics original content. Produced by Learfield and Texas Studios, LHN features highlights, exclusive access and interviews, a 24/7 channel, and replays of the greatest games at ESPN's Longhorn Network archive. Watch press conferences and coaches shows with new original content dropping each week. Download the LHN app today or watch on longhornnetwork.com.
Nobody supports their team like a Texan. Learn how Texas Mutual Insurance Company is helping to build a stronger, safer Texas at texasmutual.com/Texans Get It. Very festive atmosphere here on this holiday weekend. Lights are off at the stadium now with the fans holding up their own, I guess you might say, telephonic torches there.
Synchronized with each half of the stadium.
Absolutely. Hey, Will Matthews, I want to get your thoughts on this as an offensive player. Let me get your thoughts on, we've seen those 2 deep balls. One might have been called pass interference. The second one I thought really should have been called. What's your take on the arm fighting and the way the contact works with that kind of stuff?
Well, it's this kind of thing is what the offense sees is they're not going to call it. And therefore, you've got to kind of change your approach. You can't wait for the ball to come down. You've got to go up and get the ball, and you've got to take the fight. to the defender, especially if they're not going to call it. You've got to use what you have to your advantage. And what you have to your advantage, especially with a guy like Wingo, is size and speed. He's going to have to go up and get it, especially if they're not going to call it. That can be deflating for an offense, but definitely like this, the guys have the opportunity to use that to their advantage when the opportunity arises.
This drive begins from the Aggie 13-yard line. First down and 10 for Texas A&M. They'll send Mario Craver as the receiver out wide left. And one on the short side, Concepcion to the right. And first down and 10 for the Aggies. With Ruben Owens back in the backfield at running back, it is a handoff. Owens breaks through first contact and a nice first down run, but brought down at the 17-yard line. It's a 4-yard gain. And it brings up second down and 6. Hero Canoe and Michael Taff on the tackle for Texas.
Yeah, Aggies rush at about 200 yards per game.
Second down and 6. And a slot on the short side, Terry Bussey. Also on that short side to the left is Mario Craver. Now Craver shifts back in motion to the right to join KC Concepcion. Second down and 6 from the A&M 17-yard line. Out of the shotgun, Reed has the snap, back to throw, sends it over the middle, it is caught, and then going for a first down around the corner, still on his feet is Concepcion. Well, he made a nice catch, and then two Longhorns missed an opportunity to bring him down short. After a short gain, instead he turns it into a 23-yard catch and run and a first down out to the 34.
Yeah, Grayson Littleton thought he was going to get in there and break it up, but it's just a nice job of concentrating there on the ball.
First down and 10, Texas A&M. The ball at the Aggie 34, 5:13 and counting. A rolling clock here in the first quarter. No score. Two receivers on the short side of the field, split to the right. One more wide left. On first down and 10, Reed with the snap, turns, play action, looking to throw, sends it over the middle, too much on it, incomplete. He was looking for Terry Bussey and had too much zip on that. It brings up second down and 10. Longhorns bring Lance Jackson back in along the defensive front. Ethan Burke checks out. So Jackson on one edge, Colin Simmons on the other. Alex January, Hero Canoe in the middle of the defensive front. Leonga Lafau, Trey Moore the linebackers. Jalen Yobo, Malik Muhammad on the corners. Michael Taff at safety, along with Jelani McDonald. And Grayson Littleton at the star. Ball is on the 34-yard line. Second down and 10 for the Aggies. Shotgun snap and taking off. Design run and Reed breaks free. Look out, 45 midfield. Finally forced out of bounds by Malik Muhammad at the Texas 46-yard line. That's what he can do so quickly. When it looks like you have him bottled up, he turns it into a 20-yard gain.
Yeah, they call the blitz with Trey Moore, and it looked like he was going to blitz right into Reed, but he just kind of sidestepped him and picked up a big gain.
So it's first down and 10 for Texas A&M at the Texas 46-yard line. First time for either side to be on the opponent's side of midfield. From the right hash at the Longhorn 46. Wide left, KC Concepcion, and a slot left, Mario Craver. Terry Bussey on the short side of the field, split right. Shotgun snap, deep retreat, Reed looking, now he's going to take off again. Here he goes to the 40, and then he's wrapped up by Michael Tapp, but he's going to be brought down to the Texas 40-yard line. Well, that was not run by design. That was by necessity, and he turned it into a 6-yard carry.
Yeah, and one of the Longhorn defensive linemen slipped there and opened up that gap, and I think it might have been Cole Brevard.
Yep, that's exactly what happened, and we've had timeout because Malik Muhammad's down on the field. He's sitting upright, and usually when a player's sitting upright, you're hoping that it's a cramp and nothing more serious than that, but right now, Malik is down, and certainly this defense cannot afford to sustain any more serious injuries. So medical and training staff visiting with Malik Muhammad right now. And let's see if he's going to try to get up. They're still attending to him right now. Malik is sitting up. Sark is out there as well. Taking a close look at him. And again, sitting upright, but now they're going to try to help him to his feet. And he is up. Let's see. And walking under his own power. Good sign. We'll see if he heads for the medical tent or if something that they can attend to on the bench. But Muhammad has to check out now. And so Cade Phillips checks in at corner. He's the freshman from Fort Bend Hightower. So Phillips on one corner, Warren Roberson in at the other corner. He's the sophomore from Red Oak. So both of those guys were at the corner spot. Jelani McDonald, Michael Taff, the safeties. Grayson Littleton, the star back. The ball is at the 40-yard line of Texas, and it's 2nd down and 4 for Texas A&M. Back in the shotgun, Marcel Reed to take the snap. Has the snap, turns, and pulls it back in, down the right sideline, caught inside the 25. McDonald finally with the tackle on Mario Craver. And did they throw a flag?
Yeah, they did.
Well, he threw him down to the turf on the tackle. I didn't know if there was anything beyond that. The officials are discussing it.
He lifted him up.
Well, that's not a rule in college football, the lift up like it is in the
After
NFL.
the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 4 defense.
But
half the distance to the goal.
They can rule unnecessary roughness.
Well, we were watching Georgia Tech, Georgia, and we saw that to Gunnar Stockton, and there was no flag on Georgia Tech.
That's in the officials' judgment whether it's unnecessary, and they deemed it unnecessary. So they can move it down to the 13-yard line now. And A&M threatening here late in the first quarter. 3:36 remaining in the quarter. No score, and Texas A&M on the move. They've hit 2 big passes, and now a penalty adds to it. Reuben Owens is the running back for Texas A&M. Reed right around his offensive lineman, giving them the instruction. Now retreats into the pistol with Owens right behind him. The ball is on the right hash mark at the Longhorns' 13-yard line. 1st down and 10 for Texas A&M. Marcel Reed ready to take the snap. On 1st down, there's movement in the Aggie line. That's going to cost Texas A&M 5 yards.
Ball start. Offense number 78. 5-yard penalty. 1st down.
That's on Demetrius Crownover, the former Grandview Zebra, whose false start will cost the Aggies 5. It'll go back to the 18-yard line where it's 1st down and 15. 3 receivers out wide left for the Aggies. 1 on the short side of the field, split to the right. Running back Reuben Owens is offset to the right side of the quarterback, Marcel Reed. From the right hash mark to the Texas 18 on 1st down. Reed back to throw. Blitz coming. Threw an incomplete. And coming off the edge, Colin Simmons got in the face of Reed. He threw it for Craver, but it's incomplete.
What a get off Colin Simmons had, man. He timed that to the 10th of a second not to get an offside penalty.
So it is 2nd down and 15. The ball at the Texas 18-yard line. And the Aggies will send Terry Bussey out wide left. And a slot left is the tight end Theo Malin Orstrom. And on the short side of the field, split right, is Casey Concepcion. On the right hash of the Texas A&M 18-yard line. 2nd down and 15. Shotgun snap, back to throw. Reed steps up. Under some pressure, he's got running room, but he stumbles and falls. He had some room, stepped up. The turf monster might have got him. It's only a 1-yard gain to the 17. And he's still down. Marcel Reed is down on the field.
He may have landed on the football. He just got up and rolled over.
And looking at a replay, he's just flat out stumbled and fell. We hope that's not something serious like with a knee or something. He seemed to fall that way at first, but
yeah, it looked like his cleat got caught in the turf a little bit.
Well, he's sitting up right now, is Reed.
I think they're looking at the ankle.
Now he's going to lay back down again, and he appears to be in discomfort.
Yeah.
The quarterback, the backup is Miles O'Neill. He's a redshirt freshman from Marblehead, Mass. And
he'll have to come in for this 3rd down regardless.
At least one play. He's completed 7 of 14 passes for 120 yards with a touchdown and 2 interceptions. So O'Neill will come in.
Yeah, he cut, and with that left foot.
Yep, and you saw him grimace as he turned back inside. Yeah, is that
Now they're working on the knee, too.
Yeah. So that is unfortunate there to see, because rivalry notwithstanding, you don't want to see guys get hurt. He's rolling over, and you hope he's okay. It looks like they're going to help him to his feet. But for the moment, the quarterback is going to be Miles O'Neill. Reed is up, and he is kind of walking, almost trying to jog it. Yep, in fact, he's going to jog off the field all the way. Will Matthews, he does look to be a little bit hobbled.
He does look to be a little hobbled. He was on the ground there. He did go up and back a couple of times, but the training staff was working on that left lower leg. I don't know if it's a knee or an ankle. It may have been both. Quick update, Malik Muhammad was on the sideline. Both of his lower legs, both ankles were retaped. He's over with the trainers. He's back on the field right now, but he was over with the trainers, getting back, staying warm. Looks like he might be ready to play.
Yep, he's back out there on one side, Jalen Gilbo on the other. So now it's 3rd down and 15 for Texas A&M. Or 3rd and 14, I guess I should say. The ball is at the Texas 17-yard line. So here is Miles O'Neill in at quarterback for the Aggies. On 3rd down and 14, he'll hand it off to Reuben Owens. Sweep it outside. The Longhorns bring him down right at the line of scrimmage. Grayson Littleton and Ethan Burke, outstanding lateral pursuit. And they drop him for no gain. It brings up 4th down.
Yeah, they've had some kicking issues, and they're going to go with Zirkle, Jared Zirkle.
This is the kick. Yeah, Zirkle is the kickoff man. As I mentioned, he's a grad student from Kernville-Tivy, transferred in from Georgia, and he has hit 3 of 4 field goals this year. This is going to be a 36, call it a 35-yarder, off the right hash, out of the hold of the punter, Tyler White. So Jared Zirkle to try to get the Aggies on the board here. Good snap and hold. The kick all the way. It's blocked. Longhorns block it. And Michael Taff alertly tells his teammates, nobody touch it. And it'll roll out of the back of the end zone. Longhorns come up with a blocked field goal. Aggies come away with nothing. Texas will take over on its own 20-yard line.
We've seen that before. Longhorns got right in the middle.
There's also a Longhorn hurt down on the field. It might be Ethan Burke. I'm going to guess.
No, Burke was up celebrating.
Yeah. Well, they're attending to him with 1:46 left in the first quarter. It's Trey Moore who is down on the field. Ethan Burke, I think, got a hand on that football to block it. It'd be his second block. Remember, he had one in Starkville. Yep, sure enough, Burke got it. And that blocked the field goal try, and so the Aggies come away with nothing, and Texas will have the football on its own 20-yard line with 1:46 remaining in a scoreless first quarter. Right now, the attention's on Trey Moore, and the Longhorns already really thin at the linebacking core. Anthony Hill out for this game. Ty Anthony Smith has to sit out the first half because of the targeting call a week ago against Arkansas. He'll be back for the second half. Brad Spence is rotated in there at linebacker. So Trey Moore helped to his feet. He's up, and he's going to jog off the field. That's good. So Texas will start from its own 20. Still scoreless here. 1:46 remaining in this first quarter. Ball on the left hash, mark at the Longhorn 20. Out wide right are both Emmett Mosley and Parker Livingston. Quintravian Weisner's the running back. He's offset to the right side of Arch Manning. 2 tight ends line up on the short side to the left. Manning from the shotgun rolls out to his right, throws on the run, incomplete. He was under pressure and could not get the ball to Mosley. Second down and 10 coming up for Texas.
Yeah, they moved the pocket that time. Aggies have been getting some pressure on Manning, but couldn't hook up with Emmett Mosley over on the sideline.
Spencer Shannon checks out at tight end. Jack Endry's back on the field for Texas. DeAndre Moore is out to the right along with Emmett Mosley. Parker Livingston on the short side is split left. The tight end Endries lines up off of the formation in an H-back set from the left hash of the Texas 20-yard line. Now Endries, the tight end, shifts in motion from right to left. Second down. Play fake. Manning steps up under pressure. Arch has to scramble. Throws! And was it caught? No, they say incomplete. And to get rid of it on the run for Livingston. Incomplete. And it brings up third down.
Yeah, that ball's about 3 inches higher. Livingston makes the catch, but when he grabbed it, the ball grazed the turf.
So it brings up third down and 10 from the 20-yard line. Arch was under pressure, stepped up in the pocket, stepped away from the rush, got rid of it. That was close. It brings up third down. 3rd and 10 from the Texas 20. Off the left hash. Manning to take the snap. Weisner offset to his right. DeAndre Moore shifts in motion from right to left. Shotgun snap back to Manning. Steps up in the pocket. Takes off and runs. Arch to the 30 and slides down with a first down. Manning will mark it from the start of the slide at the 32. It's a 12-yard gain and a first down for Texas.
Well, 3rd and long, so you got to run deep routes, man coverage. Everybody turns their head, and if he can get through that initial surge, he can do what he just did and get big yardage.
A minute 10 and counting with a rolling clock here in a scoreless first quarter. First down and 10 Texas from the Longhorn 32-yard line. Parker Livingston shifts wide right on the short side of the field, split left. Ryan Wingo, DeAndre Moore, and the tight end, Jack Endries. They're all lined up on that short side to the left. Now, Moore shifts in motion, but the pass goes out to the left side to Wingo, trying to turn it upfield. In some trouble. He's able to pick up 3 yards out of it, out to the 35-yard line. It looked like it's going to be less than that. Tyreek Chappell on the tackle. Well, they're going to mark him at the 34, so it's 2 yards, and it's 2nd down and 8.
Yeah, so far just really nothing clean on offense. Everything's kind of a grind.
Longhorns go quickly now on 2nd down. Handoff, pulling it back in. Manning turns up field, and he's out to the 37-yard line. Dalton Brooks makes the tackle. It's a 3-yard carry, but here it is 3rd down again for the Longhorns, and that may be the final play of the first quarter. Looks like the Longhorns will let the time expire. A lot of action, no points here. Let's see now. The Longhorns do come out. Let's see if they do snap it. It's down to 7 seconds. Manning looks, and that's going to do it for quarter number 1. Into the first quarter in Austin, it's Texas nothing, Texas A&M nothing. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
This week on Sports News, football's newest star ain't no rookie, it's DirecTV. They make it easy to find your pro and college teams across live TV and streaming apps so you never miss a moment. And with access to your game stats and scores in one place, it's good. DirecTV now includes ESPN Unlimited. Visit DirecTV.com today. DirecTV is a proud sponsor of Texas Athletics. Included premium apps may vary. Internet-connected Gemini device and separate subscriptions required. New residential customers auto-renews monthly. Cancel anytime. Equipment lease required. Unreturned device fees apply. Credit card and restrictions apply.
Time for a refill. Get your watch party restocked at Twin Liquors. Bourbon, tequila, Tito's. We have it all. Pick up a twin deal and save 10% on identical bottles. Or find a new favorite with our deals of the week. Order online for curbside or delivery. TwinLiquors.com. Please drink responsibly.
When faced with a disaster, the Cotton companies never drop the ball. As the trusted recovery partner of global businesses, Cotton is proud to provide property restoration, construction, roofing, temporary housing, culinary, and environmental support services. We're also back to battle for the long-standing Texas Rivalry as official sponsor of Texas Athletics and the official sponsor of the Lone Star Showdown. One call, one team. Total recovery. Learn more at cottoncompanies.com.
Mike Coulter back in studio. Before we take a look back at that first quarter, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification as you're listening to Texas Longhorns football from Learfield. Texas A&M won the coin toss, deferred their option to the second half, so the Longhorns got the football to start the game. They faced a 3rd down and 9, and Arch Manning connected with Emmett Mosley for 9 and a first down, but the Longhorns would go no further and would punt it away. A&M did the same thing, got 1 first down on their opening drive before punting it back to Texas. Texas and then A&M would trade 3 and outs, and Texas's next possession had a nice punt return from Ryan Niblett, negated by a block in the back. Manning hooked up with tight end Jack Endries for 10 yards and a first down, but nothing more for Texas, and they would punt it back to A&M. Then we had our only drive of the first quarter. Marcel Reed finding KC Conception, the NC State transfer for 23 yards. Reed scrambles for 20 more before finding Mario Craver for 14 more on a wheel route down to the Longhorn 26-yard line. A personal foul on the tackle was called on Texas, moved it down to the 13. A false start moved it back to the 18. Reed would then roll his left ankle, scrambling on second down. They were conservative on third down, and Jared Zirkle's field goal was blocked as Texas special teams came up big. The Longhorns, after 2 incompletions, Arch Manning scrambles for 12 on third down and 10, and right now face another third down as we start the second quarter. Let's send it back to Austin with Craig, Roger, and Will. Guys?
Mike, thanks very much. Longhorns will face a third down and 5 from their own 37 to open the second quarter, moving from right to left, from south to north. In the first quarter, the Longhorns had a total of 41 yards, the Aggies 84 yards. Texas was 2 out of 5 on third downs, the Aggies 0 for 3. So here it is on third down now for Texas. The Longhorns need 5. Manning out of the shotgun, shifting Emmett Mosley in motion, has the snap. Arch looking left, pressure coming, scrambles, takes off again. 40, dives forward, and has the first down at the 45-yard line. That's a gain of 8. First down, Texas.
And once again, Aggies show blitz. That time they back off, but they left the middle of the field open.
First and 10 at the Texas 45. Livingston is wide left along with Emmett Mosley and the tight end Jack Henrys. On first down, play action. Manning quickly across the middle to the tight end Henrys. A nice first down strike into Aggie territory. A gain of 7 yards before he's brought down by Dalton Brooks.
Well, that makes Sark's job a little bit more wide open here with a second and a long 2, and they call it 3.
Ball was at the 48. So second down and 3 needed for the first. Out of the pistol, Manning with the snap, turns and hands it to Weisner in some trouble. Danced away from a tackler, has the first down and more, lowers the shoulder, and he'll drive it down to the Aggie 40-yard line. A gain of 8. Marcus Ratcliffe, a junior from Chula Vista, California, who transferred in from San Diego State, makes the tackle for Texas A&M.
They made a move to avoid a loss and turned that into the best run of the night from a running back.
First down and 10, Texas, from the Texas A&M 40-yard line. We played just over a minute here in quarter number 2, no score. Wide left, Parker Livingston. On the short side of the field, split to the right, Ryan Wingo. Manning from the shotgun on first down, turns, play action, going deep down the sideline, looking down there for Wingo. He can't come down with it. Was in a battle, Mosley down there and was knocked away, incomplete. He was really in a battle, Emmett was, with Will Lee.
Yeah, a little bit underthrown right there as Mosley had a step, but it hung up and Lee was able to make a deflection. Boy, these Aggie corners and safeties have had a bunch of deflections already.
On second down and 10 from the Texas A&M 40-yard line, it's a handoff. Weisner sweeping to the right, turns the corner, and down the 35-30, lowers the shoulder and another first down. Longhorns starting to have some success now with the run. Trey Weisner takes this one down inside the Texas A&M 30-yard line before Torian York can wrap him up. They'll mark it, let's see, at the Aggie 27-yard line for a gain of 13. First down and 10. Longhorns quickly to the line of scrimmage. Manning shifting the tight end Spencer Shannon in motion from left to right. Now back to the left. Arch with the snap. Swings that left, incomplete. He's trying to get it to Endries and threw it too low. Incomplete, and it brings up second down and 10.
A couple of those tonight. Manning had that one to the sideline to Mosley, a little bit off. That one looked like maybe he just rushed it a little bit, and Endries really had no chance to make a play.
Nick Townsend checks in at tight end for Texas now. Parker Livingston is wide left. On the short side of the field, split right, is Emmett Mosley. And the Longhorns will have tight ends lined up on either side of the formation. In the pistol with Weisner directly behind Arch Manning on second down. Handoff. And once more Weisner with a good burst of speed down to the 23-yard line. DJ Hicks the tackle, a gain of 4. Now it brings up third down and 6.
Yeah, they've been living in third and long. The last two have been much more manageable.
Now, they'll bring up third down and 6 for Texas at the Texas A&M 23-yard line. They'll line up 3 receivers, Emmett Mosley, DeAndre Moore, and the tight end, Jack Endries, in a triangle out to the right side. Now Endries shifts in motion on third down. Manning with the snap, looking left, looks to throw, pressure coming, and has his pass batted down at the line of scrimmage, incomplete. Trying to go across the middle But it was knocked down, and it brings up 4th down. Longhorns will try to get on the scoreboard with a field goal.
Yeah, he had Wingo, but again, they just brought all that pressure and arms up in the air, and that thing was batted down just a couple of yards off of the hands of Arch Manning.
So it brings up 4th down for Texas, and out to try the field goal is Mason Shipley, the 6', 187-pound senior transfer from Liberty Hill, transferred in from Texas State. Shipley this season, 16 out of 20 on field goals. This will be a 41-yard try from the right hash. Out of the hold of the punter, Jack Bomeister, the snap from Lance St. Louis, the kick on the way, and the kick is good. 41-yarder for Mason Shipley, and the Longhorns strike first. For 20 years, Allstate has featured its good hands net behind the goalpost at all Texas home games. Allstate contributes to the university's athletic scholarship funds for every field goal and extra point made by Texas. Thank you, Allstate. Longhorns with a field goal drive of a total of 57 yards in 14 plays. It takes 4:42 off the clock. Mason Shipley, a 41-yard field goal. And with 12:04 remaining in the first half, the score, Texas 3, Texas A&M nothing on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force, and I deployed 3 times. Being a veteran, it's interwoven into your DNA. Is really the absence of the connection and the purpose that can really drive a lot of veterans to some negative thoughts. For those who are in a suicidal crisis, the window of time to save somebody's life is very short. Our duty is to protect ourselves and protect our families. And one way you can do that is store your weapons safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
This message is for Karina, our mom who finished her high school diploma at age 28. Hi, Mom. It's Emmettith and Nicholas.
Congratulations on getting your diploma.
You worked so hard and have taught us so much. We love you.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never, ever become a minivan mom. So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, know it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Longhorns, score a taste touchdown at your next tailgate with Hellman's, the official mayonnaise of Texas Athletics. Longhorns on the board first. Mason Shipley caps off the 57-yard drive with a 41-yard field goal into that stiff breeze, and with 12:04 to go in the second, Texas leads 3-0. Couple of third down conversions. Arch Manning with his legs couldn't get a third, and looks like Marcel Reed is good to go. He was warming up and moving around pretty confidently there in that break before this kickoff.
So the kickoff to come from Shipley, and back deep to receive it is Casey Concepcion. Again, the Longhorns defending the end zone to our right, the south end zone. And actually, kicking off for Texas is going to be Spencer Barnett, who will kick it off. Redshirt freshman walk-on out of Westlake High. Barnett kicked off a couple of times last week. Barnett will kick it off again into the breeze, and this one we fielded at the 4-yard line by Terry Bussey. Out to the 20, 25, and goes down right at the 25-yard line. Terry Bussey, Mr. Texas football, playing at Class 2A level. Timpson won a state championship there as a do-it-all everything guy. Quarterback, running back, receiver, DB, and brings it out to the 25-yard line.
Barnett did a nice job of getting some hang time because just not going to get it through the end zone with this wind, and it turns out to be just like a fair catch.
First down and 10 for the Aggies. Ball on the right hash, and yes, Marcel Reed is back at quarterback for A&M. Reuben Owens, running back, offset to his left side. 3 receivers, including the tight end, Orstrom, out wide left, one on the short side, split right. Off the right hash of the A&M 25-yard line. On first down and 10, shotgun snap to Reed. Steps up in the pocket, sends it out right. Ball caught by the tight end Orstrom, and he's got a first down. Wrapped up out over the 35 near the 37-yard line by Leonga LaFowl. But the tight end, Theo Mellon Orstrom, junior from Stockholm, Sweden, with a catch and a 12-yard gain.
Trey Moore also out there for the Longhorns.
First down and 10. Good to see Trey back on the field as well. First and 10. Off the right hash of the Aggie 37-yard line. Reed out of the gun. Reuben Owens offset to his right. Three receivers out wide left. On first down, it's a handoff. Owens sweeps the left side, cuts it back into the middle. Boy, he has a quick burst. And Leonga LaFowl tackled him, but it's still a gain of 5 yards out to the 42. Second down and 5 for Texas A&M. Down to 11 minutes and counting with a rolling clock here in the first half. Texas with a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, I think that Colin Klein, the offensive coordinator, saw those two high safeties and wanted to run the ball with Owens. Nice job of closing the gap by LaFowl.
Rod Watson, Hero Canoe, check back in along the defensive front. It is second down and 5 from the Aggie 42-yard line. Reed from the shotgun. Again, Reuben Owens offset to his right. Sends a receiver in motion. There are two on the right, one on the left. Handoff again to Owens. Breaks through, and then the Longhorns able to bring him down at the 45. Couple yards shy of the first down. Cole Brevard, the tackle. Gain of 3, and now it's third down and 2.
Yeah, it looked like they had him bottled up. He slipped through, and now you got obviously a big third down here near midfield.
Aggies 0 for 3 on third down so far. Longhorns 3 out of 7. So third down and 2 for Texas A&M. The ball is at the Aggie 45-yard line. They'll bunch 3 receivers on the short side to the left. One more is out wide right. Off the left hash of the Aggie 45. On third down and 2. Reed has the snap, turns, hands it to Owens, sweeps outside, broke a tackle, look out. He's got a first down. He stumbled forward down to the Texas 45-yard line. That's a gain of 10.
Well, it looked like Jalen Gilbo was in position to make the play, and he just juked him to the inside.
So it's first down and 10 for Texas A&M. The ball at the Longhorn 45. Shotgun snap to Reed. Pumps, looks, goes deep downfield, and receivers tangle up. A late flag thrown way from across the field. Casey Concepcion and Malik Muhammad tangled up. They're going to call pass interference against Texas. Steve Marlowe, the referee.
Pass interference. Defense number 5.
So, 15-yard penalty. First down for Texas A&M. The ball now at the Texas 30-yard line.
Well, Muhammad stumbled, and when he was trying to kind of recover his balance, he stumbled into Concepcion and brought the flag.
So it's first down and 10. Texas A&M at the Texas 30-yard line. 9.5 minutes remaining in the first half. Jamarian Morrow is the running back right now. He's offset to the left side of the quarterback, Marcel Reed. Reed running on an option, looking for a block, turns the corner down to the 20 and out of bounds. Boy, did he pick up some good blocks on the edge. Longhorns just couldn't penetrate to get to him, and he takes it all the way down to the Texas 18-yard line, a pickup of 12.
Yeah, just trailed Morrow as running back, and he kind of paved the way.
And Morrow was out front, out wide left, so the Longhorns knew they had to get to him, but they just had too much congestion in the middle and couldn't get outside. First down. They're going to mark this at the 17. So it's a 13-yard gain. First down, Texas A&M at the Texas 17-yard line. Under 9 minutes to go here in the first half. Reed from the shotgun. Turns, hands it to Morrow. Tries to cut inside. The Longhorns are there to greet him. The gain is of no yardage. Right to the line of scrimmage. Ethan Burke on the tackle. Second down and 8.
Travis Shaw also in there kind of slowing Owens down a bit.
So second down. It's at the 17-yard line of Texas. Reed from the shotgun. Jamarian Morrow offset to his left. 2 receivers in slots out wide right. One on the short side, split left. Shotgun snap to Reed, turns, hands it to Morrow again. Tries to cut inside. Does, but he's wrapped up. I think Trey Moore got to him first. He did. Limits the gain to 3 yards down to the Texas 14-yard line. So here you go again with third down. It's going to be 3rd down and 7 for the Aggies. So 3rd and 7. Ball is at the Longhorn 14-yard line. Texas leading 3-0, 7:45 here remaining in the first half. Marcel Reed, the Aggie quarterback, in the shotgun. He'll line up 3 receivers out wide right, 1 on the short side of the field, split left on 3rd down and 7 for the Aggies. Reed from the gun. Movement in the line. It's on the right side of the line, I think. And that would cost Texas A&M 5, just as they had on that prior series.
False start. Offense number 55. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Armaj Reed Adams, the right guard. Now Lance Jackson and Brad Spence check in. Jackson on the defensive run. Spence coming off the edge at linebacker. On 3rd down now. So it's going to be 3rd down and 12 now. The ball back at the Texas 19. Out of the shotgun. Reed to take the snap on 3rd down and 12. Long count. Reed has the snap. Back to throw. Looks, retreats, sends it out to right. Ball is caught. It's going to be short of the first down. Ashton Bethel-Roman caught it. Warren Roberson wrapped him up. It's a gain of 6, and it brings up 4th down. And again, the Aggies will try to get on the board with a field goal. Ashton Bethel-Roman still down on the field right now for Texas A&M. It's been a hard-hitting first half.
Yeah, he's holding that right foot, right leg.
He's down around the 15-yard line.
Lance Jackson was mixing it up a little bit. Referee had to step in there on the other side.
We've got a timeout with 6:55 remaining in the half. Texas 3, Texas A&M nothing. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
At St. David's Healthcare, we talk a lot about being the best. It's not just talk. We show it through innovation, hard work, heart, and of course, victories. St. David's Healthcare is proud to be an official healthcare provider of Texas Athletics. And as UT Athletic Director Chris Del Conte would say,
the best is here, and together we are changing the world. Hook 'em.
In Austin, Saturdays are for barbecue and football. Deep in the heart of Longhorn Nation, connection is everything. T-Mobile delivers the best network. Whether you're tailgating at DKR or streaming from across the country, we've got more towers, a signal that goes farther, and the most advanced 5G. That's how we hook 'em on the best network. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Best mobile network in the U.S. according to Ookla Speed Test 1H 2025.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation.
Groundworks, official foundation repair company of Texas Athletics.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Mike Coulter back in studio with this WinStar Studio report. Number 2, Indiana also in action tonight, taking on Purdue, and under 8 minutes to go in the second quarter in West Lafayette. The Hoosiers in front 14-3. Other college football action today saw North Texas dominate Temple 52-25. North Texas wraps up their regular season at 11-1. Caleb Hawkins for 186 yards rushing and 4 touchdowns. SEC basketball action tonight on the men's side. Mississippi State hosting an undefeated SMU. Right now the Bulldogs lead the Mustangs 68-63 with under 4 minutes left in the second half. And an NFL score from today, the Chicago Bears knock off the Philadelphia Eagles 24-15 as the Bears rush for 281 yards on the ground. Let's send it back now inside DKR Texas Memorial Stadium with Craig, Roger, and Will. Guys?
Thank you, Mike. Your South Texas Ford dealers are the proud truck provider for Vivo. Ford is the best in Texas. We're talking about North Texas, and big win for them. Of course, they're going to lose their head coach, Eric Morris, to Oklahoma State, but not until after the Mean Green season ends. And it's an all-time record for them, 11 wins in one season. They'll play in the American Conference Championship game. They'll have to go to New Orleans to play Tulane if the Green Wave beat Charlotte tomorrow night. In all probability, they will. If they should lose, North Texas would host Navy for a second time this season. This time it'd be in the American Conference Championship.
Lane Kiffin going to have a commitment special tomorrow with hats and
where he's going to take his talent somewhere. All right, Aggies to try a field goal again. This time it's going to be a 30-yarder, and it's Jared Zirkle again to try it out of the hold of the punter Tyler White. Jacob Graham, a grad student from Houston Memorial, handles the snap duties. It's near the right hash mark, and they call it a 31-yarder. And snap and hold, the kick on the way, and the kick is good, and this is a tie game. With 6:41 remaining here in the first half, Jared Zirkle puts the field goal home. 62 yards in 9 plays. It is officially a 31-yard field goal for Jared Zirkle, and the game is tied 3-3.
Both defenses on third down. The Aggies got hurt by that penalty. It made it much different from 3rd and 4 to 3rd and 9, and Longhorns able to keep them from converting. So now we start over here, but both offenses have been struggling a bit. Of course, the big penalty there, the pass interference, and the biggest play of the drive for A&M.
So the Aggies will kick off with the wind at the back here from north to south. And Zirkle, the man who just kicked the field goal. Actually, let's see. That may be Randy Bond who's kicking it. It is going to be Bond. So Bond will kick it off. Ryan Niblett stands at the goal line. Randy Bond, the grad student out of Plano West, been the field goal kicker most of the year. Some inconsistencies have put Zirkle into that spot now, but Bond's still handling the kickoffs, and he'll send a line drive kick coming up the field, fumbling it, and then gathering it back in. It's at the 30, 35, and that's Marshall Landwehr. And Landwehr, the senior from Highland Park, fields that line drive kick. It kind of popped off his chest. He pulled it back in and took it upfield, and the Longhorns will have good starting field position as the Aggies are trying to keep it away from Ryan Niblett, but Texas will start on its own 35.
Not sure Jeff Banks and the special teams works on that very much. Hey, Marshall, again, a line drive to you. Let's work on making sure you can catch it off the pop-up there. That was kind of scary looking. Surprised they didn't kick away with that big breeze.
C.J. Baxter, the running back, offset to the right side of Arch Manning on 1st down and 10 for Texas. Play action, Manning, quick receiver screen, look out, almost picked off. It went off of Ryan Wingo's hands. That's just a case of Ryan trying to turn it into that narrow slot. He did have a lane had he been able to catch it and move, and he just turned before he had the ball secured, and it went off his hands incomplete.
Yeah, and then Des Rich was behind and got a hand on the deflected ball.
2nd down and 10 from the Longhorn 35, 6:32 remaining in the half. On 2nd down, it's a handoff. Baxter to the right side and turns upfield out to the 39-yard line for a pickup of 4. It'll bring up 3rd down and 6 at the Texas 39-yard line. Tyler Onyedem on the tackle for Texas A&M. So 3rd and 6 from the Longhorn 39. Texas right now 3 out of 7 on 3rd downs.
Yeah, their best play on 3rd has been Arch Manning's scramble.
2 receivers split to either side. Baxter the running back. Now he shifts out in motion. Manning out of the gun, out of an empty set with a snap, looks to throw, pressure coming, scrambles right, throws on the run, caught across the middle and a 1st down. Big catch made by Jack Hendries, leaping in Aggie territory, and they have it at the A&M 49, but hold on. Well, I didn't see a flag thrown, but here it comes.
Number 62, 10-yard penalty.
Well, it's called on Connor Robertson, but it negates a 12-yard gain. I did not, the center judge came up to explain it, but I never saw him throw the flag.
Yeah, it was laying there. It was laying on the turf, but man, that's big. I mean, Arch made a nice throw on the move. You're going to move the chains, get into A&M territory, and now you really got a tall task here to keep this drive going.
Yeah, ball back at the 29-yard line, and they're going to need 16 yards now on 3rd and 16 from the Texas 29. 2 receivers, make it 3 out wide right now. 1 shifting in motion, DeAndre Moore. Shotgun snap back to Manning. Deep box, scrambles to the right, throws on the run, incomplete. His arm might have been hit as he throws. It's incomplete. The Longhorns will have to punt.
Yeah, Arch has been either down like that after a throw or on the move, throwing off balance several times here tonight. That pass rush there, and they stayed home. He could not get free to try to run for it as well.
So Bomeister will come back out to punt it again for Texas. He has punted 3 times, averaging 54 yards per punt, including a 58-yarder. So Jack to punt it again. Casey Concepcion back deep to receive it. And Longhorns will shift the punt protection and Bomeister to allow him to directionally kick it away from Concepcion, but he still runs under it, fields it on the run, and then escapes a tackler, escapes a second man. Here he goes, 35-40, oh my goodness, to midfield, to the 45, and finally, no, he's still on his feet, but he retreated and then lost about 3 more yards back to the 44-yard line. Boy, this is going to be a weird play, and a look at it. The punt traveled 43 yards, the return 29. Now, Warren Roberson had him and just kind of bounced off of him. Then he escaped a second man, got an alley, went up downfield, and then Ethan Burke was trying to drag him down by his jersey, slung him around, and then he retreated about 5 or 6 yards. But still, the Aggies have it at the Texas 42 with 5:11 to go in a half.
Yeah, looked like he was bottled up there, but he glanced off Roberson, and then you can see how fast he can get a full head of steam. And if he has a tearaway jersey, that's a touchdown.
Yeah. He went away back some time ago, and fortunately it didn't. Travis Shaw checks in along the defensive front, along with Justice Terry. Both are out there. Reuben Owens is the running back. First down and 10 Aggies at the Texas 42 with 5:11 to go in the half. Marcel Reed out of the shotgun. On first down and 10. Reed looking over the Texas defense. From the left hash of the Longhorn 42. On first down, shotgun snap, back to throw. Reed has time, scrambles right, throws across the field. Owens with a catch, escapes a tackler. I thought his knee touched down, and they are going to say it did. Brad Spence wrapped him up. So after all that's said and done, it's good for what, a 1-yard gain? Barely that. So it's second down and a long 9 needed for the first.
That's a really nice play in the open field by Brad Spence just to do enough for that knee to go down.
Clock moving. 4 minutes, 40 seconds remaining in the half. Second down and about 9.5 needed for the first. 2 receivers on the short side field split to the right. Marcel Reed out of the gun on second down. Shifting Mario Craver motion left, turns, hands it to Craver, cuts upfield to the 40, and he goes down right at about the Texas 40-yard line.
Well, Reuben Owens got the tackle because he ran right into the back of Owens and fell backwards.
They'll credit Justice Terry with the stop.
Yeah.
Like in soccer, closest man to the goal, right? On the own goal. Ball's at the 40, and it's now third down and 8 for Texas A&M with the clock moving down to 4 minutes and counting remaining in the half. 2 receivers wide right for Texas A&M, 2 on the short side of the field, split to the right. E.J. Smith is the running back, offset to the right side of the quarterback, Marcel Reed. On third down and 8 from the Texas 40-yard line, on the left hash, Marcel Reed in the shotgun. Looks for the snap, and has it now. Back to throw, pressure coming, steps up in the pocket, and he bounces forward. He'll be short of the first down. He's down at the 37. Leonga Lafau got a boy. He just got away from Colin Simmons to keep from being sacked. Now it's going to be an interesting decision here. I don't think it's field goal range for the Aggies. They've struggled with that. They're going to go for it on 4th and 5. Fourth down and 5 at the Texas 37-yard line. 2 receivers wide right, 2 on the short side of the field, split left. Fans on their feet here at DKR Texas Memorial Stadium. On 4th down and 5, Marcel Reed out of the shotgun. Play clock under 10. Longhorns have to hold their water. Shotgun snap, back to throw, over the middle. Caught, first down, A&M. Or is it? Yep, it is. Forward progress is going to be marked to the 30 by Craver. So they pick up 7, and it's a first down for the Aggies.
They've been really good on 4th down, 11 of 15 coming in. Boy, that was huge for a couple of reasons. When you think about where we are in this quarter, the fact that the Aggies get the ball to start the second half.
First down and 10, Texas A&M at the Texas 30-yard line. Down to 2.5 remaining in the first half. Reuben Owens back in at running back for A&M. He'll line up in the pistol behind the quarterback, Marcel Reed. 2 receivers wide right for the Aggies. 1 tight to the formation on the short side, split left. On first down and 10, Reed has the snap, turns, hands it to Owens, immediately hit hard by Ethan Burke, and he's dropped for no gain on what should be the final play to take us to the 2-minute timeout. 2 minutes remaining in the first half. Here in Austin, the score, Texas 3, Texas A&M 3. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
There's a reason why you own a Kubota. It's because you won't settle for second best. The Kubota L Series has been the #1 best-selling compact tractor in the U.S. for 15 years straight. And the Kubota SVL Series has been the #1 best-selling compact track loader in the U.S. for the last 6 years. Now that's saying something. So don't be fooled by other dealers wanting to trade for your orange. We're Ewald Kubota, keeping it orange for over 75 years.
It's a moment when I show up, God, I'm saying wow.
Welcome to the world of WinStar, where the thrills are bigger than ever. Get lost in our 2-story luxury spa. Savor a world of dining experiences. Rest in one of our vast hotel towers and catch the biggest names in music and comedy at the spectacular Lucas Oil Live, all just 1 hour north of DFW. So come live in the wow at the world of WinStar.
God, I'm saying wow.
Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey, Jan from Toyota here, reminding you Toyota-thon is on. Make your holiday wishes come true with a new Camry, RAV4, Tacoma, and more. All right, let's sing it together this time. Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon.
Dealer inventory may vary. Current offers on these vehicles end December 1st. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyota-thon, which ends on January 5th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
Texas and Texas A&M tied at 3 with 2 minutes remaining in the first half. I want to thank you for joining us all season long for Longhorn football. Of course, there'll be at least one postseason game coming up, in all probability a bowl game. But we'll see what happens after this game and the rest of the weekend. But thanks so much for listening all season long. Such outstanding radio stations as Sports Talk 790, KBME in Houston, in San Antonio on the big one, WOAI, AM 1200, up in Waco on KWTX, AM 1230. Of course, our flagship stations in Austin, AM 1300 The Zone, and 98.1 FM KVAT. In Abilene on KWKC 1340 AM. In Big Spring, KBST AM 1490. In Carthage on KGAS 104.3 FM and AM 1590. In Marshall out in East Texas, KMHT 103.9 FM. In Midland on KMND AM 1510. Down in the Valley in McAllen on KVNS AM 1700. Way out west in Fort Stockton on KFST AM 860. All these and many, many others. Proud members of the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield. Also, thanks to those of you listening tonight on Sirius XM Satellite Radio, Channel 84. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield. Texas A&M now with a 2nd down and 10 at the Texas 30-yard line. 2 minutes remaining in the first half. Out of the shotgun, Marcel Reed with the snap. Back to throw. Swings it out left. Ball is caught inside the 25. Spinning for it. It'll be a first down. Mario Craver. Well, that's that movement after the catch. Now, they may mark him about a half-yard shot. Let's see where they spot the ball. Yep. He's just a little bit short of the first down. And it brings up 3rd down for the Aggies.
Yeah, but if Trey Moore gets that tackle, it's going to be 3rd and about 4, and that's been a little bit of an issue tonight. They've slipped some tackles here.
Yep. Same thing with Wardell Mack, who's out there. Now, Reuben Owens at running back. Ball just shy of the 20. 3rd down, less than a yard to go. Ball just shy of the 20-yard line. Marcel Reed out of the shotgun, has the snap. Turns, looks to throw over the middle. It is caught, and it's a first down. Bouncing off 2 Longhorn defenders, KC Concepcion down to the 9-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal for Texas A&M. Wardell Mack finally brought him down.
Yeah, another dart in there. Michael Taff was coming in, trying to come from his safety spot.
All right, there's a timeout on the field with 1:11 remaining in the half. It is Texas A&M threatening in a 3-3 tie with Texas on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were family.
They showcased a sense of love that I never had before. I mean, he's not only my parent, like he's like my best friend.
At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Download the free Texas Longhorns app to engage with the Longhorns all season long. The official Texas Longhorns app has a brand new layout with exciting features for fans and is available on Apple and Android devices. If you already have the app, please make sure to download the latest update to access all the features and to manage game tickets for all regular season home events. Activate push notifications for important game day messaging customized by sport or event.
My mom has decided to learn to paint, and she's good.
My dad's now into creative cuisine, and I've already put on 6 pounds.
Learning new things comes with age.
My mom, she started forgetting my name and what we're talking about.
Forgetting well-known things doesn't. Memory loss may be a sign of Alzheimer's disease. Early detection gives you and your loved one time to plan for the future. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Kohl's has the gifts on their wish list and yours, all in one place. From beauty favorites and cozy outfits to hosting must-haves and top toys, find great prices on presents for everyone at Kohl's and Kohls.com. Texas A&M has first down here with 1:11 to go in the second quarter in a 3-3 ball game. And the Aggies will get the ball to start the second half. Steve Sarkeesian, using his first timeout, wants to save some time if A&M scores, or if they don't, the Texas can have a chance at one drive. But this obviously a huge moment, a fourth down conversion for A&M earlier in the drive, and now you risk going down. The last thing you want is a touchdown, and then A&M
for a field goal and just a 3-point lead. You really don't want to give up a touchdown, especially since the Aggies are going to get the football to start the second half.
You're so right. What can happen here is a 14-point swing. If the guys score, they get an opportunity right after half to do the same thing. Texas has got to be stingy here to make sure that they at least come out. 0 would be great, but 3 points at the most. The guys have got to be ready to hold up that center of the field. That's where most teams have gone with the tight ends to get their touchdowns or ran right up the middle. The guys have got to be stout. Let's go, guys.
And by the way, it was the Longhorns who took that timeout, not Texas A&M. First and goal for the Aggies with 1:11 remaining in the half. The ball at the Texas 9-yard line. Reuben Owens, the running back, offset to the left side of Marcel Reed. 2 receivers out wide left, one on the short side, split right. Reed from the shotgun on first and goal from the Texas 9. Has the snap, hands it to Reed, lowers the shoulder and skids forward. And Owens, with that brief run, picks up 2 yards, and I think Texas has called its second timeout here. So to bring up second down and goal. So Longhorns use their second. The ball is at the 8-yard line. It's only a 1-yard gain. It's to the 8-yard line. And a second and goal from the 8. He was crawling forward around the 7 or 6, but they said, hey, the knee touchdown at the 8.
Yeah, he slipped behind the line of scrimmage, was able to dive and stay off the turf long enough to make it a positive gain here. But you wonder if...
Well, it sets up a real interesting situation for Mike Elco here, because it looks like they were willing to see if they could pound it in and run clock. Now that it's second and goal, you may be thinking about throwing it here or maybe running it one more time. But if he doesn't get in the end zone, then clearly the Longhorns would use their final timeout.
Yeah, and you just have to be so careful of Marcel Reed here. Got those big tight ends. Thought they might do something with him last time, but they put them both in motion to run the ball.
Terry Bussey is on the short side of the field, split to the right, and a slot on that short side to the right is KC Concepcion. Tight end, Theo Mellon-Olstrom and Nate Borkircher both line up on the left. Out of the shotgun, second and goal from the Texas 8-yard line. Reed with the snap, turns, hands it. Concepcion around the corner, slipped out of a tackle. He'll score. Should have been down at the 7-yard line or the 6. I know that's easier said than done, but The Longhorns missed the tackle there, and the Aggies have the first touchdown of the night.
You get the ball into your playmakers anywhere you can, and obviously he's one of the most explosive players. Michael Taff had a beat on him. Tough angle, though, for Taff to run as fast as he can and then get a clean look, and just couldn't get a wrap-up on Concepcion.
And credit Ruben Owens for throwing a vicious block on Brad Spence. Spence looked like he had a clear path into him. Couldn't. And was blocked out of the play. In for the score. 42 yards in 9 plays, taking 4 minutes and 15 seconds off the clock. Set up initially by the big punt return by Concepcion of 29 yards. So now A&M going for the extra point to go up a touchdown here with 56 seconds remaining in the half. Longhorns will have 56 seconds and 1 timeout at their disposal. So for the conversion is Jared Zirkle. Out of the hold of Tyler White, Jacob Graham to snap it. For the extra point. And that kick is good. So 56 seconds remaining in the first half, and Texas A&M now leads it for the first time. It's 10-3 Aggies.
Yeah, that 4th and 5 with 3 minutes to go. Texas gets that stop, and they've got plenty of time, and instead the Aggies convert. Then they have that 3rd and 1. Clearly they were going to go for it on 4th, the way they ran that quick slant. And then Concepcion just so dynamic in the open field, and now really important for Texas here. Just 56 seconds and 1 timeout to try to get something.
DeAndre Moore will join Ryan Niblett back deep. It'll be interesting to see what Randy Bond does on the kickoff up here. Last time he did a line drive shot right between the 5 and the 1 on Marshall Landwehr's jersey. Popped in the air, he pulled it back down and brought it out to the 35-yard line.
Well, they might figure, well, that's better than giving one of the return guys a chance here. You figure he's not going to go too far. He did get out to the 35.
Well, you brought up a good point. Why not try to kick it deep? Because what breeze there is at the back of Bond. But here he goes. And this will be a little pop-up kick. Fielded at the 20-yard line. And that's going to be the tight end for Texas, Nick Townsend, with it. And he couldn't really get anything going upfield. He caught it, was brought down at the 23, in fact.
Yeah, a fair catch. At least you get it out to the 25. Again, they're putting it in the hands of guys that aren't used to returning kicks.
So the ball at the Texas 23, 52 seconds remaining in the half. Quintravian Weisner will be in the backfield with Arch Manning. Parker Livingston is wide right. Ryan Wingo in a slot right. DeAndre Moore out to the right as well. The tight end Jack Endries lines up on the short side, tight to the formation on the left. On first down, back to throw Manning. Steps up, sends it out to Weisner out of the backfield to the 30, and he takes it up to the 31-yard line. So that's a gain of 8. He stepped out of bounds with 48 seconds remaining in the half. So it's 2nd down and 2 from the Texas 31. Jack Endries lines up nearest the boundary on the short side to the left, with Ryan Wingo in a slot on that short side left. Now Endries shifts in motion. 2 receivers to the right. Shotgun snap to Manning. Steps up in the pocket. Here he goes. Arch, 35. Head first dive across the 40. And they'll mark him down at the 43-yard line. So it's a gain of 12. And now Texas has to hurry. Clock put back in motion. Manning ready. Arch has the snap. Back to throw. Steps up over the middle. Ball caught. And DeAndre Moore is wrapped up. And Sark has to use his final timeout. Torian York made the grab. You could see DeAndre Moore trying to get to the boundary to get out of bounds, but he couldn't do it. It's just a 4-yard gain to the 47-yard line with 33 seconds remaining in the half, and the Longhorns call their final timeout.
Well, one of the big issues for Texas offense, receivers have not really done much, and they've been targeted. The wide receivers, Wingo, Mosley, and Moore, they've been targeted 6 times, or rather 14 times, and they only have 4 catches.
Ball's at the 47.
DeAndre Moore looks a little shaken up at the Texas huddle, but he's back out there.
He's in a slot to the right, wide right, Parker Livingston. On the short side of the field, split left. Ryan Wingo is in the slot, and nearest the boundary is the tight end, Jack Endries. We'll see if they put Jack back in motion. They do. He goes toward the line of scrimmage, lines up tight left. 1st and 10 from the 47 with 33 seconds remaining in the half. Manning from the shotgun. Arch has the snap, back to throw. Looks, still looks, scrambles right, and then dumps a pass outside to Weiser. This will be a first down, but then the Longhorns are probably going to want to spike it. It's at the Aggie 42-yard line before Torian York made the tackle. 11-yard gain, Arch under center, and spikes the ball. It's down to 23 seconds remaining in the half.
That's pretty good. You only had 1 second go off the clock.
Yeah, not bad. So it'll bring up second down and 10 from the Aggie 42. Longhorns at the outer edge of Mason Shipley's field goal range now. Ball is at the Texas A&M 42-yard line. Second down and 10. Manning out of the shotgun. Arch with the snap. Looking to throw. Sets up. Hit. And then is able to get rid of the football right at the feet. Aggies are all screaming for intentional grounding. It was right at Trey Weiser. It's not going to be grounding. Ryland Kennedy, sophomore from Mansfield Lake Ridge, brought the pursuit. Is right at his feet. So it's incomplete. It's down to 17 seconds remaining in the half.
Well, that's where it's just, he did a nice job of holding on to that football and not fumbling it with the pressure coming right up the middle.
So now third down. One thing you can't do is take a sack. And why is play being stopped here?
19 seconds, 1-9.
Okay. They'll tack on 2 more seconds, put it back to 19. Ball is at the 42-yard line of Texas A&M, where it's going to be third down and 10. Cannot take a sack or a loss, especially in bounds. On third down. Arch Manning from the shotgun. 3 receivers out wide left. 1 on the short side, split to the right. On third down, snap back to Manning. Arch steps up. Pressure coming. He's hit. And this time he threw it. Incomplete.
They're calling it a fumble.
Well, his arm was definitely moving forward. Tyler Onyetum. Well, play is stopped with 12 seconds remaining in the half. Here's a look at it. His arm's definitely going forward. He throws the ball. Here's the call.
There's no foul for intentional grounding. The ball carrier was down.
Oh.
Look at the sack.
Okay. Well, now that means they're going to put the clock in motion. The Longhorns really just have to go for a Hail Mary here because it's out of field goal range. The ball just shy of midfield. And they're going to put the clock in motion, or is A&M going to use a timeout? And meanwhile, there's some
Texas A&M, the first of the half, 30-second timeout.
There's some conversation there between DJ Campbell and one of the Aggie defenders.
Well, with 12 seconds, you better use it all up. You don't want to give the Aggies a chance to do something here from midfield as well.
Yeah, it's going to be fourth down and 18. The ball just shy. Nose of the football shy of the 50 with 12 seconds.
I think they're just going to punt it away the way they're lined up with Jeff Banks over there.
Yep, that would seem to make sense now. They are no longer in field goal range because of taking the sack, and that was a sack. And a loss of 8 yards on the play. So Bomeister comes out to punt it. This is probably not going to use all remaining 12 seconds, but at least they can get it downfield. Arch, yep, it was on his backside as he's releasing it. So correct call there, and now Bomeister to punt. With 12 seconds remaining in the half, Aggies don't have anyone back deep. Just in the case the Longhorns decide not to punt. Let's see if they drop somebody back now. Bomeister has it. They don't. So Jack just wobbles this toward the boundary. It'll bounce inside the 10, the 5. It'll go into the end zone. 2 seconds remaining in the half. 50-yard punt, 30-yard net. After it comes out to the 20. One would imagine the Aggies will just either take a knee or hand it off in the half. They're going to get the football to start the second half, and they're going to have a touchdown lead.
Yeah, and Arch Manning's been hit a lot, and a lot of times it's been with a 4-man rush. Twice there on that drive where it looked like they might have something going, and he had to desperately throw it away on second down, and then third down they sacked him.
So A&M with Reed under center to take the snap. Has it, and that'll do it for the first half. Into the first half from here in Austin, the score, Texas A&M 10, Texas 3. Coming up, Mike Coulter in our Longhorn Radio Network studios. We'll look around the SEC, across the country, and more when Longhorn football continues in a moment.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong. You are fearless. You are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Kohl's Black Friday deals are here. Grab your coffee and put on your sneakers because it's go time. Through Saturday, save up to 50% on everything from toys to beauty faves, winter styles, and more. Plus, earn $15 Kohl's Cash for every $50 spent. Yep, that's extra Kohl's Cash. So run, don't walk. Just hold on tight to that coffee. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. Offers end November 29th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Favorite jeans, favorite shirt. Got Conecuh sausage and I'm firing it up. Yeah, everybody knows that's how I get my grill on. You can smell that flavor up and down the road. It's a little taste of heaven, and everybody knows that's how I get my grill on. Conecuh sausage. It's just a little taste of heaven.
Hey Longhorns, when you bring Hellman's creamy buffalo chicken dip to the watch party, you can be a couch coach, cheer too loud, or worse, bring a friend who knows nothing about football.
How do they get the yellow line to move on the field?
Because when you do dip with Hellman's, you can do no wrong. That's a Hail Mayo. Hellman's, official mayonnaise sponsor of Texas Athletics. Bring out the best.
It's halftime on the Longhorn Radio Network. Now let's head to the Learfield Network studios.
A lot of good defense in that first half, and two big special teams plays factoring in as Texas trails Texas A&M 10-3 at the break. Texas blocks a 41-yard field goal attempt, but A&M responded with their special teams unit as KC Conception returns a punt 29 yards, igniting the lone touchdown drive of the first half, capped with an 8-yard run by KC Conception into the end zone. Coming up on the halftime report, I'll take you back through that first half, get you up to date on scores from both the SEC and across the nation, and Craig's got all your first half stats. It's halftime, and Texas trails Texas A&M 10-3 on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
When I smoke weed, I get lost in the music. I like to isolate each instrument. The rhythmic bass, the harmonies on the piano, the sticky melody.
Hey, careful, babe. There's someone crossing the street.
Sorry, I didn't see him there.
If you feel different, you drive different. Don't drive high. It's dangerous and illegal everywhere. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, how do airplanes fly? What's in this box? Is this tree good for climbing? How are babies made? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Talking to them about gun safety in your home is a good first step, but you can do more. Always keep your guns locked, unloaded, and stored separately from ammunition. Safe gun storage saves lives. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Longhorn Network is the exclusive outlet for Texas Athletics original content. Produced by Learfield and Texas Studios, LHN features highlights, exclusive access and interviews, a 24/7 channel, and replays of the greatest games at ESPN's Longhorn Network archive. Watch press conferences and coaches shows with new original content dropping each week. Download the LHN app today or watch on longhornnetwork.com.
Mike Coulter back inside the Learfield Network studios. Texas trailing Texas A&M 10-3 at halftime inside DKR Texas Memorial Stadium. Looking back at that first half of action, A&M won the coin toss, deferred their option to the second half, so Texas got the football at their own 25-yard line after a touchback to start the game. You could tell Texas was trying to set up something to Ryan Wingo on the game's first play as they again ran that swing pass to Wingo, but this time he was looking to pass, something they probably have been working on the last couple of weeks, setting it up with their first plays going to him in prior games as well. He had to throw the ball away, though, as he was pressured. Then Wisner gained a little bit on second down. On 3rd and 9, Arch Manning found Emmett Mosley for 9 and a Longhorn first down, but the Longhorns would go no further and would punt it away. It was down, though, at the A&M 7-yard line. A good punt of 58 yards from Meester. A&M, though, got one first down as well before they had to punt it back to Texas. Both teams then would trade 3-and-outs and punts before Texas had a nice punt return by Ryan Niblett, but it was negated, however, by a block in the back. Longhorns would get one first down. Manning connecting with tight end Jack Indries for a first down, but nothing more, and they would punt it back to the Aggies. Then A&M mounts their first drive of the half. Marcel Reed completes a pass to Casey Conception for 23 yards. Reed would scramble for 20 more, hook up for 14 more with Mario Craver on a wheel route down to the 26-yard line. Texas whistled for a personal foul, moved it half the distance down to the 13. A false start was called on the Aggies. Then Reed would roll his left ankle, scrambling on second down. He was taken off the field on third down. They conservatively would run the ball and line up for a 41-yard field goal from Jared Zirkle. And that brings us to our Old Dominion best play of the first half.
Call it a 35-yarder off the right hash, out of the hold of the punter, Tyler White. So Jared Zirkle to try to get the Aggies on the board here. Good snap and hold. The kick all the way. It's blocked. Longhorns block it. And Michael Taff alertly tells his teammates, nobody touch it. And it'll roll out of the back of the end zone. Longhorns come up with a blocked field goal. Aggies come away with nothing. Texas will take over on its own 20-yard line.
So a 35-yard field goal, I stand corrected, was blocked, and that was our Old Dominion best play of the half, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to be the official freight carrier of Texas Athletics. Then the Longhorns got the ball at their own 20-yard line on 3rd down and 12. Arch would scramble for 12 yards and a first down. Had another third down as we began the second quarter. Arch again used his legs, gained 8 yards and a first down. Second quarter action, Manning finds Indries for a gain of 7. Wisner with some nice runs, a gain of 8, and then 13 after that. However, on third down, Manning's pass was batted down. The Longhorns will have to settle for a 41-yard field goal from kicker Mason Shipley. Made it 3-0, a 14-play, 57-yard drive, 4 minutes and 42 seconds off the clock. A&M quarterback Marcel Reed would return on their ensuing drive, so he missed just one play. Gained 12 on a pass to Orstrom. Then Reuben Owens gained 10 on 3rd down and 2. Pass interference called on the Longhorns, moved it up 15 more yards down to the Longhorn 30-yard line. Reed would gain 13 more on a designated run, but the Texas defense would stiffen. Zirkle this time from 31 yards out was good. Tied the game at 3. A 9-play, 62-yard march, 5 minutes and 18 seconds off the clock. A holding call on a 12-yard completion to Indries from Manning negated a 3rd down conversion, and Texas would punt it back to the Aggies. Conception, an outstanding 29-yard punt return, set them up at the 42-yard line of the Longhorns. They would go for it on 4th and 5. Reed connecting with Craver for 7 yards down to the 37. Got 9 more on another play to Craver down to the 26. Later on 3rd down and 1, Conception gains 12 down to the 9-yard line of Texas. And then on 2nd and goal at the Longhorn 8s, Conception runs it in around the left side for the touchdown, making it A&M 10, Texas 3, 9 plays, 42 yards, 4 minutes and 15 seconds off the clock. Texas would advance it past midfield, but would have to punt it away after a sack would end the drive. We'll come back with more halftime coverage after this timeout as Longhorn football continues in a moment.
If you love HEB but don't always have the time for shopping at HEB, try our free curbside pickup. Let us cherry pick the produce, get selective with the seafood, choose the choicest cut beef, and gather your groceries galore. HEB has everything needed to bring more food, more flavor, and, well, more everything to your table at a great price, too. Download the My HEB app today and start shopping. Subject to availability, prices may vary from at or in-store.
It's a moment when I show up, God, I'm saying wow.
Welcome to the world of WinStar, where the thrills are bigger than ever. Get lost in our 2-story luxury spa. Savor a world of dining experiences. Rest in one of our vast hotel towers and catch the biggest names in music and comedy at the spectacular Lucas Oil Live, all just 1 hour north of DFW. So come live in the wow at the World of WinStar.
God, I'm saying wow.
Texas Athletics continues to make strides in its sustainability initiatives on game days with the Bleed Orange, Live Green program. Longhorn fans can help by placing their waste inside the proper recycling and landfill bins around DKR Texas Memorial Stadium. Texas Disposal Systems is the sustainability services provider for the program, with additional support by Coca-Cola. The program was established in 1996 and has been recognized locally, regionally, and nationally. Bleed Orange, Live Green, Longhorn fans.
Hey Longhorns fans! This season, it's not just about showing up, it's about showing out. And as proud sponsor of Texas Athletics, Kendra Scott wants to help you make game day personal. Shop exclusive game day jewelry or customize your own look at the Color Bar for the ultimate style touchdown. Shop your local Kendra Scott store or kendrascott.com today.
Our halftime coverage rolls on. Mike Coulter with you back from the Learfield Network studios. Longhorns trail Texas A&M 10-3 at the break. Taking a look at this WinStar studio report. In the SEC, we've got two finals to report on. Number 4, Georgia beats their rival, number 23, Georgia Tech, in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, 16-9. The final as Georgia makes it 8 straight wins over the Yellow Jackets. Outrush Georgia Tech 190 yards to 69 in the process as Kirby Smart's defense limits the Yellow Jackets to 250 yards of total offense. Also a winner today, number 7, Ole Miss beats Mississippi State 38-19. Trinidad Chambliss with 4 touchdown passes over 350 yards through the air as the Rebels complete an 11-1 regular season, their first 11-win season in the regular season in school history. Top 25 action, number 2, Indiana on top of Purdue 28-3. Arizona and Arizona State, the 20th and 25th ranked teams in the country, are scoreless late in the first quarter. Earlier today, North Texas dominates Temple 52-25. Caleb Hawkins 186 on the ground and 4 more touchdowns for him. North Texas now 11-1 on the season, and they just wrapped up that game in Starkville on the hardwood. Mississippi State falls in overtime to SMU 87-81. The Mustangs a perfect 8-0 on the season. Mississippi State drops to 3-4. Again at halftime, Texas trails A&M 10-3, and right now let's pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield. Texas trails Texas A&M 10-3 at halftime. Craig's got your first half stats after this on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone or just taking a deep, calming breath to ground yourself. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. The Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council have resources available for you at loveyourmindtoday.org.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
If you build a relationship, then it becomes easier. If you build trust, it becomes easier. As a parent, you want what's best for your child. To give them the love that a child needs. It's probably the best thing you can do for a teenager.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
You say you never give in to a meltdown and never fill your feed with kid photos. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it and never let them run wild through the grocery store. So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, know it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Halftime with Texas A&M leading Texas 10-3. A look at the halftime numbers. 177 yards for Texas A&M in total offense. Longhorns only 112 yards of total offense. 83 rushing, 94 passing for the Aggies. 61 rushing, 51 passing for Texas. Aggies had 11 first downs to 8 for the Longhorns. A&M 2 of 7 on third downs. Longhorns 3 out of 9. The only fourth down, either side went for a big fourth down conversion for the Aggies as they got that one. The Longhorns ran 36 plays to 35 for Texas A&M. Individually for the Aggies, the leading ground gainer is Marcel Reed. 7 carries, 45 yards. And then, of course, Reed through the air, 10 of 15 for 94 yards. And Mario Craver, leading pass catcher, 4 for 40. Casey Concepcion, 3 for 35. On the ground, Longhorns leading rusher, Trey Wisner, 5 carries, 29 yards. Arch Manning, 5 for 27. Manning through the air, 8 of 21 for 51 yards. Wisner, leading pass catcher, 2 for 19. Jack Hendries, 2 for 18. At the half, Texas A&M leads Texas 10-3. Second half of tonight's Cotton Holdings Lone Star Showdown is coming up when Longhorn football continues in a moment.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Texas Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Hey Longhorn fans, it's college football season and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Texas football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Texas Longhorns. Let's go Longhorns! SeatGeek.
In Austin, Saturdays are for barbecue and football. Deep in the heart of Longhorn Nation, connection is everything. T-Mobile delivers the best network. Whether you're tailgating at DKR or streaming from across the country, we've got more towers, a signal that goes farther, and the most advanced 5G. That's how we hook them on the best network. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Best mobile network in the U.S. according to Ookla Speed Test 1H 2025.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Texas. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the University of Texas and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Texas.
We get ready to start the second half with Texas trailing Texas A&M by a score of 10-3. Craig Way, Roger Wallace, Will Matthews with you here from DKR Texas Memorial Stadium. Let's talk about what the Longhorns are facing. Will, I'm going to start with you. What did you see from the first half, and what do the Horns need to do in the second half?
Yeah, what I saw in the first half was the team played well, but today it's one of those days where well just isn't going to do. You've got to find a way to capitalize on opportunities. The penalties set them back. Not being able to get a consistent run game going and also having to go back and have protection for Arch had been very difficult in the first quarter. The first half, especially as the half went on. Could not protect him. What they're going to need to do on the offensive side, they've got to capitalize on the opportunities. And for that, what I mean is catch the ball. You've got to catch the ball. It's going to be contested. It might be a PI, but you got to do it anyway. Protect Arch. On the defensive side, they've got to get off the field. They've been on the field 16 minutes, which starts to play into the fourth quarter. And if the guys are on the field, consistency, it'll make it really difficult for them to get off. But all in all, what I really want from this second half is passion. I want the guys to understand the opportunity here, because if they win this game, or even if it's a loss, people will talk about this game for generations. Know that the time is now. It's not tomorrow. It's right now.
Well, the wide receivers have 4 catches on 14 targets. So Arch Manning's been under pressure, so some of those balls have been where he couldn't get great throws on. We've seen 5 pass breakups on deep balls. They took shots and just couldn't convert anything. And Arch running the ball is not a great recipe other than on an occasion where you need him to scramble, get a first down. He did that a couple of times, but they just really haven't found anything consistently offensively.
Yeah, you want him to run by design and not by necessity. So that's the important thing there. All right, so the Longhorns will kick it off from right to left, from south to north. Here in the third quarter, Aggies will receive the football at the north end. So ready to kick it off for Texas. It's back to Mason Shipley to kick it off now for the Longhorns as he is rotated with Spencer Barnett. So Mason to kick it off. Back deep to receive it, Casey Concepcion and Terry Bussey. So here we go with half number 2. 30 more minutes of football in Austin this season for the Longhorns. And they want to try to turn this around. Down a touchdown at 10-3. Shipley into the ball. And this one's going to be a shorter kickoff. It'll be fielded at the 12-yard line, but fair caught by Jamarian Morrow. So it'll come out to the 25-yard line for the Aggies.
Yeah, he called that fair catch and then kind of looked like maybe he regretted it, but that's about as well as you can do into that wind is make him start at the 25-yard line. Also, to Will's point, we talked a lot about the offense. Defense can help out by making some plays as opposed to just kind of holding it down.
Aggies will scrimmage from the left hash, as I mentioned, moving left to right, north to south here in the third quarter. Line up with 2 receivers on the short side of the field, split to the left. Reuben Owens, the running back, and on first down and 10 for Texas A&M. Marcel Reed, back to throw. Looking, scrambles to the right, being chased by Colin Simmons, scrambles back to the left, still on the run, and now throws across his body, incomplete. Looking downfield for Theo Mellon Orstrom, the tight end. Good pressure coming from the Longhorns. By the way, Ty Anthony Smith is out there, so he served that 1.5 game suspension for the targeting call a week ago against Arkansas.
Well, Colin Simmons doing a nice job of just kind of bothering. He couldn't get close to him because he was locked up with Chase Pistonis, but at least he kind of forced Reed out of the pocket.
Second down and 10 from the Aggie 25. Shotgun snap. It's a handoff now. Owens. Colin Simmons caught up to him in a hurry. Dropped him after a gain of a couple to the 27.
Right off the bat, you got a chance here on third down. Aggies so far 2 for 7.
Third down and 8. Ethan Burke checks in. So does Lance Jackson on the defensive front. Hero Canoe, Cole Brevard check out. Third down and 8 for Texas A&M from the Aggie 27-yard line. Out wide right is Casey Concepcion. On the short side of the field, split left, Mario Craven. On third down, off the left hash. Double wing set out of the shotgun. And the snap goes back to Reed. Looking, scrambling, being chased, throws on the run, well incomplete. Nobody out there even close to it. In fact, Longhorns are asking for an intentional grounding call. It did not only reach the line of scrimmage, he was out of the pocket. So it doesn't really matter that nobody's out there anyway. Colin Simmons, of course, brought the heat. And the Longhorn defense gets a 3 and out.
Yeah, and the key with a guy like Reed, you make him retreat. Then he's not as dangerous with his legs when he's backpedaling.
Ready to punt it will be Tyler White, who in the first half punted twice, averaging 44 yards per kick. Ryan Niblett standing back at the Texas 35-yard line awaiting the punt. White stands back inside his own 15 to kick it. And the pressure's coming. They don't get the punt. It's not a deep punt. Bounces. Now it takes a great Texas A&M roll. Inside the 30, inside the 25. This is going all the way down to the 22-yard line. Wow. 51-yard punt with no return after the Longhorns got very, very close to blocking it. So, Longhorns start from their own 22-yard line now. Down a touchdown at 10-3, early moments of the second half.
Yeah, and again, they kick it away from Niblett. He has no chance to make a play. Question is, does it turn over in favor of the Aggies? And it does, so Texas backed up, but they get that quick 3 and out.
Emmett Mosley shifts wide right, and a slot right, DeAndre Moore. On the short side of the field, split left, is Ryan Wingo. Quintravian Weisner, the running back. Trey offset to the right side. of Arch Manning. Ball is on the left hash of the Texas 22-yard line. First down and 10 for the Longhorns, trailing Texas A&M 10-3. 13:51 to go third quarter. After a 3-and-out for the Aggie offense, Longhorns' first play of the second half. Offensively, is a handoff. Breaking free is Weisner. 35-40. He's got one man to beat across midfield to the 40, 35. Run down from behind. Best one of the night for either side. Weisner takes it to the Texas A&M 30-yard line before Tyreek Campbell can run him down a 48-yard run.
Well, just an excellent job. He got to that second level. Then he was loose. Just haven't seen running backs do that for the Longhorns much this season.
First and 10, Texas at the Texas A&M 30-yard line after that 48-yard run by Trey Weisner. Longhorns late getting Spencer Shannon onto the field at tight end, and now the Aggies allowed to substitute as a result of this. Play clock under 10 now. And now Manning ready to go. The officials hold it. Play clock counting down. 4, 3. Manning calls for it, has the snap, turns, and looks, play action, incomplete. That's got to bring a flag. Yep, it did. It was rather late in coming, but Ryan Wingo was twisted and turned, and the flag comes in for pass interference. This will be a 15-yard walk-off. We'll hear the call, and there's also an Aggie defender down. It's Tyler Onyetum, the defensive tackle.
Pass interference, defense number 4. The ball replaced at the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
Yeah, it's a spot foul in this case because it did not quite go 15 yards. It went, looks like 12, maybe 13 yards. Spot foul and a first down at the Aggie 17.
Well, when Texas made the later substitution, the Aggies also decided to substitute. Part of that is because you got to hold it up, and they kind of slow played it. Now, we haven't seen it this year, but one of the rules is you can't do that to the point of, the clock running out, but Arch had to take that snap with 1 second on the play clock.
Well, now they move it back to the 18, so it's a 12-yard penalty, and it'll be first down and 10 Texas at the Texas A&M 18-yard line. 12 minutes, 55 seconds remaining third quarter. Longhorn defense engineered a 3-and-out stop of the Aggie offense, and then a 48-yard run by Trey Weisner has put the Longhorns in business. Now, down at the Aggie 18. First down and 10. And the ball is on the left hash. So on first down and 10 from the Texas A&M 18-yard line, Longhorns have Manning in the shotgun ready to take the snap, turns and hands it to Weisner again, and this time he cannot find running room. He's dropped for a 2-yard loss back to the 20. They'll bring up second down. And Jack Hendries was a little slow to get up, but he's up now. And they'll mark it at the 19, so call it a 1-yard loss. It is second down and 11 at the A&M 19-yard line.
That was the longest run of the season by Longhorn. Weisner's 48-yarder.
Emmett Mosley is wide right, and a slot right is Ryan Wingo. On the short side of the field, split left is Weisner shifting out of the backfield. And they'll have 2 tight ends out there. An empty set, no running backs. Manning out of the shotgun on second down. Pumps, looks, still looks, scrambles right, pressure coming. Arch scrambles right, he's got running room, but throws for the end zone, and it's incomplete. Well, he probably would have had close to, if not enough yardage for the first down, but he was trying to go across the middle to Emmett Mosley and just couldn't get it there. It was in the back of the end zone, and now it's third down.
Yeah, he short-hopped it, and it wasn't really close, so he did a nice job of moving around in the pocket, buying time, and still being able to get a pass off, but he was thrown into a window there. It might have been fortunate it wasn't in the air long enough.
Third down and 11 for Texas at the Texas A&M 19-yard line. Manning out of the gun. Arch with the snap, back to throw. Blitz coming. He's under pressure. Throws the ball incomplete, and it brings up fourth down. Dalton Brooks, the former Shiner Comanche, brought the heat, and it brings up fourth down. Now there's conversation, but they're going to drop the flag.
Intentional grounding. Offense number 16. The penalty's a loss of down at the spot of the foul. Fourth down.
Well, he's definitely in the pocket. He threw over in the neighborhood of Livingston there, but they're going to call it grounding. So it's going to make the field goal attempt longer. This is going to be in the neighborhood of about 46 yards, I think, for Mason Shipley. 46-yard field goal try. off the left hash, out of the hold of the punter Jack Bomeister, and Lance St. Louis, the senior from Gilbert, Arizona, to snap it. From the left hash, 46-yard field goal try for Mason Shipley. Good snap and hold. The kick for Shipley is up, and the kick is good. Shipley knocks another one through. Since 2005, the All-States Good Hands Field Goal Net program has donated millions in collegiate scholarship funding to partner schools across the country. Thank you, All-State. Longhorn field goal drive is 50 yards and 5 plays, 48 of those on the legs of Trey Wisner. Took a minute 54 off the clock. Texas draws closer, and with 11:56 remaining in the third quarter, it's Texas A&M 10 and Texas 6. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Hey, college football fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Rooted in orange, Texas Disposal Systems is proud to have been doing business in Austin since 1977. As the preferred sustainability services provider of Texas athletics, Texas Disposal Systems provides recycling, solid waste, and composting services for Texas athletics games as well as the Central Texas area and beyond. TDS's commitment to environmental sustainability fuels its desire to partner with others for a more sustainable future. Visit TexasDisposal.com to learn more. Texas Disposal Systems, noticeably different, noticeably better.
This season, honor the win and the West in Tecovas. Whether you're in the stands or out celebrating downtown, Tecovas Western boots are handcrafted for all-day comfort. With colors and styles that look right at home, you can show your pride from head to toe. This football season, show up in boots. Find your perfect pair at Tecovas.com or one of our Austin stores on South Congress and at the Domain. Tecovas. Forever West.
Nobody supports their team like a Texan. Learn how Texas Mutual Insurance Company is helping to build a stronger, safer Texas. TexasMutual.com/Texans. Get it. Longhorns on the board. They have to settle for a field goal. Had it first down at the A&M 18-yard line, but a negative play on a run, an intentional grounding, and then fortunately Mason Shipley able to drill home a 46-yarder to cut it to 10-6 with 11:56 to go. But Longhorns really struggling in the pass game. Arch Manning just 8 of 22 for 51 yards. And Texas A&M, it's a defense that's given up a lot of points on occasion this year, but the numbers are pretty good. They only give up 183 yards passing, 119 yards rushing, and the better Aggie defense has shown up today.
Big part of the reason why this team is 11-0 coming in and number 3 in the country. So it's a 10-6 ball game now. 11:56 to go third quarter. It started off for Texas well enough because of the 3-and-out engineered by the defense. Then Trey Wisner, biggest play of the night offensively for Texas, the 48-yard line. Back to Spencer Barnett to kick it off again for Texas. So Barnett, right leg into this one. And this one will be fielded the 4-yard line by Bussey. Brings it out to the 20, and the Longhorns hit him and hold him up, and it'll be short of the 25. So Bussey brought it out. And Aggies will start this drive inside their own 25. In fact, they'll start at the Texas A&M 22-yard line.
Well, Texas able to get pressure on Marcel Reed the last series. See how they counter this time.
On the 22. On first down. Ball's on the right hash. And E.J. Smith and Jamarian Morrow are set up in a double wing set on opposite sides of the quarterback, Marcel Reed. First down and 10 off the right hash of the Aggie 22. Reed ready to take the snap. And on first down, Marcel Reed, long count, now has the snap and turns and hands it off. The ball out to the 25-yard line to E.J. Smith. and brought down. It's down at the 26. So it's a 4-yard carry. Hero Canoe on the tackle. It brings up second down. E.J. Smith is a grad student out of Jesuit College Prep in Dallas, transferred in from Stanford. He's a teammate of Emmett Mosley's there. Second down and 6, the ball at the Aggie 26. Reuben Owens back in the ball game. He lines up in the pistol behind the quarterback, Marcel Reed. 2 receivers out wide left, 1 in the slot on the short side to the right. On second down and 6, shotgun snap, back to Reed, looks left, fires left, ball caught and immediately leveled after making the catch as Mario Craver. Kobe Black, the sophomore out of Conley High in the Waco area, drops him right at the 30. It's a gain of 4, and now it's 3rd down and 2 for the Aggies.
Yeah, Black in there at one corner, Roberson at the other. No Malik Muhammad right now.
3rd and 2 for Texas A&M. Ball is at the 30-yard line. On the left hash, wide right, Casey Concepcion, and a slot right, Mario Craver. On the short side of the field, split left is Terry Bussey. On 3rd down and 2 for the Aggies. Longhorns show blitz. Back to throw. Reed, pressure coming, throws deep downfield and incomplete. Well, the heat was brought. Concepcion the intended target, and Ethan Burke brought the heat and gives some credit as well to Warren Roberson.
Oh boy, Colin Simmons is down.
Well, that's yet another thing you don't need to have happen. Guys have been going down a lot on both sides tonight. It brings up 4th down. Aggies will have to punt. Simmons rises to his feet. Good sign there. They bring up 4th down. It is a hard-hitting game.
Yeah, that Kobe Black exemplified a lot of it there on that second down play. But yeah, Texas again got a little pressure and forced the errant throw by Reed. And now, see if they continue to manage to kick away from Ryan Niblett. Yeah, it's one of those games, Craig, where you feel like maybe something like a punt return might flip it.
Yep, well, it certainly set up the Aggie touchdown, the 30-yard return by Concepcion. So now, Longhorns kind of faint, showing a block, and now perhaps will set up the return for Niblett. Meanwhile, White will shift over to his right. Again, the Longhorns show like they're going to bring punt block, but now Michael Taff drops back. Will set up for the return, and the kick is away. They try to kick away from Niblett. He has to signal for a fair catch and makes it at the 30-yard line. The punt was 40 yards with no return, and the Longhorns will start in decent field position from their own 30-yard line, trailing 10-6 with 10 minutes and 16 seconds remaining here in the 3rd quarter.
Well, they struggled in the pass game, but they did pop a big run from Quintravian Reisner. See if they maybe, again, go back to try to lean on the run game. They came right back and got a negative play that really stalled that drive out after the Weisner 48-yarder.
1st down and 10, the ball at the 30-yard line for the Longhorns. A lineup in the pistol right now with Trey Weisner directly behind Arch Manning. 2 receivers on the short side of the field, split to left, and 1 tight to the right for Texas. On 1st down, they send Dalen McCutcheon in motion. Handoff Weisner, lowers the shoulder. Trey bounds forward up to the 35 to the 36-yard line. Good, tough running by Trey Weisner. Marcus Ratcliffe on the tackle, a gain of 6.
And on that Weisner run, DeAndre Moore got nicked up again, and he had to come out, and we haven't seen him since.
Now they'll make a substitution as Jack Endries will check out. Nick Townsend will check back in at tight end for Texas. So Dalen McCutcheon, the freshman from Lucas Lovejoy, out there at receiver. He's out wide right, along with Ryan Wingo. And on the short side, split left, they have 2 more receivers, including Parker Livingston. Ball's on the left hash at the Texas 36. On 2nd down and 4, Manning with a snap, hands to Weisner again, cuts through a hole, 40, 45, Trey into Aggie territory. How about Trey Weisner running the ball well in the 3rd quarter here? Dalton Brooks makes the tackle. That's a gain of 16 yards.
Boy, got a great block from Nick Townsend on the outside, and that allowed him to cut it up.
Ball is at the A&M 48-yard line here. Rolling clock, 9:10 to go 3rd quarter. Longhorns have gotten 2 3-and-out stops, and they've gotten on defense and a field goal on the last drive. Trying to drive down, maybe. to get a go-ahead touchdown. First down and 10 for the Aggie 48. Manning, quick screen, right side. Ball caught by Wingo through a slot and down to the 44-yard line. Aggies responded well to it. They limit the gain to 4 yards. Tyreek Chappell, the nickel, makes the tackle. Of course, we've seen Wingo take that to the house a couple of times this year.
Well, that's an outstanding play by Chappell. He went down and got the ankle of Wingo, or he goes for a big number.
Longhorns line 3 receivers out wide left now on second down and 6, but it's a handoff. Weisner sweeps right, breaks a tackle. Trade to the 30. Weisner shoved out of bounds, and that down to the Aggie 27-yard line. Torrey and York prevented what would have been a touchdown. Longhorns will settle for a 17-yard gain.
Well, finding success now, you wonder, okay, you're running the ball. There's the play action there for Arch Manning.
Nick Townsend checks back at tight end. Spencer Shannon comes out. Parker Livingston will go wide left. Now Ryan Wingo started in the slot left. He'll shift over to the right, tight to the formation on the right side. Ball on the right hash of the Aggie 27. First down, handoff. Stiff arm from Weisner, but he's dragged down from behind. What a great individual effort for the Aggies. That's Jamar Beal-Goins, who comes over to single-handedly drop Weisner for a loss of 2.
Yeah, they had the numbers. If he gets by one tackle, he's not going to get far. So now, just like after the 48-yarder, now good sign more in, but you start second and 12. That makes life a lot more difficult.
DeAndre Moore is back out there. Ball is back at the Texas A&M 29-yard line, where it will be second down and 12. Clock moving. We're at the midway mark of the third quarter, with Texas A&M holding a 10-6 lead. Ryan Wingo lines up on the short side of the field to the right. 2 receivers wide left. Off the right hash of the Aggie 29 on second down. Manning with the snap. Play action. Looks. Pumps. Pressure coming. He can run. And he throws. And stiff in the end zone. Wide open. Caught. Touchdown, Texas. Ryan Wingo. How do you like that? And the Longhorns are back in front.
What a play by Arch Manning, deciding not to run it, and he put it up there, and Wingo had to go make a ladder climbing catch in the back of the end zone. And I mean, Arch was just behind the line of scrimmage. Spectacular play from both ends.
Ryan Wingo with his 7th touchdown catch of the season. Arch Manning with his 8th touchdown pass of the season. His 24th touchdown pass of the season. On for the conversion, Mason Shipley out of the hold of Jack Bomeester, and the snap to come from Lance St. Louis. Good snap and hold. That kick is good. Longhorns led early 3-0. They're now back up 3 points just past the midway mark of the third quarter. 7:12 remaining in the third quarter. The new score, Texas 13, Texas A&M 10. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Dulce Vida Blanco Tequila will give you a winning taste in every sip. Made with 100% organic Blue Weber agave, harvested in Los Altos, Mexico. Crafted without any hidden ingredients to create a quality tequila perfect for sipping or enjoying in a delicious margarita. Dulce Vida fruit-infused tequila is low in calories and made with real fruit, whether it's spicy pineapple jalapeno, refreshing grapefruit, or mouth-watering lime. Dulce Vida is a hit every time. Dulce Vida Tequila, pure and simple. 40% alcohol by volume. Imported by Dulce Vida Spirits, Austin, Texas.
Fly to Philly, take off to Tampa, depart for Denver. Following your team on the road is more rewarding with the American Airlines Advantage program. Your flights and everyday spend not only earn you miles towards your next trip, but also loyalty points toward Advantage status. All the more reason to purchase both a home and away jersey. With status comes great benefits like priority boarding, free checked bags, and complimentary upgrades. Not a member? Enroll for free today at AA.com. American Airlines, you are why we fly. Terms and conditions apply.
Cooperation makes for good partnerships. We say this because at Capital Farm Credit, we're a cooperative lender who does business a little differently. You see, we have a cooperative dividend and equity program, or patronage, that has returned a percentage of our earnings back to our members over the years. Well, these returns can effectively lower the cost of borrowing during periods of high interest rates, like we're in. Talk about a partnership that pays. To learn more, visit CapitalFarmCredit.com.
The Longhorns fight right back. They wind up going 70 yards in 6 plays. 29-yard touchdown pass. Arch Manning to Ryan Wingo. And the Longhorns now lead Texas A&M 13-10. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification live from the capital of the state of Texas. You're listening to Longhorn football from Learfield. Longhorn football is brought to you in part by Bud Light, proud sponsor of Texas Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Craig Wayne, Roger Wallace upstairs. Will Matthews down on the field. Well, they kind of responded to what you were talking about going into the third quarter.
Yeah, they really did. And what Texas has got to do is they had to be able to focus and step up to the moment. On the defensive side, they were lights out. On the offensive side, I feel like that last drive personally was the drive that the fans have been looking for all season. We wanted to see the run game activated, Wisner getting yards, as well as Arch being able to do him. He could have run, he could have thrown, but he was able to get it to Wingo, climb the ladder, and get it done. That is the kind of offense that we're going to need to see. And on the defensive side, it'd be great to get a 3 and out now.
Yeah, how about this? Longhorns now 136 rushing yards, 84 passing. Aggies 89 on the ground, 98 through the air, 220 yards of offense for Texas to 187. So Longhorns went from 112. They've had 108 yards on 2 drives here in the third quarter. So just past the midway mark of the third quarter, Texas back in front 13-10. And here's the kickoff. And that will be a touchback. Nice kickoff out of play by Spencer Barnett.
Yeah, and Trey Wisner over 100 yards rushing. And, of course, he had the big running game last year in College Station. But great to see that run game unlocked. And then I thought Arch might airmail that one because Wingo was so open. And, boy, he had just enough on it to allow Wingo to go make a really nice hit. Kind of reminded me of Arch's catch in the corner of the end zone from Parker Livingston.
A couple of good signs. Both Colin Simmons and Malik Muhammad back on the field for Texas. Reuben Owens is the running back for Texas A&M. Out of the shotgun, he'll line up offset to the left side of the quarterback, Marcel Reed. 3 receivers out wide right for the Aggies, and 1 on the short side of the field split left. On first down, Reed, quick pass goes to the left side, but the Longhorns react, but can they make the tackle? Yes. Concepcion with the catch. Boy, is he so slippery. It winds up being a 3-yard gain, but Michael Taff and Lance Jackson team up on the stop. Second down and 7. Boy, how much momentum could shift continue if the Longhorns could force another 3 and out. Kobe Black now in at corner for Texas. Muhammad on the opposite side of the field. Off the left hash of the Aggie 28. On second down and 7. Shotgun snap back to Reed. Steps up and he escapes. Rolls to the left and he will run and has a first down. Boy, you just haven't seen many quarterbacks, once the Longhorns have them in the grass, get out of it. And he's able to do it. He might be a little bit short of the first down. It was a left foot, right foot situation. He did step out at the 34-yard line. Yeah. So it's a gain of 6, and it's 3rd and a yard.
Boy, Colin Simmons was frustrated on that. Thought he had a sack, and just, as he said, Reed slipped out. It's a full yard here, though, on 3rd down.
Simmons and Lance Jackson check out. Ty Anthony Smith back in, along with Justice Terry on the defensive front. And Murad Watson there as well. 3rd and a yard to go for Texas A&M at the Aggie 34-yard line. Owens the running back. Longhorns make a late substitution against Lance Jackson back on the field, and now A&M has to use a timeout. I think.
Timeout, Texas A&M, the first of the half.
Yep, play clock was running down. The Aggies call timeout, and we'll take it as well. 5:53 to go in the third quarter. It's Texas 13, Texas A&M 10 on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
Let's take a moment to breathe. Deep inhale. Extend your spine. Remain focused on what you're doing. If safe to do so, exhale slowly, leaning to one side. Inhale back to center. If safe to do so, exhale slowly to the opposite side. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. This message is brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Put your phone on D&D. That means do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always sing with me. So put your phone on D&D. That means do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always remember this beat.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
When I met both of them, it was like my missing pieces were found. Like it was just like an instant, these are my kids. If you're considering adopting a team, just do it. Kids need families. I don't care the age. Everybody deserves a family.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
DirecTV is a proud sponsor of Texas Athletics. Stream the Texas Longhorns satellite free on DirecTV. Visit directtv.com today to learn more. 5:53 to go in the third. Texas leads Texas A&M 13-10. Aggies will have a 3rd and 1 at their own 34-yard line here in the third quarter. Longhorns have 1 tackle for loss. A second one here would obviously be huge to try to answer their score with another defensive stop here, as Texas has scored 10 unanswered here in this third quarter.
Will Matthews, this is always a tough quandary decision here. When you do you load the box here on 3rd and 1, completely sell out against the run if Ruben Owens is back there, or do you keep a wary eye on what could happen through the air?
You know, it's a great question, and in this situation, selling out for the run may make the most sense, especially if you have a couple of guys who can cover the tight end and whatever receiver that comes out. I think selling out for the run and making sure they don't get this yard, this is a statement play. This can be a momentum gather for Texas. If they can stop them here, it could something special happen, getting that offense on the field. We'll see right now, though.
All right, the Aggies line up on 3rd and a yard from the Texas A&M 34-yard line. And it is Ruben Owens in the backfield. He's offset to the right side of the quarterback, Marcel Reed. Boy, they go tight here with extra tight ends and 1 receiver in single coverage out on the short side to the left. 3rd and a yard to go for Texas A&M. Reed from the shotgun. On 3rd down, turns, hands it off to Owens. He has the first down. And still on his feet, takes it out to the 40, 41-yard line. Well, the Aggies have done that a couple of times. It looked like they were down and they were not going to be slowed down, and all of a sudden they break through and pick up extra yardage. That's a 7-yard carry.
Yeah, and Texas brought in 3 defensive tackles with Ethan Burke and stacked the line of scrimmage, and somehow Owens just found a little crease there.
1st down and 10, Texas A&M from the Aggie 41-yard line. 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining third quarter. Texas with a 13-10 lead. Off the left hash on 1st down. Handoff again. Owens. This time the Longhorns slow him a little bit, but he's still near the 45-yard line. About a 4-yard carry. Ethan Burke on the tackle.
Yeah, this is always when you think about, okay, when is Marcel Reed going to pull that at the mesh point and see if he can get that defensive end to crash in.
2nd down. Ball just shy of the Aggie 45. They need the Texas 49-yard line to move the chains. 2 receivers on the short side of the field, split left. 1 in the slot out to the right. Reed out of the gun. On 2nd down, hands it to Owens again. Full head of steam across midfield, and he would appear to be just short of the 1st down marker. Ty Anthony Smith, the tackle. Well, they're leaning on him heavily, just like the Longhorns did with Trey Weisner.
Yeah, nothing fancy right here, right between the tackles, and Owens and that Aggie offensive line winning the battle. Here you go, another chance, probably 4-down territory at this point for A&M at midfield.
Just shy of a full yard needed for the 1st down. The ball just across midfield, and they need the Texas 49. 3rd down, less than 1. And Reed out of the shotgun again. On 3rd down, E.J. Smith in the backfield now. And they hand it to Smith, and I don't know if he got it. Let's see. No, from where they're marking it, he did not get the ball. Did not pick up the 1st down. Leonga Lafau stopped him. Now it's 4th down.
Yeah, they're marking it like maybe he lost a foot.
Well, the ball, the nose of the football on that 3rd down was just across midfield. They're going to put it down. Yeah, pretty much. Well, maybe they lost a couple of inches.
Yeah.
All right. Back in, Cole Brevard and Hero Canoe. Longhorns will stack that box. They also have Travis Shaw out there and Colin Simmons. Ty Anthony Smith checks back in. Ruben Owens is back in the backfield. Under center, Reed starts to take it, and now the Longhorns spend a timeout on defense. So And that could be because the Longhorns might have had 12 men on the field. So they didn't have the personnel they wanted, and Texas has to call a timeout here with 3:18 remaining in the third quarter.
Yeah, well, Anthony Smith came in, looked back, and that's where they realized, okay, we got to call a timeout.
Yep. So they did, and so each team has spent one of its 3 second-half timeouts here in the third quarter. They each have 2 remaining. If you joined us late, Longhorns held a 3-0 lead in the second quarter. It was a scoreless first quarter. Aggies came back on a field goal to tie, then a 30-yard punt return by Casey Concepcion set up Aggie touchdown run around the corner to give them a 10-3 lead. Longhorns got 2 3-and-out stops engineered by the defense to open this third quarter. After the first stop, they had a field goal drive. After the second, a touchdown drive on a pass that ended with a pass Arch Manning to Ryan Wingo from 29 yards out. Now, for the Aggies getting the ball back after that Texas touchdown, they moved it out to midfield from their own 22, and they have a 4th down and a yard needed for the first. They need a full yard here. So it's 4th down and 1. Longhorns again make the substitution, seeing the Aggie alignment out of the Texas timeout. 4th and a yard to go for Texas A&M at midfield. Marcel Reed will go back into the shotgun on 4th down. And there was movement by the Aggies, I believe. Let's see. There was definite movement in the line. Longhorns said somebody moved for Texas A&M. They're talking about it. Here's Steve Marlowe, the referee.
Ball start. Offense, number 76, number 71. 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
Yep, left side of the line did it. And now the Longhorn defense holds, and Texas A&M will have to punt because of the false start.
Just the 4th penalty against A&M, but that one takes away an opportunity to convert a 4th down.
So now it becomes 4th and 6, and the Aggies, for the 3rd time in this third quarter, will send out the punt team. Tyler Wright to punt it. Standing back inside the Texas 20-yard line is Ryan Niblett. He's not really had a chance to have a good return yet. So here it is on 4th down. Snap back, kick is away. Very, very high. Niblett calls for a fair catch and makes it. And Longhorn fans wanted interference on making that fair catch. I don't know that there was any real contact. It was a 38-yard punt. And Texas will have it on their own 17-yard line after the punt. 3:11 to go here in the third quarter.
Yeah, it wasn't interference by contact, but it was kind of interference.
Well, he got in his face, but he danced out of the way, and that was Bravion Rogers, a junior from LaGrange. So now Texas will have its 3rd possession of this third quarter. They scored a field goal in the first possession, a touchdown on the second. And all 3 possessions now starting after the Longhorns stop the Aggies. Trey Wisner back in the backfield, line up in the pistol behind Arch Manning. 1st down and 10 from the Longhorn 17-yard line. Arch with a snap, hands it to Wisner. Cuts back up the middle, can't find anything. In fact, he's going to lose a yard to the 16. Tackle made by Tyler Onyeta. It's 2nd down and 11 from the Longhorn 16. So on 2nd down, Emmett Mosley will shift wide right. In a slot right is DeAndre Moore. On the short side of the field, split left, is Parker Livingston. Now, Wisner winds up offset to the left side of Manning. Arch will take the snap out of the shotgun on 2nd down and 11. Snap back to Manning. Pressure coming over the middle. Livingston juggles, makes the catch. And a 1st down. Boy, he got to the middle quickly. He's still driving forward, and they'll mark him down at the 35-yard line. And that will take it for 19 yards.
Nice job by that offensive line. Gave Manning a clean pocket, and then Livingston knew he was going to potentially get blown up over the middle and had to kind of gather it in, but he did a nice job there and holding on.
1st down and 10, Texas from the Longhorn 35. Manning shifts Parker Livingston in motion behind the formation on 1st down. It's a handoff. Wisner sweeping left, cuts upfield 40. Trey still on his feet, 45, and he's got a 1st down. Wisner, then the ball popped out late, but went out of bounds. TJ Searcy, the tackle. And that's a 12-yard gain and another 1st down.
Yeah, they bring that motion one way, and then they run Wisner the other way, and This is the most productive as far as explosive running plays we've seen all season against Power 4 teams.
They'll mark him out at the 46, so it's an 11-yard gain, but still a first down for the Longhorns.
He lost it, but he got it back anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. From the Longhorn 46, a lineup in the pistol with Weisner behind. Now he shifts to the right side of Manning. Arch from the gun has it and then turns and hands it to Weisner. He's in a lot of trouble, and he's going to lose yardage. As he started the sweep outside, Cassius Howe led the assault. It'll be a loss of 2 back to the 44-yard line. Clock ticking down to a minute remaining in the third quarter.
Yeah, Sanford blew that up from his middle linebacker spot.
So second down and 12, the ball at the Texas 44-yard line. Emmett Mosley is wide right and a slot right is Ryan Wingo. And on second down, Manning to take the snap. Arch has it, turns, and looks to throw. On second down, Manning with some time. Sends it over the middle. Andrews the catch at the Aggie 35 to the 30. A stiff arm to the 25, to the 20, to the 10, to the 5. And inside the Aggie 5-yard line, Jack Andrews down to the Texas A&M 2-yard line, fighting Dalton Brooks all the way down the boundary for 54 yards.
Well, Andrews does a nice job there trying to take the ball away, and he just kept fighting, going one way, turned the other way, and he stiff-armed Ratliff and then got free and nearly took it to the end zone.
First and goal, Texas at the Texas A&M 2-yard line, and that's going to be the final play of the third quarter. 3 in the books. The Longhorns trying to hand A&M their first loss. They had a magnificent third quarter, and they try to start off the fourth quarter with another score. 3 quarters in the books here in Austin. It's Texas 13 and Texas A&M 10. Texas Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Want to get in on the action at Moody Center? Texas Farm Bureau Insurance is proud to offer its members 2 free tickets to select Longhorns men's or women's basketball home games this season. Visit TexasLonghorns.com/Texas Farm Bureau for complete details on how members can request tickets. That's TexasLonghorns.com/Texas Farm Bureau for your free tickets to see the Horns on their home court. Brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance.
Hey Longhorns fans! This season, it's not just about showing up, it's about showing out. And as proud sponsor of Texas Athletics, Kendra Scott wants to help you make game day personal. Shop exclusive game day jewelry or customize your own look at the Color Bar for the ultimate style touchdown. Shop your local Kendra Scott store or KendraScott.com today.
Horns Up! The University of Texas Club is the perfect place to experience Texas hospitality and burnt orange excitement all year long. Located inside Darrell K. Royal Texas Memorial Stadium, the UT Club is your home for exclusive dining, member events, and unbeatable game day experiences. Elevate your Longhorn pride at universityoftexasclub.com for more information or to join today. The University of Texas Club. Texas lives here all year.
Mike Coulter back in studio, looking back at the third quarter. A&M got the football to start the second half of action, quickly went 3 and out and would punt it to Texas. Longhorns' first play of the half. Trey Weisner popped a run for 48 yards, the longest of the season by the Longhorns on the ground. Then a pass interference on the Aggies moved it down to the 18-yard line, but a tackle for loss, incompletion, sack followed on an intentional grounding called on Arch Manning. Mason Shipley's 46-yard field goal was good, capped a 5-play, 50-yard drive, 1:54 off the clock. A&M again would go 3 and out on their second possession of the half. An incompletion on 3rd down and 2 forced the punt. Texas's Weisner again back to work. Gains of 6, then 16. A screen to Wingo went for 4. Weisner again for 17 more. Got it down to the A&M 27-yard line. And then on 2nd and 12 at the A&M 29, Arch scrambled and connected with a wide-open Ryan Wingo with a great catch for the touchdown. 6 plays, 70 yards, 3 minutes and 4 seconds off the clock. Texas in front 13-10. A&M would get a first down on their next possession. Ruben Owens, a 7-yard run on 3rd down, got their first down of the half. However, on 3rd down and 1, they were stuffed. Following a 4th down, they lined up to go for it, but were off sides, and They had to punt the football back to Texas. Longhorns quickly went back to work on 2nd and 11. Manning to Parker Livingston for 19. Weisner gained 12 more on the ground. And then Manning, just before the end of the quarter, hooked up with his tight end, Jack Injuries, with a great catch and run for 54 yards down to the 2-yard line. And the Longhorns are knocking on the door as we begin the fourth quarter of action. Let's send it back now inside DKR Texas Memorial Stadium in Austin. Once again, here's Craig, Roger, and Will.
All right, thanks very much, Mike. The Longhorns will have it first and goal at the Texas A&M 2-yard line, moving left to right, north to south here in the final quarter. Arch Manning will take the snap from under center on first and goal with Trey Weisner behind him. Manning turns first down, hands the ball around the left, touchdown! Nick Townsend, the freshman, Nick Townsend. Little tight end around, in for the score.
What a call right there by Steve Sarkeesian. Longhorns have had success running the ball, but they've taken some negative plays. Got to pound it in here inside the 4-yard line. Don't want to get the third down, so what does he do? He runs a little tight end around for the score.
Now that's quite a drive. 83 yards in 6 plays, taking 3:14 off the clock. The Longhorns up by 2 scores and try to make it a 10-point lead here on Mason Shipley's extra point try. Out of the hold of Jack Bomeister and Lance St. Louis to snap it. Longhorns have scored touchdowns at both ends of the field tonight. The extra point kick is good. And now 17 unanswered points for Texas. 14:57 to go in the ball game. And the Longhorns now lead it 20-10. Will Matthews, how about your thoughts on how the Longhorns have turned this thing around here in the second half?
Yeah, definitely something special and something for the books. What we all know about this game, it's the game that makes heroes. If you can do your thing, this will be the place to do it. All season, those tight ends have been underutilized with guys like Jack Injuries and Washington and the younger guys on the sideline. We haven't really seen them as much as we should have. Jack, talking to him, all he says is, I wish I had gotten to Texas a little bit earlier just to spend more time with Arch. And now you're starting to see the time that they have spent starting to really pay off, and being able to find the margin and find a way to do a play that nobody has seen. No one's seen that play from Texas all year long. Right now, the perfect time. Coach Sark in his bag, and it's looking great.
Spencer Barnett to kick it off again for Texas. This place is alive and making a lot of noise now as the Longhorns are up 10 here, early final quarter. The kickoff. And it's going to be a short kickoff fielded on the dead run at the 20, 25, up to the 28, to the 29-yard line by Terry Bussey. He hit it with a full head of steam. Longhorns were able to bring him down at the 29. So the Aggies start from their own 29-yard line with Texas up 20-10 here, early final quarter.
All right, now, well, what an opportunity for this defense with a 2-score lead. And they've done a great job here in the second half. Offense has scored on all 3 of their possessions. They've kept A&M from making any kind of drive, and now really a chance to help get some separation if they can get another stop.
First down and 10, Texas A&M from its own 29. Reuben Owens, the running back, offset to the right side of the quarterback, Marcel Reed. Off the right hash of the Aggie 29. On first down and 10, Reed looks to throw. Back to throw. Swings it out. Ball right side, ball caught. And it's going to be a short gain. Owens on the catch. Grayson Littleton came up to make the tackle. It's a pickup of 3 yards.
Well, nice job on the back end to force Reed to go to his check down there, and then they do a good job of rallying to the football.
Second down and 7 from the Aggie 32. Reed to take the snap with 2 receivers out wide left and 1 on the short side of the field, split right. Off the right hash of the A&M 32-yard line. On second down, handoff, Owens cuts up, popped, and then goes down. At the 35-yard line, Ty Anthony Smith the tackle. Gain of 3. It's third down and 4 for the Aggies.
Yeah, fresh legs with Ty Anthony Smith having to sit out that first half. So here we go again. Another third down play for this defense.
On third down and 4 from the Aggie 35-yard line. 2 receivers out wide left for Texas A&M. 1 on the short side of the field, split right. Owens the running back. He's offset to the right side of Marcel Reed. Now Owens shifts to the right. Now back into formation. Reed from the gun. Play clock down to 5. He has the snap. Reed back to throw. Looks, scrambles right. Ball caught. And Owens with a catch, and he'll scramble for it. He didn't pick up the first down. He stumbled forward. Ty Anthony Smith slowed him down, but he's 1 yard shy of it.
What do you do here if you're Mike Elco in your own territory?
On the 38-yard line, they're 1 yard shy, and the Aggies are going to go for it. 4th down and a yard to go. First of all, the Longhorns have got to maintain their discipline and not come across the line of scrimmage. Reuben Owens is there. He's offset to the right side of Marcel Reed. 4th down and a yard to go for Texas A&M from the Aggie 38. Now Reed under center to take the snap. Longhorns mesh in. Owens hard counting. Longhorns not moving. Play clock going down to 0. And it's either a delay or the Aggies took time out. Here's the call.
Late game, offense, 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
And they took the delay. Longhorns held their water. Maybe A&M was counting on Texas coming out of their discipline like they did in that game at Georgia a couple of weeks ago. They did not do it, and A&M will have to punt.
Yeah, and now you got to still hold your discipline here and make sure you just possess this ball and get a chance to continue your offensive surge.
So to punt it is Tyler White. Has the snap. Kick is away. And a good kick. Backpedaling. Niblett fields it over the shoulder to the 15-yard line. Brings it up to the 20. 25. Ryan to the 30. And a nice return by Niblett. Brings out the 34-yard line. He fielded it about the 13 and then turned it back upfield. And so the Longhorns will have good field position after the timeout with 12:31 remaining in the ballgame. It's Texas 20 and Texas A&M 10 here on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
My name is Teresa Barber. I was in the United States Navy, and I served overseas in the Middle East and Africa. Early on in my career, I had a commander that taught our suicide prevention training, and the very next day, he took his own life. 90% of suicide attempts involving a gun are fatal. My way of continuing my service is to help protect my community by being a responsible gun owner and by storing firearms safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
Download the free Texas Longhorns app to engage with the Longhorns all season long. The official Texas Longhorns app has a brand new layout with exciting features for fans and is available on Apple and Android devices. If you already have the app, please make sure to download the latest update to access all the features and to manage game tickets for all regular season home events. Activate push notifications for important game day messaging customized by sport or event.
This message is for Shauna, my mom who just finished her high school diploma. I wanted to say I'm so proud of you for finishing school. You told me it's never too late to achieve your dreams. I hope to make you as proud as you have made me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
.12:31 to go. Texas up 10. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield. Hey, want to remind you to tune in to Texas and O's each week. It's a fresh late-night style talk show that shines the spotlight on Texas athletes and coaches beyond the game. Check your local TV listings or on LHN each Friday or audio version wherever you listen to podcasts. Well, here's your crucial point of the ball game, Roger Wallace and Will Matthews. Texas with a 10-point lead with the ball with 12:31 to go, and they'll start this drive from their own 34.
Well, you can punch it in again. You got a 3-score lead in the fourth quarter, but this is so important for Texas to continue to move the ball. First down's been a problem other than Trey Wisner's 48-yarder. The other 22 plays on first down, a total of 47 yards. So let's see if they can get something going to get this drive started.
Little scrimmage from the right hash of the Texas 34. C.J. Baxter in the ballgame now at running back. 2 receivers out wide left for the Longhorns. 1 on the short side of the field, split right. On first down and 10, Manning out of the pistol. Arch has the snap, turns and hands it to Baxter, breaks through to the 35, and that's it. He only was able to pick up a yard. Damian Sanford on the tackle for Texas A&M. So it's now second down and 9.
Albert Reed just slow to get up, hobbled a little bit, but he's not coming out of the ball game for A&M.
Second down. Longhorns huddle up. Ball is in the center of the field now. Emmett Mosley is wide left. In slots on the left are DeAndre Moore and Ryan Wingo. Now Wingo shifts in motion back to the right. Baxter offset to the left side of Arch Manning. Out of the gun, Manning the snap, and hands it again to Baxter, but this is going to lose yardage. Cassius Howell comes over to make the tackle. It's a loss on the play of a couple, and now it's going to bring up third down and 12.
Yeah, just too many white jerseys and too much push by the defense. There was nowhere to cut back for C.J. Baxter, and now you really put Arch in a bind here and see if A&M tries to bring the pressure.
So it's third down and 12 for Texas from the Longhorn 32-yard line. Again, 3 receivers out wide left, including the tight end Jack Andrews. 1 tight to the formation on the short side to the right. Third down and 12 for the Longhorns. Blitz look from Texas A&M. Manning looks over the Aggie defense. Has the snap. Blitz coming from the Aggies. Manning hit as he throws downfield, looking downfield and incomplete. He had to get rid of it, was looking for Mosley, but man, was he hit hard by Torian York, and it brings up fourth down.
Yeah, didn't miss him by much, and Mosley had a step, but out in front a couple of yards, and that's the last thing you wanted to see, a quick 3 and out, and that third down play and incompletion.
So now Bomeister will come back out to punt again for Texas. Casey Concepcion, who has a 30-yard return to set up A&M's only touchdown, is back deep to receive it. Bomeister has punted 5 times, averaging 51 yards per kick. Can he get another good one off here? This is a line drive kick away from Concepcion. Fields it on the run, 24-yard line, out to the 30, 35, and he'll take it all the way up across the 40-yard line. That was a line drive kick. It did not go as far as they wanted it to. And the punt went 44 yards, but it was a line driver, and it was returned 17 yards. Marshall Landwehr made the tackle. So A&M with good field position to start. 10:52 to go. Texas up 20-10. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Meet, stay, and dine at the AT&T Hotel and Conference Center. Located on the University of Texas campus, this is where real fans stay for game day. Relax in luxurious rooms with tower views and enjoy happy hour at Gabriel's Cafe with your fellow Longhorns. Book your wedding, graduation celebration, or conference today. Make your next memories on campus. Learn more about hotel packages at meetatexas.com.
The Flat Creek Estate Wine Garden is how Austin does a pregame. Sip on the most awarded Texas wines in history at this fixture of the Texas football experience. Located on DeLost Dodds Way on the north side of DKR Texas Memorial Stadium. The Flat Creek Estate Wine Garden brings Texas Hill Country attitude to every Longhorns home game. Award-winning wines? We got it. Need a frosé? We got that too. Plus live music and plenty of shade. We know how much y'all need that. Come on over to the Flat Creek Estate Wine Garden on game day. Visit our amazing 80-acre winery in Marble Falls and pick up our wines at your local HEB. Book 'em.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Texas Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Mike Coulter back inside the Learfield Network studios with this WinStar Studio report in the top 25. 2 other games taking place right now. Number 2, Indiana, no problem with their rival Purdue, Hoosiers in front 49-3 early fourth quarter. Also late in the second quarter, Big 12 action. 20th ranked Arizona State, a 7-0 lead over number 25 Arizona. College basketball action. LSU at halftime leads Drake in the Emerald Coast Classic. Tigers in front 38-24. Top 25 on the hardwood. Number 9 BYU trails Dayton at halftime. The Flyers in front of the Cougars 36-30. Let's send it back now inside DKR Texas Memorial Stadium. Once again, here's Craig, Roger, and Will. Gentlemen.
All right, thanks very much, Mike. Roger, let me ask you something. You're a graduate of Indiana University. Did y'all get all, geeked up about that old oak and bucket battle?
Yeah, because that's all they had back then. Maybe you win that and you save a season where you win 2-3 games.
Okay.
Not now, where I think now the combined score the last 2 years is 115-3.
Not that you're keeping track. I better keep.
Well, 66-0. Yeah, we just waited for basketball.
There you go. All right, Aggies will start from their own 41-yard line. Moving right to left here, south to north here in this final quarter. Texas with a 20-10 lead with 10 minutes and 52 seconds remaining. Each team has 2 timeouts remaining. Reuben Owens is the running back. He's offset to the right side of the quarterback, Marcel Reed. But Reed off the shotgun snap, looks to throw. First down, pressure coming. Big run from behind. Hit, ball wobbles in the air and incomplete. He was hit from behind by Colin Simmons. Boys, Colin comes so close to getting... Well, putting the hammer down, he at least affected the pass, and it's incomplete.
Boy, what a break for A&M, because that ball just hung up there in the middle of the field. That's one you see picked off so many times.
So it's 2nd down and 10 from the 41-yard line. Off the right hash. Owens, the running back, offset to the left side of Reed. 2 receivers on the short side of the field, split right for the Aggies. One is out wide left. Out of the shotgun, Reed, play action, quick pass, left side, ball caught. But immediately after making the catch, Terry Bussey was wrapped up by Kobe Black. They'll mark him down at the 45-yard line. It's a 4-yard gain, and now it's 3rd down and 6 for Texas A&M.
Aggies want to go fast, keep Texas from substituting.
Yep, they do. They go quickly to the line on 3rd and 6. Shotgun snap, back to Reed. Pressure coming, throws to the right. It's caught. 1st down at the Texas 44. Late flag coming in from way back upfield. Ashton Bethel-Roma made the catch, and this is coming back.
Pass interference. Offense number 5. 15-yard penalty. 3rd down.
He said 5. That would be Amari Daniels. But whoever it's on, it's going to mark the Aggies back. That's a huge penalty here. 15 yards on the walk-off. Takes it back to the 30-yard line. Now it's 3rd down and 21. So 3rd and 21 for the Aggies. 10:16 to go. Texas leading 20-10. Kobe Black at one corner for Texas. Malik Muhammad on the other corner. Longhorns go with a dime package right now on 3rd down. Shotgun snap, back to throw. Reed. Now he'll take off and run. Longhorns have got to get to him. To the 40, to the 43. And they bring him down. And flags are going to come in. This is going to be a face mask. Wow. They would have had him down, but they're going to get 15 yards right back on a face
foul.
mask.
Face mask, number 4 defense. 15-yard penalty, automatic 1st down.
Jelani McDonald had him, but he grabbed the face mask on the tackle as he went around. Sure enough.
Yeah.
15 yards and a 1st down for A&M.
And they were going to get him down. It was just a matter of who. And McDonald kind of overran him and reached back, but man, what a killer right here. Looked like Texas is going to get the ball back up by 2 scores, and now the Aggies are 1st down in Texas territory.
At the Longhorn 41. This is what Texas A&M has been able to do so well this year, is take advantage of mistakes like that in the 4th quarter of ball games. E.J. Smith, the running back, he's offset to the left side of Marcel Reed. We'll have 2 receivers to the left on 1st down. Reed back to throw. Looks, still looks, over the middle, incomplete. He was trying to go to the tight end, Theo Melina Orstrom, who was covered coming across the middle by Ty Anthony Smith. It's incomplete, and it's 2nd down and 10 with 9:42 remaining.
Boy, they're coming close to holding Colin Simmons. Surprised it's not been called, but
2nd down, ball near the right hash. 3 receivers out wide left for the Aggies, 1 on the short side of the field, split right. 2nd down and 10. Reed, the snap, looks to throw again. Steps up, pressure coming. He scrambles right. He's got running room, throws downfield. Ball caught inside the 20. The tight end, Orstrom. And it'll be first down, Texas A&M at the Texas 13.
Yeah, you sell out for the pressure. You better get to him because once he slipped out, it was either find that or he's going to take off and run.
It's a 28-yard gain. First down for the Aggies. 9:20 to go. Off the right hash. Hand off to the right side. Breaking free is E.J. Smith for a touchdown. He got through and took it in. And I know what everybody's thinking. Oh, my goodness, for that penalty.
Killer.
Now A&M, we're not only right back in it, but very, very close. And the Aggies will try to pull to within 3 right here on the extra point. On for the conversion is Jared Zirkle. Good snap and hold. The extra point kick is good. And right back to a 3-point lead with 9 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in the ball game. It is Texas 20, Texas A&M 17. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Longhorn fans, join Texas One today. Texas One is the official fan subscription service of Texas Athletics and gives you a direct connection to Texas Longhorn athletes. Join for insider access to premium content, exclusive merchandise, and one-of-a-kind Longhorn experiences. Texas One membership brings you closer to the action, closer to the athletes, and closer to the Texas sports community you love. Join today at TexasOneFan.com. That's TexasOneFan.com.
Equipment Share, proud partner of Texas Longhorns. We understand that when you rent construction and industrial equipment, you need reliable machines and dependable service. From dozers and aerial work platforms to pumps, power, and climate control, we've got you covered. All rentals are powered by T3, the easy-to-use fleet management tool that lets you monitor your equipment from your phone or laptop. Visit EquipmentShare.com for your rental today. Equipment Share, built by contractors for contractors.
Texas is full of adventures. From hill country to piney woods, Gulf Coast to the valley, there's a Ford SUV to get you there in style, in comfort, and with the capability to help you make the most of it. Ford Escape, Explorer, Bronco, Bronco Sport, and the all-new Ford Expedition. For adventures of every size, there's a Ford SUV that fits. Test drive one today at your Texas Ford dealer, and you'll see why. Ford is the best in Texas.
Bud Light is a proud sponsor of Texas Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Now the Longhorn lead is down to 3 with 9:15 to go here in the fourth quarter. And Texas A&M, 6th place, 59 yards, 137 off the clock. And, of course, 2 big penalties. One on the Aggies where it looked like, okay, no chance they're going to convert on 3rd and 25, but a face mask would have been 4th down. It would have been 4th in quite a bit. And A&M then punches it in, so now it's 20-17 and back on that Texas offense.
And Will, this is where the offense, and I know you've been there in the past, you remember when you'd have momentum, you'd have the lead, maybe something changes, maybe a turnover, maybe a penalty, whatever, and the other team scores. And how about what goes on in that offensive huddle, what they are saying to themselves now?
Well, you know, with me, I had Vince Young, and guys like Vince Young, they want to take advantage of whatever's going on. When it's not going well, they want to capitalize, and when it is going well, they want to capitalize. This is the time when guys like Manning are focused up to the line, talking to the guys, telling them, let's go. The game's not over. We still got time, and we still got to have pedal to the metal. This is the time when the best players rise. The cream rise to the top, and this is right now. Let's go. See what our offense can do.
It'll be interesting, again, to watch the kickoff here because Randy Bond will kick it off. This one deep but returnable. And Niblett from the 4-yard line brings it out over the 10. Trying to go way outside to the 15, in some trouble. If a flag comes in, once it's got bad written all over it. The return managed to get back to the 20-yard line, but if this is probably an expected block or hold on the return, the Longhorns are going to be deep in a hole right now. with that 3-point lead. Here's Steve Marlowe, the referee, from where they tossed the flag. They're showing that's where the infraction took place, right around the 17-yard line. So they could be starting all the way back deep. Here's the call.
During the return, personal foul, illegal block below the waist, return team. Half the distance to the goal from the spot of the foul, first down.
Yep. This is not good. So if it's half the distance to the goal, it should be right at about the 8-yard line. So now the Longhorn offense has to respond from their own end of the field.
It's been an issue all year, 7th penalty, and they've been some big ones tonight in yardage and in circumstance, and now you really put your offense in a bind here. Got to get something going early in this sequence.
Trey Wisner in the backfield, offset to the right side. Now they're moving it back up.
Number 29, the 15-yard penalty will be set from the end of the return, first down.
Well, we didn't even, all of a sudden, they called a foul against Texas A&M.
Well, that changes things pretty dramatically because now Texas has a good field position.
It's all the way out to the 37-yard line.
It was an A&M illegal block.
Okay. All right. So the officials just had the incorrect identification. So instead, it's on the Longhorn 37. First down and 10. Manning out of the shotgun. Turns and all play action pressure coming. Steps up. Throws out for Hendries. The catch across midfield and caught from behind. But Jack Hendries down to the Aggie 42-yard line. Marcus Ratcliffe the tackle. A 21-yard gain.
Well, nice job by Arch to step up. And then the little floater, the touch right there to Hendries.
So the ball is at the 42-yard line of Texas A&M. Clock moving. 8:40 to go. Texas up 20-17. Ball at the Aggie 42. Two receivers on the short side of the field, split left. One is out wide right. Now Hendries lines up in an H-back set on the right side. On first down, handoff, Wisner trying the center of the field and only good enough for a yard to the 41-yard line. Brought down by Damian Sanford.
Hendries up to 93 yards, so you got him at 93, and then you've got the tight end with a rushing touchdown.
Second down and 9 at the Texas A&M 41-yard line. We tick down to 8 minutes remaining in the football game right now. C.J. Baxter in the backfield for Texas now. Manning from the shotgun with a snap. Second down, blitz coming, swings it out to Baxter. Made the catch, juggles, and brought down. It's going to be a gain of only about a yard or two. Dalton Brooks made the tackle. C.J. had to pull it in and then was popped hard by Brooks. And they're going to mark it at the 40. So it's third down and 8 now.
Yeah, fortunate that he caught it. Fortunate that it didn't pop up one last time. Aggies had a chance to get a turnover.
Longhorns go empty now. 5 receivers. Baxter, one of those. On third down and 8 at the Texas A&M 40-yard line. This should be a free play. There was movement on both sides. Now that should be on the defense enticing the offense. This should not be a false start. And Aggie jumped into the neutral zone that enticed the offense to move. Steve Marlowe, the referee, told Archman to get out of here. He went over there to plead the case. Here's the call.
Offside, defense number 9. In the neutral zone, causing the offense to react. A 5-yard penalty, third down.
Say it here, it comes out there.
Right.
All right, it's at the 35. Makes it a much more manageable third down situation. Third down and 3 now, the Texas A&M 35-yard line. Clock put back in motion with 7:20 to go. On third down, again the empty set for Texas. Manning from the shotgun on third down. Arch has the snap, design run, goes straight up the middle, first down and more. Arch breaks free. Say goodnight to this one. Arch Manning, touchdown Texas. The second year in a row, Manning has a rushing touchdown against the Aggies.
And that was a call for Arch Manning. Looks over to the sideline and just darted up the middle. Got through one little surge, and from there it was so long.
35 yards. The Longhorns respond to the Aggie touchdown by going 63 yards in 4 plays, taking 2:03 off the clock.
Well, what a second half Arch Manning has had.
For the conversion, Mason Shipley out of Jack Bowmeister's hold. trying to put the Longhorns back up 10 again. Good snap and hold. Shipley's kick is good. 7:04 remaining in the ball game. Still a lot of time left, but Texas is back up 10. The Longhorns lead it now 27-17. Will Matthews, how about that play call, and how about that run by Archman?
Well, when they went empty, I knew that there was a pretty big possibility that Arch was going to be able to run the ball and would have the numbers with the O-line against their defensive line. When everybody moved out and that middle of the field was open, I was like, well, maybe it's an opportunity. Arch, with the elevated ability to run the ball, we saw it last year when he went, 60 against Mississippi State. He went touchdown against A&M last year down the sideline. I was standing right there, and today to see him do that, put the icing on the cake. There's still a lot of football and a lot of time to play, but right now it's time to get nuts.
Yeah. You were close, Will. It was 67 yards, and it was against UTSA, but it was still Arch with a touchdown run, and he did have a rushing touchdown earlier this season against Mississippi State.
Yeah, and Cole Hudson gets an assist because Arch just kind of weaved behind him. Hudson went a little bit left, he went a little bit right, and that freed him up.
Here's the kickoff by Barnett. High kick and a fair catch called for. So the Aggies will start from their 25-yard line with 7:04 to go, and Texas back up 10, 27-17.
Yeah, and you talked about plenty of time left, so defense here. We said this against Vanderbilt how many times, but just avoid the chunk plays here, make them drive the ball at least with a 2-score lead.
So now, can the Longhorn defense respond and get the stop they need? Aggies from their own 25.
Hasn't been a turnover in the game, just saying.
It's true. On the right hash. First down and 10. Out of the empty set. Snap back to Reed. Steps up. Pressure coming. He takes off. This time he's hit. Now it will be an actual running play. Colin Simmons and Ethan Burke caught up to him. It's a gain of 3 yards. Second down and 7 for Texas A&M. Aggies have it. They're actually going to mark this on the 27, so it's just a 2-yard gain. It's second down and 8. Shotgun snap back to Reed across the middle. Ball caught, and this is going to be just short, or maybe they'll give him enough. Yep, enough for the first down. Nate Borkircher. The catch for 8 yards and a first down at the 35. Clock moving, 6:22 to go. Texas up 27-17. Ruben Owens back in the backfield for Texas A&M. Now the official's going to stop play. They might want to check the spot on this.
The ruling on the field is a completed pass for a first down. The previous play is under further review.
I thought when Borkircher first caught it that he was a little bit short. He tried to move forward with it, and then the official spotted it at the 35. So we're going to take another look at this.
Yeah, and it's little things, but, you make them run another play here. It's going to take a little more time off the clock.
So they'll check it out.
6:17 to go. Aggies have used a timeout, so they have 2. Texas has 2 as well.
You've heard it mentioned the Longhorns have a 77-37-5 overall series lead against A&M. Since it's been the Lone Star Showdown, Texas leads the all-time series 7-2, including winning that reimagined series last year.
That ball
currently on a 4-season win streak.
Never got to the first down marker.
I didn't think that it did, and the officials were really quick to come up and mark Borkircher at the line to gain.
And the ball's behind him. He got spun around, so his backside came closer to the first down than the ball did, and I don't think that got it either.
He may be a full yard shy of that.
Taking a long peek at this.
By the way, in talking about that Lone Star Showdown, Texas leads the football overall mark in the Lone Star Showdown 6-3. A&M has a 4-0 lead this year in the Showdown series, having won soccer, volleyball, both men's and women's cross country earlier this fall.
Yeah, those are scheduled because volleyball beat them at the SEC tournament.
Yes, they did. They did. And while we wait for the call, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification live from... Wait a minute. Hold on. Here comes the call.
After further review, the ruling on the field is upheld. First down.
Wow. Man. Every replay we saw showed him short of the line of gain. I guess they said it wasn't enough to overturn the call. Now let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield. First down and 10, Texas A&M from its own 35-yard line. Marcel Reed has the snap. Back to throw. Still looks, fires deep over the little ball. Caught in Texas territory. That one by Casey Concepcion all the way to the Longhorn 46-yard line. A 19-yard gain.
Yeah, that time Reed had plenty of time to just survey the field.
First down and 10, Texas A&M at the Texas 46. Again, shotgun snap to Reed. Looks to take off and run. This time the Longhorns have him, and it will go as a sack. Back at the 48-yard line. It's a loss of 2. Hero Canoe on the tackle.
Yeah, great job. Just held on to the feet. That time, boy, all 4 got pushed right away.
Second down and 12. And shotgun snap back to Reed over the middle. Ball caught. And inside the 40, breaking tackles, Aaron Bethel-Roman, a first down. It's at the Texas 36-yard line. Grayson Littleton, the tackle, a 12-yard gain.
Yeah, that broken tackle saved the Aggies some time.
Clock moving, ticking down toward 5 minutes to go. Texas up 10, 27-17. First down and 10, Texas A&M. Shotgun snap. Marcel Reed looking. Swings it out right side. Ball caught and then wrestled out of bounds. Theo Mellon-Olstrom was wrestled out of bounds at the 33-yard line. That's a gain of 3 yards. Clock continues to roll, however. Second down at the Longhorn 33. From the shotgun, Marcel Reed has the snap, looks to throw again, pressure coming, scrambles left, looks, now he's going to take off and run. Longhorns bring him down short of the first down at the 28-yard line. Colton Vosick the tackle. It's a 5-yard gain. Clock continues to move, 4:20 to go. Texas 27, Texas A&M 17. The ball's at the 28. It's third down and 2 for the Aggies. Reed has the snap, turns, hands the ball off to Smith. He's got a first down, breaks through inside the 20. First and 10, Texas A&M. The ball at the Longhorn 18-yard line. 4 minutes and counting remaining in the ballgame. Craig Way, Roger Wallace, Will Matthews with you from Darrell K. Royal, Texas Memorial Stadium. Texas leading, third-ranked and unbeaten Texas A&M 27-17. But the Aggies are driving. First and 10 at the Longhorn 18. Reed fires over the middle. Intercepted! Picked off! Michael Taff! How about the senior? Intercepts inside the 5-yard line. What a huge play for the senior Michael Taff. And Texas takes over on its own 2-yard line.
Starts with the pressure up the middle. It forced Reed to just misfire. It came right up the middle. He had to kind of buckle, and he couldn't put enough on it. And Michael Taff on senior night with the interception.
They'll mark it at the 3. Texas will have it. Let's go down to the sidelines to Will.
You know, in just getting to know Taff in his time here, it's so special as a senior to be able to get that interception. There's still time to play. Texas's offense has to manage this time, the 3 minutes and 41 seconds left. But to see a guy like Taff with such an incredible story, walk on, scholarship, being in the conversation this year for many awards, way to go, young man. What a great way to capitalize a wonderful career at the University of Texas.
A finalist for the Burlsworth Trophy. Trey Wisner in the backfield. Longhorns set to start on their own 3. 3:41 to go. Leading by 10. Aggies have 2 timeouts left. Manning will take the snap from under center. And on first down and 10, it is a handoff to Wisner in some trouble. And he manages to bounce back to the 2, but he lost a yard. And I think A&M's going to use, let's see. Clock is stopped. A&M has called it second timeout.
Yeah, Arch went deep in the backfield to hand that ball off to Wisner.
Texas A&M, their second of the half.
Tyler Onyeta made the tackle. It's going to be second down and 11 from the Longhorn 2-yard line. And they're saying
this will be a 30-second timeout.
All right, it's a 30-second timeout, but they've asked for the clock to be set to 3:37. We're getting a little rain, Will Matthews. Is that what I'm seeing outside right now?
Yeah, it's just a little bit of mist, and that's been going on off and on throughout the night. Feel a little bit of mist with that nice little gust coming out the southeast, but it shouldn't change too much at the moment. Texas has on the 2-yard line, and they got to continue to go forward.
Well, fellas, I think it's as simple as this. If the Longhorns pick up a first down, the Aggies are going to be, have to use their last timeout, and the Longhorns can almost run it out. There is the 2-minute timeout.
Does Sark have some sort of little play action in his bag here? Something safe, but maybe to slow that Aggie flow down.
2nd down and 11 back at the Texas 2-yard line with 3:37 to play in the ball game. Manning will take a shotgun snap out of the end zone, turns, hands it off. Weisner pounds forward to the 5-yard line, a gain of 3. Now it's going to bring up 3rd down and 8. Albert Regis on the tackle, and the Aggies call their final timeout with 3:29 to go. And of course, there is the 2-minute timeout, but that's it in terms of stoppages left.
I don't see anything here in the air unless it's an absolute sure thing, because you save the Aggies so much time if you stop the clock.
What about you, Will? What do you think you need to do on 3rd down and 8 here?
Well, it's really all about managing the clock. If they can find a way to move the ball forward on the ground, I think it's really difficult conversation to get the ball into the air. But a game like this, you've got to go all out. And so I could see some kind of play action, moving the pocket with Arch and throwing to the sideline to stay in bounds and get the guys down. But the safest bet right here is running the ball, just like Roger said.
All right.
Saw that bootleg against Oklahoma to help ice it. A little different spot in the field.
2 receivers on the short side of the field, split right, 1 wide left. Manning will line up in the pistol with Weisner behind him, right in the middle of the block letter X in Texas in the north end zone. 3rd down, it is a handoff to Weisner. Comes up forward. He's going to be stopped well short of the 1st down. He'll pick up only a yard to the 6. And Albert Regis made the tackle. Now the clock will run. Longhorns can take it inside of 3 minutes before they have to punt it away. And they need one more good kick out of Jack Bomeister, at least one more. Jack now has punted 6 times, averaging just under 50 yards per punt, 49.7. They could use one of those here. We'll run the clock down. The Longhorns may have to take a timeout here. Play clock down to 7. Bomeister set. Let's see if they can get it snapped in time. Yep, they do. And Jack's kick is away. It's another line drive kick. Concepcion fields it over his shoulder right at midfield. Now he starts laterally to the right, trying to turn up field. Jelani McDonald runs him down at the Texas 43-yard line, I believe, is where they'll mark this with 2:32 remaining. The ball is at the Longhorn 43. It's a 44-yard punt and a 7-yard return. So can the Longhorns get one more stop defensively?
Well,
One would do it.
They took 1:19 off the clock after the interception, but the Aggies burned all their timeouts, so now they do get the 2-minute timeout. And just, again, keep everything in front. Anything that's in the field of play and not a first down, precious time comes off that clock.
1st down and 10, A&M off the right hash of the Texas 43. Marcel Reed has the snap. Back to throw. Still looks, swings it out left side. Ball intercepted! Kobe Black! How about that? Kobe Black comes up with it. Or is it Malik Muhammad?
There's a flag.
But there's a flag down. Hold on as the Longhorns go down to celebrate in the end zone. Here's the call.
After the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness number 1. Defense, 15-yard penalty, 1st down.
Okay, so it's after the play. The interception stands. Colin Simmons was called for unnecessary roughness. But it's another turnover. Marcel Reed throws the interception. And here's Texas on the verge of handing the Aggies their first loss of the season.
That was just blanket coverage, and Reed trying to make a play. And Kobe Black, you always talk about great plays, and then you have to remember, you got to finish the great play by making the catch. And Kobe Black did that in some traffic. And
well, I saw it all the way as Kobe Black. The only reason why I said was Malik because he gave the ball to him afterwards, after the pick. But Kobe definitely cut right in front of the route, picked it off, got up with it, and after he did, Malik Muhammad got the ball from him, ran downfield. But Kobe Black comes up with his first interception as a Texas Longhorn.
Craig, I just looked at that. That was more spectacular than I realized. Here, you can look at it right now. One-handed coming down on his right arm, and he held on.
All right, 2:26 to go. Weisner in the backfield, in the pistol. It's a handoff to Trey. He'll cut to the right side across the 30, and he's near a first down. TJ Searcy, the tackle. This is going to take us to the 2-minute timeout. The Longhorns closing in on their biggest win of the season, a win that would hand Texas A&M its first loss of the season, and yes, a win that would keep Texas somewhat faint hopes to land in the college football playoff alive.
Well, we'll be in the discussion, at least we know that.
No doubt. 2 minutes remaining in the ball game. It is Texas 27, Texas A&M 17. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Grilling is a year-round tradition in Texas, and H-E-B has everything you need to become the master of the grill. So get everything to satisfy your cravings, from H-E-B Prime 1 Dino Ribs and Brisket Steak Burgers to traditional cuts like Beef Inside Skirt Steak, available in premium grades like H-E-B Wagyu and H-E-B Grass-Fed. Now you know. Come to H-E-B to fire up your grill to enjoy a delicious barbecue with friends and family. H-E-B. Here, everything's better.
In the game of business, information is your playbook. It's the thing that keeps everyone on the same page so that each player has the knowledge they need to perform their role, work together, and give your team a competitive advantage. The trick, of course, is executing that playbook. And that's where Rico comes in. We're a proud sponsor and business technology provider of Texas Athletics, and we're ready to play for your team whenever you want an edge. We love TMI. Hook 'em horns, Rico. Imagine change.
Hey Longhorn fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Texas football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Texas Longhorns. Let's go Longhorns! SeatGeek.
SeatGeek is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Texas Longhorns. Whether you're buying or selling tickets, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek, so Longhorn fans can fan. Texas men's basketball returns to Moody Center on Wednesday night for the ACC-SEC Challenge, hosting the Virginia Cavaliers. The next night, the Texas women will host North Carolina in the ACC-SEC Challenge at Moody Center. And Vic Schaefer's currently fourth-ranked Texas. I'm probably going to go up to number 2 after winning the Players Era Championship, beating then third-ranked UCLA and number 2 South Carolina over the past couple of nights. We'll be at home on Sunday afternoon to take on Penn. Don't forget about a live conversation with Chevy Chase and a screening of National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation coming up on December 16th at Bass Concert Hall. Well, 2 big interceptions. It's funny, you mentioned, Rogers, that there had been a turnover in the game.
Yeah, I gave it a shot.
You know, and we said this before the game. And this is to take nothing away from Marcel Reed. What he's done this year has been a tremendous job. But his stats were almost identical to Arch Manning's. But because Manning had the sluggish start, and because the Longhorns had 3 losses coming in, it's pretty much forgotten by voters and other folks. And Reed was being lauded for what he'd done. And he's done a lot of great things, but 2 big mistakes here. And meanwhile, Arch Manning has been spectacular tonight. A 35-yard touchdown run, 14 of 29, 179 yards and a score. And so now Texas in position to be able to put this thing away. Now Aggies have no timeouts left. Longhorns up 2 scores. It is 2nd down and 3. After the first down carry by Weisner. Weisner behind Manning, draws the carry again, cuts upfield, he breaks free. 35, here's Weisner, 40, 45, midfield, he'll slide down, knowing the Longhorns have it locked up now. Trey Weisner, another big game. That one goes for 30, and the Longhorns are going to win the Lone Star Showdown.
How about this second half performance by this Texas team? And Trey Weisner goes for 180-plus last year in College Station, and his last game on this field, he celebrates as he has another monster game over 150 yards.
This will be as simple as a couple of kneel downs now. It's down to 90 seconds remaining. They'll line up in that sweet victory formation. Manning will put down the knee, 1:24 to go. And one more kneel down should do it. What a response by this Longhorn football team.
Amazing performance. They just looked a little sluggish offensively. Nothing was really working in the first half. Flipped the script totally.
Down to 1 minute and counting. Longhorns should only need to snap this one more time. Manning will line under center. Getting ready. Arch has the snap. He'll put down the knee. And that's going to do it. They don't have to snap it again. What a sweet moment this is going to be. And the clock runs. Texas will not have to snap it again. What a response. What a way to end the regular season. The Longhorns become the first team in 6 years to beat 3 top 10 teams in the same season. Not only that, they wind up beating all 3 of the rivals for the 2nd straight year. It's final. Texas hands Texas A&M its first loss. The Longhorns win the Cotton Holdings Lone Star Showdown. Final score tonight, Texas 27, Texas A&M 17.
Just outstanding. You talk about a great example of just kind of finding a way to win a ball game. I mean, you look at Arch Manning, he's 14 of 29, 179, but he made the play to Ryan Wingo. He hit some big ones to Jack Endries. Wingo with a spectacular catch. Quintravian Weisner, a great game, and a lot of that, Craig, goes to that offensive line. When they gave Arch a clean pocket in the second half, he made plays, and both of those picks were forced picks by that Texas defense.
Yeah, that was such a huge part of it with what they did there in the fourth quarter. And with this win, the Longhorns conclude the regular season 9-3. Now they wait, and they'll see what happens with the rest of the weekend. For those who aren't sure what that all means, I'm not sure any of us know, but we know this. They're going to have to have at least 2 and maybe 3 teams lose over the weekend.
And the argument's going to be we shouldn't be penalized for going to the defending national champs on opening day with a loss, but I just think that committee full of humans, unless there's some chaos here, they're going to see those